Hey everyone, and welcome back to the channel. Tonight, I have got a story it still makes my skin crawl just thinking about it. It is a story about how easily you can be fooled, how quickly a seemingly perfect connection can unravel into something truly monstrous. This happened to me, and it started, as so many modern horror stories do, on Tinder. You know how it is. You are swiping, 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 feeling like you are sifting through a never ending pile of cringeworthy bios, blurry gym selfies, and guys holding dead fish. After a while, it just becomes a grind. I would have been on and off the app for a couple of years, mostly collecting stories about dates gone wrong. The guy who showed up in a full medieval knight costume, the one who tried to sell me essential oils, the one who spent the entire evening talking about his ex-girlfriend's conspiracy theories. I was pretty much at the end of my rope, convinced that genuine connection in the digital age was a myth. Then I matched with Alex. His profile picture was a genuinely good shot of candid of him laughing. Sunlight catching his dark hair, a hint of a dimple. He was not conventionally handsome in a movie star way, but he had a kind, approachable face, intelligent eyes, and a warm smile. His bio was short, witty, and actually said something about his interest hiking, indie films, trying new coffee shops. No red flags. In fact, it was refreshing. Our initial conversations were effortless. He was quick to respond, funny, and seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say. We talked about everything: our favorite books, travel aspirations, the absurdity of online dating itself. He seemed thoughtful, attentive, and best of all, normal. After a week of texting, he suggested we meet up. Now, usually, for a first date, I am all about the public place. Coffee shop, busy restaurant, maybe a park if the weather's nice. Safety first, right? But Alex had this way of making a suggestion sound so appealing. He said, "Hey, I know it is a bit unconventional for a first date, but I am actually a pretty decent cook. How about I whip up some pasta and we watch a movie at my place? No pressure, just a chill evening. Way better than shouting over loud music at a bar." My gut instinct, that little voice of caution that had saved me from many a bad decision, immediately perked up. First date at his place. Red flag. But then the other part of my brain, the one that was tired of endless first dates that went nowhere, the one that was charmed by his confidence and the idea of a cozy, intimate evening, started to rationalize. He seemed so normal, so sweet, and he would have been so respectful online. Plus, he promised pasta. Who says no to homemade pasta? I hesitated for a day, weighing the pros and cons. I messaged my best friend, Chloe, about it. She was usually my voice of reason. First date at his place. Chloe. I typed. Her response was a string of question marks and a skull. Emoji. Girl. No. What if he is a serial killer? I laughed it off. Do not be dramatic. He seems completely harmless. And he is making pasta. She was not convinced. At least send me his address and text me when you get there. And text me every hour. I agreed, feeling a little foolish but also a little reassured. I sent Alex a message. Okay, pasta sounds amazing. What time? He responded almost instantly, clearly thrilled. The day of the date. I was a mix of nerves and excitement. I picked out a cute, but comfortable outfit. Something I could easily move in if I needed to, a subconscious choice. Perhaps. I charged my phone. Made sure to tell Chloe his address and our agreed upon check-in times. And then, taking a deep breath, I got in my car and headed to his place. He lived in an older part of town. A neighborhood with tree-lined streets and houses that had seen better days, but still held a certain charm. His house was a small, two-story bungalow, painted a muted blue, with a neatly trimmed lawn and a few potted plants on the porch. It looked normal, comfortingly normal, not a creepy, isolated cabin in the woods, not a dilapidated mansion, just a regular house. I pulled into the driveway, and Alex was already stepping out onto the porch, a wide, welcoming smile on his face. He looked exactly like his pictures, maybe even a little better in person. He was wearing a casual button-down shirt and jeans, looking relaxed and inviting. "Hey, you made it," he said, his voice warm and friendly. He came down the steps to open my car door, a gesture that felt old-fashioned and charming. "Hey," I replied, trying to sound as nonchalant as possible, my heart doing a little flutter kick of nerves. He led me inside. The house was clean, almost meticulously so. It smelled faintly of garlic and herbs, and something else, something a little metallic, like old coins, but I dismissed it as just an old house smell. The living room was cozy, with a comfortable-looking sofa, a bookshelf crammed with books, and a large TV. Everything was neat, organized, and tasteful, a little too tasteful. Maybe no clutter, no personal quirks that usually accumulate in someone's home over time. It felt like a display home or a hotel room. But again, I brushed it off. Maybe he was just a neat freak. "Make yourself at home," he said, gesturing to the sofa. "I just need to finish up the sauce. Can I get you anything to drink? Wine? Water? Soda? Water would be great. Thanks," I said, sinking into the cushions. I pulled out my phone discreetly and sent a quick "I am here." "All good," texted Chloe. He disappeared into the kitchen, and I could hear the gentle sizzle of food and the clinking of pots and pans. I tried to relax, taking in my surroundings. The walls were painted a neutral beige, adorned with a few abstract art prints, nothing particularly striking or personal. It was all very generic. After about 15 minutes, he emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 steaming plates of pasta, looking delicious. He would also pour us each a glass of water. "Hope you like a bit of spice," he said, setting a plate in front of me on the coffee table. "Perfect," I replied, genuinely impressed. The pasta was incredible. We talked easily, flowing from one topic to another. He was an engaging conversationalist, asking thoughtful questions and listening intently. He told me about his work as a graphic designer, his love for hiking in the national parks, and how he would recently gotten into brewing his own kombucha. He seemed genuinely interested in my life. 2. Remembering details I would mention in our texts. As the evening wore on, the initial awkwardness faded, replaced by a comfortable rapport. I found myself thinking, maybe Chloe was wrong. Maybe this is actually it. Maybe I finally found someone normal. After dinner, we settled on the sofa to watch a movie. He had a surprisingly good collection of classic horror films, which was a bonus for me. About halfway through, I realized I needed to use the restroom. "Bathroom's just down the hall. Second door on the left," he said, without looking away from the screen, his arm casually draped over the back of the sofa, close to my shoulder. I nodded, got up, and walked down the short hallway. The first door on the left was closed. The second door was indeed the bathroom, and I went in, relieved. After I was done, I washed my hands and glanced in the mirror, splashing a little cold water on my face. I looked a bit flushed, but happy. As I stepped out of the bathroom, I noticed that the first door on the left, which I would assume was just a closet or another bedroom, was slightly ajar. A sliver of darkness peeked out. Curiosity, that dangerous human trait, tugged at me. It was not a loud noise or a strange smell, just that tiny crack of an open door in an otherwise meticulously closed-off house. I knew I should just go back to the living room, but something compelled me to take a quick peek. Just a quick one. I pushed the door open a little wider. The room was small, and initially, it seemed dark. No windows. My eyes adjusted, and I reached for the light switch instinctively. The fluorescent light buzzed to life, casting a harsh, cold glow over the room. And that is when I saw them. The walls, every single inch of them, floor to ceiling, covered in photographs. Not family photos, not scenic landscapes, not even abstract art like in the living room. These were photos of women, hundreds, maybe thousands of them. My breath hitched in my throat. My heart started to pound. A sudden, frantic drum against my ribs. They were not professional shots. These were candid, almost surveillance-style pictures. Women walking their dogs. Women pushing shopping carts in grocery stores. Women laughing with friends at outdoor cafes. Women getting into their cars. Women looking down at their phones. Women just existing. They were all different ages, different ethnicities, different hair colors, different styles. But there was a disturbing commonality. None of them seemed to be aware they were being photographed. Their expressions were natural, unguarded, sometimes a little tired, sometimes joyful, but never posed. And then I noticed the details. Some of the photos had small, handwritten notes taped beneath them. A date, a location, sometimes a single word or a short phrase. Tuesday, 3:17 p.m. Main Street, coffee shop 912. Laughs too loud. Pretty eyes. A cold dread began to seep into my bones. This was not a hobby. This was not an art project. This was obsessive. My eyes darted across the walls. A frantic search for some explanation, some rationalization. But there was none. The sheer volume was overwhelming. It was not just a few pictures, it was a comprehensive, terrifying gallery of strangers' lives, documented without their consent. And then I saw her, a woman with long, dark hair, tied back in a messy bun. She was wearing a familiar blue scarf and a light denim jacket. She was standing by a fountain in the park near my apartment, holding a book, looking lost in thought. It was me, a photo of me. My blood ran cold. The air in the room seemed to grow heavy, thick with an unspoken menace. It was not a picture for my social media. It was a candid shot, taken from a distance, probably from behind a bush or a car. A picture of me, taken when I had no idea I was being watched. My gaze snapped back to the other photos, suddenly seeing them through a new, terrifying lens. Were these women all like me? Had they been watched? Followed? I scanned the wall frantically, desperately searching for more evidence, for something to disprove what my gut was screaming at me. And then I saw another. A woman with striking red hair, a mole just above her lip. I recognized her instantly. Sarah Jenkins. She had been missing for 6 months. Her face had been all over the local news. Her photo was on a missing persons flyer still taped to the lamppost outside my grocery store. Her picture was on this wall, with a date from 2 days before she disappeared. My heart hammered so hard, I thought it would burst through my chest. The metallic smell I would noticed earlier suddenly made sense. It was not an old house smell. It was a smell of fear, the smell of something clinical, something preserved. I heard a faint sound from the living room. Alex, he was probably getting up, wondering where I was. Panic seized me. I had to close the door. I had to pretend I had not seen anything. My hands were shaking so violently I could barely grasp the doorknob. I pulled the door shut with a soft click, trying to be as quiet as possible, my eyes still wide with terror. The darkness behind the door felt like it was pressing against me, containing all those stolen moments, all those unsuspecting faces. I leaned against the hallway wall for a second, forcing myself to breathe, to calm down. My mind was racing a million miles an hour. Get out! Get out now! I walked back into the living room, trying to project an air of normalcy. Alex was still on the sofa, but he had paused the movie and was looking at me, a slight frown on his face. "Everything okay?" he asked, his voice still warm, but now it sounded different, like a carefully constructed facade. "Yeah, fine," I said, my voice coming out a little too high, a little too breathy. I hoped he would not notice. I walked back to the sofa, but instead of sitting down, I picked up my purse. Actually, I began trying to sound apologetic. I just remembered I have an early meeting tomorrow, a really important one. I should probably head out. He smiled, but it did not reach his eyes. "Oh, I thought you said your first meeting was not until 10. My blood ran cold. I could not remember telling him that. Had I, or had he just known? No, this is a new one," I stammered, fumbling with the strap of my purse. "Last minute thing. My boss just texted me." I pulled out my phone, pretending to check it, even though I knew Chloe was probably wondering why I had not checked in. Alex stood up, slowly. He walked towards me, his gaze intense. That charming smile was still there, but it felt like a predator's grin. "That is a shame," he said, his voice a low purr. "I was really enjoying our evening, and I thought you were, too." I really was. I insisted, taking a step back, my hand instinctively reaching for the doorknob. It was only a few feet away. "It is just work. You know," he chuckled, a soft, chilling sound. "Work. Yes, I understand. But you seemed a little rattled when you came out of the bathroom. Did you happen to open that first door on the left?" My heart stopped. My breath caught in my throat. I squeezed my eyes shut for a split second, then forced them open, meeting his gaze. His eyes were no longer kind. They were cold, calculating, and utterly devoid of warmth. "What? No. Why would I?" I feigned confusion. Try to sound innocent. "I just went to the bathroom." He took another step, closing the distance between us. His hand reached out, not to touch me, but to gently push the doorknob I was grasping, effectively blocking my escape. "Do not lie to me," he said, his voice still soft, but now laced with an undeniable edge of steel. "I heard you. The light switch, the creak of the floorboards. You saw it, did not you?" My carefully constructed facade crumbled. Fear, raw and visceral, seized me. This was not a date. This was a trap. "Saw what?" I whispered, trying to sound brave, but my voice was trembling. He leaned in close, his breath warm against my ear, and the metallic smell was stronger now, mixed with something else, something sweet and sickly. "My collection," he murmured. "My beautiful, beautiful collection. You are in it now. You know, the one from the park last Tuesday. Reading that book. You are a lovely addition." My blood ran cold. He knew the exact details. He was not just a creeper with a camera. He was an active hunter. "Let me go," I said, trying to push past him, but he was surprisingly strong. his arm a solid bar across the door. "Oh, darling," he sighed, a look of mock disappointment on his face. "We have barely begun. You are perfect, so expressive, so unaware. You will fit right in with the others." The word others echoed in my mind, conjuring images of Sarah Jenkins, the missing woman, and all the hundreds of other faces on that wall. Was this house a tomb? Was I about to become another silent face in his horrifying gallery? Panic gave way to a surge of adrenaline. I had to fight. I had to get out. I screamed, a primal sound that tore from my throat, and shoved him with all my might. He stumbled back, momentarily surprised. That was my chance. I lunged for the door, twisting the knob, pulling it open, but he recovered quickly. He grabbed my arm, his fingers digging into my flesh like talons. "You are not going anywhere," he snarled, his charming mask completely gone, replaced by a face contorted with rage. I kicked him, aiming for his shin. He grunted, but his grip did not loosen. I thrashed, pulling away, my purse flying from my shoulder and hitting the wall with a thud. My phone, my lifeline, probably shattered inside. He yanked me back, pulling me into the living room, away from the door. I struggled, clawing at his arm, trying to bite him. He was stronger, heavier. He wrestled me towards the sofa, clearly intending to overpower me. Just as he pushed me down, my hand brushed against something cold and hard on the coffee table, the ceramic plate from dinner. Without thinking, I grabbed it and swung it with all the strength I had, aiming for his head. It connected with a sickening crack. He cried out, a guttural sound of pain and surprise, and stumbled back, his hands flying to his head. Blood immediately welled up between his fingers. This was it, my only chance. I scrambled up, not daring to look back, and sprinted for front door. My hand fumbled with the deadbolt, my fingers numb with terror. It clicked open. I threw the door open and burst out into the night, not even bothering to close it behind me. I ran like I had never run before in my life. Down the porch steps, across the lawn, ignoring the sharp stones digging into my bare ankles. I did not look back. I just ran, my lungs burning, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I could hear distorted sounds behind me, a muffled shout, the clang of something falling. I reached my car, tearing at the door handle. It was locked. Of course, it was locked. My keys, they were in my purse, which was still inside the house. Despair threatened to overwhelm me. I was trapped, but then I saw it. My car door was still slightly ajar from when Alex had opened it for me. I must have pressed a lock button on my key fob when I was fumbling for my phone earlier. I quickly pushed the door open, dove inside, and slammed it shut, locking it instantly. I fumbled for the ignition, my hands shaking so badly I could barely insert the key. The engine roared to life, a sound I would never been so grateful to hear. I jammed the car into reverse, tires squealing as I backed out of the driveway, then sped forward, leaving Alex's house behind in a blur. I did not stop until I was several miles away, my car swerving slightly as I tried to control my shaking. I pulled over onto the side of a busy main road, my body racked with tremors, tears streaming down my face. I grabbed my phone, which thankfully had survived the fall from my purse, and immediately called Chloe. She picked up on the first ring, her voice laced with worry. "Sarah, are you okay? You missed your last check-in." I was about to call the police. "Chloe," I choked out, my voice raw and hoarse. He had pictures of me, of other women. He is a monster. I think he is a serial killer. He had a picture of Sarah Jenkins, the missing girl. My words tumbled out in a frantic, incoherent stream, but Chloe understood. She calmly told me to stay where I was, that she was calling 911 right now. Within minutes, police cars were pulling up behind me, their sirens wailing. I was a mess, sobbing, shaking, trying to explain what had happened through gasps and cries. They took me to the station, where I gave a full statement, reliving the horror of that room, the faces on the wall, Alex's chilling words. The police went to Alex's house. They found the door ajar, just as I would left it. They found the broken plate, the blood stains, and they found the room full of photographs. It was even worse than I remembered. Behind some of the photos, they found personal effects: a lock of hair, a small piece of jewelry, a driver's license. They confirmed that the picture of Sarah Jenkins was indeed the missing woman. They also found evidence that strongly suggested Alex, whose real name turned out to be Alexander Thorne, had been involved in the disappearances of at least 2 other women whose photos were on the wall. He was not home. Of course, he had fled. The police issued an immediate warrant for his arrest, broadcasting his image in details across the state. The house was sealed off. A crime scene. They never found Alexander Thorne. Not definitively. Anyway, there were a few sightings reported in other states, but he always managed to evade capture. He just vanished, like a ghost. The police theorized he probably had multiple identities, multiple safe houses, and a chillingly meticulous plan for disappearing. The trauma of that night stayed with me, a dark shadow that refused to lift. For months, I could not sleep without seeing those faces, without feeling the cold dread of his gaze. Every time I heard a noise outside my apartment, every time I saw a man who vaguely resembled him, my heart would leap into my throat. I moved out of my apartment, changed my phone number, and deleted all my social media. I even stopped using dating apps entirely. The thought of putting myself out there again, of trusting a stranger, felt impossible. I still scrutinize everyone I meet, every new acquaintance, every friendly smile. I see the world through a different lens now, a lens that is forever tinted with suspicion. It is hard to trust, hard to believe that people are who they say they are, especially after experiencing firsthand how easily a charming facade can hide something truly monstrous. It is a chilling reminder that the scariest monsters do not always hide in the dark. Sometimes they are right there, in plain sight, charming you with a smile and offering you homemade pasta. And sometimes, the most terrifying thing of all is realizing that you were almost another one of their photographs. Stay safe out there, everyone, and always trust your gut. My name's Mark, and this happened about a year ago. I was, and still am, pretty active on the dating apps. It is a necessary evil these days. I guess you scroll, you match, you chat, you meet, and 9 times out of 10, it is a bust. Awkward silences, no chemistry, or they just look nothing like their photos. But every now and then, you hit a jackpot, or what you think is a jackpot. That is how it started with Sarah. Her profile popped up on my feed, and honestly, she was stunning. Bright, warm smile, kind eyes, and a couple of really well-lit photos that looked genuinely candid. Not like she would spend 3 hours posing. Her bio was witty. 2, talked about hiking, reading obscure sci-fi, and a love for good coffee. Basically, she sounded like my ideal woman. I swiped right, obviously, and to my surprise, it was a match. We started chatting, and it was great. The conversation flowed effortlessly. She was funny, intelligent, and seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say. We talked about everything: our jobs, our hobbies, even some deeper stuff about our past relationships and what we were looking for. It was refreshing. You know, none of that forced small talk. It felt real. After a week of pretty intense messaging, we decided to meet up. I suggested a few places, and she picked a coffee shop downtown called the Daily Grind. It was not my usual spot, but it was cozy, had good reviews, and was reasonably public, which is always a good idea for a first date, especially if you have not video chatted yet. She said she would be there around 7 p.m., and she would be wearing a dark blue scarf. I remember feeling a genuine flutter of excitement. This was not just another date. This felt different. This felt promising. So, picture this. It is a Tuesday evening, a little chilly, but the kind of crisp fall air that makes you feel alive. I got there about 10 minutes early, found a small table near the back, by a window, and ordered myself an Americano. I wanted to be settled, calm, and ready. I checked my phone. Just a quick glance at our chat history to remind myself of a few things we would talk about, just in case. Her profile picture stared back at me that bright. Kind smile. I smiled back, feeling a little goofy. The clock ticked past 7. 7:05. 7:10. I was not worried yet. People run late. Traffic happens. I just kept sipping my coffee, watching the door, a mix of anticipation and nerves churning in my stomach. At about 7:15, the door opened and a woman walked in. She was wearing a dark blue scarf. My heart gave a little jump. There she is, I thought. But as she stepped further into the light, and I got a clearer look, that jump turned into a plummet. My stomach dropped, because the woman standing there, she was not Sarah. Not the Sarah from the photos. Anyway, not even close. This woman was older, significantly older, maybe in her late 50s, possibly early 60s. Her hair was a mousy brown, streaked with gray, pulled back in a messy bun. Her face was heavily lined, and her eyes, though a similar color to Sarah's in the photos, had a tired, almost haunted look to them. Her clothes were a bit drab, a shapeless cardigan over a faded t-shirt. She was nothing like the vibrant, youthful woman I would have been chatting with for a week. My first thought, my rational thought, was that I would made a mistake. Maybe I was at the wrong coffee shop. Or maybe she was at the wrong coffee shop. And she just happened to be wearing a dark blue scarf. It was a common enough accessory, right? She scanned the room, and her gaze landed on me. A slow, unsettling smile spread across her face. It was not the warm, bright smile from the photos. It was a thin, almost predatory grin, like a cat that had just spotted a mouse. And then she started walking towards my table. My internal alarm bells started blaring, but I tried to push them down. No, this can't be it. There's a mistake. I stood up, feeling a wave of awkwardness wash over me. Mark, she asked, her voice a low, gravelly rasp that sent a shiver down my spine. It was nothing like the soft, melodic voice I would imagine for Sarah. Hi, I stammered, my voice sounding ridiculously unsure. Are you Sarah? Her smile widened, revealing slightly yellow teeth. Of course, I am. Sweetie, who else would I be? My mind raced. This was a prank, right? One of those online dating horror stories you hear about. Someone catfishing me, and now they have sent their mom, aunt, to mess with me. But there was something in her eyes, Something in the way she held herself that told me this was not a joke. This woman genuinely believed she was Sarah. You look a little different from your pictures. I managed to choke out, trying to sound polite, but my voice was tight with disbelief and a growing sense of dread. She chuckled, a dry, rattling sound. Oh, you know how those filters are, Mark. And the lighting was just perfect that day. Plus, those pictures are from a few years ago. Nobody looks exactly the same, do they? She said a few years ago like it was a minor detail, but the photos on her profile looked like they were taken last month, not decades ago, and no amount of filters or bad lighting could account for this much of a discrepancy. This was not a different from your picture situation. This was a completely different human being situation. She did not wait for an invitation. She just slid into the seat opposite me, her eyes fixed on mine. There was an intensity there that made me incredibly uncomfortable. It felt like she was trying to peer into my soul. So, she said, leaning forward slightly, you made it. I was starting to think you had gotten cold feet. No, I am here, I replied, trying to regain some composure. My brain was screaming at me to run, but my ingrained politeness, that stupid politeness, kept me rooted to the spot. It is just a bit of surprise, a good surprise. I hope, she purred, and that word, purred, made my skin crawl. It was so out of place with her voice and appearance. Yeah, sure, I lied, my voice barely above a whisper. I took another sip of my Americano, but it tasted like ash. You know, I was really looking forward to this. Mark, she continued, her gaze unwavering. Our conversations have been so stimulating. You are a very interesting man. And then she started recounting details from our chat. Things we would talked about. My job, my love for old movies, the trip I took last summer. It was all accurate. Too accurate. It proved she had been the one I was messaging. But how? How could this be the same person? You mentioned you are a big fan of classic horror, she said, a glint appearing in her eye. I love a good scare. Too, especially the psychological ones, the kind that really get under your skin. You know, I nodded numbly, barely registering her words. My mind was still reeling from the visual shock, the auditory shock, the sheer wrongness of the situation. This was not a date, this was an abduction attempt, or a setup for something much worse. My gut was screaming at me to make an excuse, any excuse, and get out of there. Remember you told me about that old house you grew up in, she continued, her voice dropping to an almost conspiratorial whisper. The one with the creaky stairs and the attic that always gave you the shivers. You said you still get nightmares about it sometimes. My breath hitched. I had told her that. It was a pretty personal detail. Something I would only share after a few days of chatting, when I felt like we were really connecting. But hearing it from her, from this stranger who was pretending to be Sarah, it felt like an invasion, like she was using my own intimate details against me. Yeah, I did, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I glanced around the coffee shop. There were a few other people, mostly couples, lost in their own conversations. No one seemed to be paying us any attention. I felt utterly alone. It is fascinating, is not it? She mused, her eyes still locked on mine. How our childhood fears stick with us, how they shape us. I think it is important to understand those fears. Do not you, to really delve into them. She leaned in closer, and I could smell something faint and cloying, like old perfume mixed with something else, something metallic. My heart was pounding against my ribs. a frantic drumbeat. So, Mark, she said, her voice now barely a whisper. Tell me more about those nightmares. What exactly happens in them? At that moment, something inside me snapped. The politeness, the awkwardness, the desire to not make a scene at all evaporated, replaced by pure, unadulterated terror. This was not just a catfish, this was something deeply, fundamentally unsettling. This woman was not just older, she was wrong. Her presence felt like a violation. I do not think I can. I blurted out, pushing my chair back, the legs scraping loudly against the floor. The sound was jarring in the otherwise quiet coffee shop, and a couple of heads turned our way. Her smile faltered, just for a second, a flicker of something dark crossing her face. Oh, why not? Sweetie, we were having such a lovely conversation. I just remembered I have something urgent to do. I stammered, standing up fully. My legs felt like jelly, but I forced myself to move. I am really sorry, but I have to go. She stood up too, slowly, deliberately. She was shorter than I would thought, but her presence felt enormous, suffocating. Her eyes narrowed, and that unsettling smile returned. But this time it was devoid of any warmth. It was a grimace. Urgent, she repeated, her voice losing its gravelly softness and taking on a sharper, more menacing edge. But we just got here. Mark, we have so much more to talk about, so much to discover. She took a step towards me. I took a step back. My mind was screaming run. Now, I really have to go, I said again, my voice thin and high-pitched. I turned to leave, trying to weave my way through the tables as quickly as possible without actually breaking into a full sprint. Mark, she said, her voice cutting through the ambient noise of the coffee shop, loud enough that a few more people looked over. It was not a shout, but it had an unnerving resonance. Do not you want to know what I really look like? That stopped me dead. I turned back, slowly, my blood running cold. What did she mean? Really look like? Was this some kind of sick game? She was standing perfectly still, her hands clasped in front of her. Her eyes were wide now, staring at me with an intensity that felt like a physical weight. And then, she did something that will haunt my nightmares forever. Her face had seemed to shift. Just for a moment, the lines around her eyes seemed to deepen, then blur. Her skin seemed to ripple, like water. It was subtle, almost imperceptible. But I saw it. I swear to God. I saw it. It was like watching a poorly rendered CGI effect in real life, a glitch in reality. And for a split second, I saw something else beneath the surface. Something indistinct and horrifying, like a skeletal mask. My breath hitched, my heart hammered against my ribs, threatening to burst through. This was not human. This was not a person. I know what you are thinking. Mark, she whispered, her voice back to that low, raspy tone, but now laced with something utterly chilling. You are thinking I am not Sarah, but I am Sarah. Or at least, I am trying to be. For you. Then, her eyes seemed to darken, the irises dilating until they were almost entirely black, and a wide, unnatural smile stretched across her face. Far too wide, far too long, showing too many teeth. It was not human. It was a predatory, grotesque caricature of a smile. That was it. The last shred of my composure shattered. I did not care about politeness, about making a scene. I just ran. I bolted for the door, pushing past the startled barista, ignoring the stares of the other customers. I burst out into the cool night air, my lungs burning, my legs pumping. I did not look back. I just ran down the street, not knowing where I was going, just needing to put as much distance as possible between me and that coffee shop, between me and her. My car was parked a few blocks away, and I sprinted towards it like my life depended on it, fumbling with my keys, my hand shaking so badly I could barely unlock the door. I finally got in, slammed the door shut, and locked it, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I started the engine, threw the car into reverse, and peeled out of the parking spot, not even bothering to check my mirrors properly. I just drove. I drove and drove until I was miles away, until the city lights started to thin out and I was on a dark, empty road. I pulled over eventually, shaking uncontrollably. I leaned my head against the steering wheel, trying to calm my racing heart. What the hell had just happened? I pulled out my phone, my fingers still trembling. I opened the dating app and immediately went to Sarah's profile. I had to see it again. I had confirmed what I thought I saw, but the profile was gone. Completely, not just unmatched, but like it had never existed. The app said user not found. That is when the real panic set in. It was not just a bad date, it was something else entirely. Something terrifying. I called my best friend, Dave. He is usually pretty chill, but when I recounted the story, my voice hoarse with terror, he listened in stunned silence. He tried to rationalize it at first, said it was probably just a really elaborate catfish, maybe a mentally ill person. But when I told him about her face shifting, about the way her eyes changed, he went quiet. "Mark," he said, his voice serious, "you need to call the police. Even if it is just a crazy person, they should not be doing that." I considered it, but what would I tell them? A woman who looked nothing like her profile picture claimed to be my date. Then her face glitched, and I ran away. They would think I was insane or on drugs. There was no evidence. The profile was gone. It was just my word against against nothing. I did not call the police. I just went home. But home did not feel safe anymore. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking presence. Every creak of the floorboards made me jump. I could not sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that too wide smile, those dark, empty eyes, that rippling, shifting face. For weeks, I was a wreck. I deleted all my dating apps. I stopped going out much. I would jump at every unexpected sound, every unfamiliar car that drove past my house. I felt watched, constantly, like she was still out there, somewhere, observing me, waiting. And then, about a month after the incident, something happened that solidified my fear. I was getting my mail one afternoon, and tucked in with the bills and junk mail was a small, plain white envelope. No return address, just my name handwritten on the front in a surprisingly elegant script. My hand started to shake before I even opened it. I just knew. Inside, there was a single photograph. It was a candid shot of me. I was sitting at my kitchen table, drinking coffee, looking at my laptop. It was taken through my kitchen window. I live on the second floor of an apartment building. Someone would have had to be across the street, possibly in a building, or very high up, to get that angle. And it was recent. I remember that morning, on the back of the photo, written in the same elegant script, were 3 words: "Still thinking of you." I dropped the photo like it was burning my hand. I ran inside, locked every door and window, and pulled down all the blinds. I did not sleep in my apartment for a week. I stayed at Dave's place, trying to figure out what to do. I eventually went back. I had to, but things are different now. I do not use dating apps anymore. I avoid public places where I might be alone. I check my locks multiple times a night. I always park my car, facing the street, ready to make a quick escape. And I never, ever sit by a window again. I still do not know who or what that woman was. Was she a deeply disturbed individual who somehow hacked Sarah's profile and then tried to assume her identity? Or was it something else? Something not entirely human. Something that could mimic, that could shift, that could learn intimate details about you from a screen and then use them to try and lure you in. The thought that she is still out there, still watching, still thinking of me, is a constant, cold weight in my chest. It is a reminder that sometimes the monsters are not hiding in the shadows. Sometimes they are just a swipe away, waiting to charm you, to learn your deepest fears, and then to show you just how easily they can become them. Always, always trust your gut, and be careful who you swipe right on. You never know who is really on the other side of that screen, and you never know what they truly look like. This story comes from a woman I will call Chloe. She is in her late 20s, a graphic designer living in a pretty standard apartment in a mid-sized city. Nothing fancy, but it was hers. It had that comfortable, lived in feel. The kind of place where you could kick off your shoes at the end of a long day and truly feel safe. Or, at least, that is how it used to feel. Chloe was like a lot of us. She used dating apps, Tinder, Bumble, Hinge, you name it. She would probably swiped on it. Not desperately, just casually, looking for someone interesting to grab coffee with, maybe go on a hike. She was a pretty independent person, valued her space, but also enjoyed the idea of sharing her life with someone. She had a good profile, some nice, well-lit photos, a witty bio that hinted at her love for obscure indie films and hiking. She got matches, went on dates. Some were good, some were awkward, but nothing ever truly unsettling. Until one night, everything changed. It was a Tuesday evening, just past 11. Chloe was winding down, curled up on her couch with a cup of herbal tea, scrolling through Netflix. She would have had a long day at work, staring at screens, tweaking layouts, and her eyes were tired. She picked up her phone, a reflex more than anything, and opened Tinder. Just a quick browse before bed. You know the drill. She swiped left on a few questionable profiles, paused on one guy who looked decent, then decided to call it a night. She set her phone down on the coffee table, got up to turn off the lights, and headed towards her bedroom. She was just pulling back her duvet when her phone buzzed. A notification. She glanced at the clock on her bedside table. Midnight. Exactly midnight. A new match. A message. She sighed, a little annoyed that her pre-bed routine had been interrupted, but also a tiny bit curious. Who messages at midnight on a Tuesday? She picked up her phone. It was not a new match. It was a message from an existing match, but one she did not remember. The profile was just a blank gray picture. No name, no bio, just nothing. That was weird. She always paid attention to profiles, even quick swipes. She would never have matched with a blank profile, but there it was, in her inbox, and then she saw the message. It was not text. It was a photo. Chloe's breath hitched in her throat. Her heart, which had been gently slowing down for sleep, suddenly slammed against her ribs. The photo was of her, sleeping, in her own bed. Her teacup, still half full, was on the bedside table. The floral pattern of her duvet cover was unmistakable. The slight rectangle of her hair on the pillow. The way her arm was draped over the side of the bed, it was all undeniably her. And the angle of the photo was from the foot of her bed, slightly to the left, as if someone was standing there, looking down at her. A cold, icy dread, unlike anything she had ever felt, washed over her. It was not just a photo. It was a snapshot of her, completely vulnerable, completely unaware, and it had been taken tonight. Or very, very recently. Her first thought was that it had to be some kind of elaborate prank. A friend. Maybe. But none of her friends would ever do something this twisted. And how would they even get into her apartment to take a photo of her sleeping? Her apartment was on the 3rd floor, secured with a deadbolt and a chain lock. Her windows were always latched. She scrambled out of bed, her bare feet hitting the cold wooden floor. Her eyes darted around the room, frantically searching the shadows, the corners, the space behind her curtains. Nothing, just the familiar furniture, the quiet hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen. The apartment was silent, too silent. She fumbled for her phone again, her fingers trembling. She tapped on the profile that had sent the photo. Still blank. No name. No other photos. Nothing. She tried to report it, but as she navigated through the app's menus, the profile simply vanished, gone, as if it had never existed. Just like that, the phone felt like a block of ice in her hand. She stood there, in the middle of her bedroom, bathed in the dim light from her phone screen, feeling utterly, profoundly violated. Someone had been in her apartment. Someone had stood at the foot of her bed and watched her sleep, and then they had sent her the proof. Sleep was, of course, out of the question. Every creak of the old building, every whisper of the wind against her window sounded like footsteps. Every shadow seemed to stretch and twist into something monstrous. She spent the rest of the night huddled on her living room couch, a heavy kitchen knife clutched in her hand, staring wide-eyed at her front door. She kept checking her phone, half expecting another message, half terrified of receiving one. Nothing came. The blank profile was truly gone. The next morning, Chloe was a wreck. Her eyes were bloodshot, her nerves frayed, the sun streaming through. Her living room window did little to dispel the lingering terror. She called her best friend, Sarah, as soon as she thought Sarah would be awake. Sarah, you won't believe what happened last night. Chloe began, her voice hoarse, her words tumbling out in a rush. She recounted everything. The Tinder message, the photo, the vanishing profile, the sleepless night. There was a moment of silence on Sarah's end. Then, Sarah's voice, trying to be reassuring, but clearly a little bewildered. Chloe, are you sure? Are you absolutely sure it was not some kind of really messed up prank? Or maybe you dreamed it. Dreamed it. Sarah, I saw the photo. It was on my phone. And then the profile disappeared. Chloe insisted, her voice rising in frustration. I am telling you, someone was in my apartment. Someone took a picture of me sleeping. Sarah tried to be helpful. Okay, calm down. Let us think. Is there anyone who would do this? An ex? Someone you have had a bad date with? Chloe racked her brain. No, I have had some duds. Sure, but no one who seemed unhinged. No one who would go to this extreme. What about calling the police? Sarah suggested. Chloe sighed, running a hand through her disheveled hair. What would I tell them? Officer. A blank Tinder profile. Send me a photo of myself sleeping. And then it vanished. They would think I was crazy. And there is no forced entry. No other evidence. Sarah agreed. Yeah, You are probably right. They would just tell you to change your locks and be more careful. The conversation ended with Sarah promising to come over that evening, just to keep Chloe company. But Chloe knew, deep down, that a friend's presence would not erase the fundamental violation. Her home, her sanctuary, had been breached. The days that followed were a blur of paranoia. Every shadow seemed to hold a secret. Every sound, magnified. She checked her locks obsessively, sometimes 3 or 4 times before she left for work, and again before bed. She double-checked her windows, even the ones she rarely opened. She bought a cheap door wedge to jam under her front door at night. She could not shake the feeling of being watched. Even when she was out, walking down the street, she would constantly glance over her shoulder, convinced she saw a familiar silhouette or a pair of eyes tracking her from a distance. The anonymity of the city, which she once found comforting, now felt like a cloak for a hidden predator. One evening, about a week after the incident, Chloe was making dinner. She was usually pretty meticulous about her kitchen. Every utensil had its place. Every drawer was neatly organized. But as she reached for her favorite spatula, she noticed something. The drawer it was in was slightly ajar. She distinctly remembered closing it after putting away her clean dishes that morning. It was a minor detail, easily dismissed, but in her heightened state of anxiety, it sent a shiver down her spine. She tried to rationalize it. Maybe she had not closed it properly. Maybe the building had shifted. But the rationalizations felt hollow. They did not quiet the small, insistent voice in the back of her mind that whispered, someone was here. The next morning, it happened again. She woke up, still exhausted despite having finally managed a few hours of fitful sleep, and went to open her bedroom window to let in some fresh air. She always kept it latched, even if it was slightly open. But this morning, the latch was undone. Not open, just unlatched. It was a subtle difference, but one that screamed at her. She knew, with a sickening certainty, that she had latched it the night before. These were not major intrusions, not like a broken window or a ransacked apartment. They were tiny, almost imperceptible shifts in her environment. Small details that only someone intimately familiar with her habits would notice, and only someone trying to mess with her would orchestrate. It was psychological warfare, slowly chipping away at her sanity. Her cat, Mittens, usually a very affectionate and vocal creature, started acting strangely too. Mittens would often sit for long stretches, staring intently at seemingly empty corners of the apartment, her tail twitching, her ears flattened. Sometimes, she would let out a low, guttural growl that made Chloe's blood run cold. Chloe would follow Mittens' gaze, but there was never anything there, just the wall, or the closed closet door. But Mittens saw something, or sensed something, and it terrified Chloe even more than the small, displaced objects. Chloe's phone, which had been the source of the initial terror, also started acting weird. Her battery would drain incredibly fast. Even when she was not using it, she would get strange notifications, phantom emails that vanished when she tried to open them, or app updates for apps she did not even have. It felt like her phone itself was compromised, a direct line to her stalker. She debated getting a new phone, but what good would that do? If someone could get into her apartment, if they could vanish from a dating app, what was to stop them from finding her new number, her new digital footprint? The internet, once a source of connection and convenience, now felt like an open wound, bleeding her privacy. The anonymous messages started about 2 weeks after the initial incident, not on Tinder this time, but through her old, rarely used email address. The sender was always Norpley, or a garbled string of letters, and numbers. The first one was short and simple, still sleeping soundly. Chloe. Chloe stared at the screen, her heart hammering. Her hands shook so violently she almost dropped her laptop. It was a direct callback to Photo, a confirmation that this was not over, that they were still watching. The next email came a few days later, after she had decided to buy some new, thicker curtains for her living room, hoping to block out some of the perceived prying eyes. The email read, "I like your new curtains. They are a lovely shade of gray." Chloe felt a primal scream bubbling up inside her. How? How did they know? She had bought them online, had them delivered to a pickup locker, and installed them herself that very evening. There was no way anyone could have known, unless they had been watching her apartment, watching her install them. She immediately unplugged her Wi-Fi router. Terrified that her home network was compromised, she wrapped her laptop in a blanket, feeling like even its camera was a potential spy. She was living in a constant state of siege. Her apartment, once a sanctuary, now a cage. The subtle intrusions escalated. One morning, she found a single, dark feather, a crow's feather, she thought placed neatly on her pillow. It was not there when she went to bed. It was a direct message, a calling card. "I was here while you slept." Again, Chloe was a wreck. Her work was suffering. Her concentration shot. She barely ate. Barely slept. Sarah came over more often, genuinely concerned now. She saw the dark circles under Chloe's eyes, the way Chloe jumped at every sudden noise, the way she constantly scanned the room. "Chloe, this is serious," Sarah said one evening, watching Chloe meticulously check the deadbolt for the 10th time. "You have to go to the police. Even if they do not believe you, there has to be some kind of record." "What good would it do?" Chloe replied, her voice flat, devoid of emotion. "They will just tell me to move. And then what? Will it stop? What if they follow me?" That night, Chloe decided she could not live like this anymore. She had to do something. She bought a motion-activated security camera, a cheap one, but better than nothing, and set it up in her living room, facing the front door. She fortified her bedroom door with a heavy dresser pushed against it, and kept a baseball bat by her bed. She was ready. Or, at least, she hoped she was. She lay in bed, the bat clutched tightly in her hand, listening. The silence was oppressive, punctuated only by the frantic pounding of her own heart. Hours passed. The digital clock on her nightstand slowly ticked past 2 a.m., then 3 a.m., just as she was beginning to think that maybe, just maybe, tonight would be different, that she might finally get some sleep. She heard it, a faint, almost imperceptible creak. It came from her living room. The sound of wood groaning, shifting underweight. It was not the usual settling of the building. This was distinct, deliberate. Chloe froze. Every muscle in her body tensed. She held her breath, straining her ears, trying to discern if it was her imagination or if her worst nightmare was unfolding just beyond her bedroom door. Then, another sound, a soft, rhythmic tapping. Talk, talk, talk. It was coming from inside her apartment. And it was not coming from the living room anymore. It sounded closer, like it was right outside her bedroom door. Her blood ran cold. The dresser, she had pushed the dresser against the door. But the tapping, it was not at the door. It was higher. She slowly, painstakingly, lifted her head, her eyes, wide with terror, fixed on the top of her bedroom door, above the dresser, and there, just above the frame, through the narrow gap between the door and the wall. She saw it, a shadow, A long, slender shadow, stretching down from the ceiling, almost impossibly thin. It moved, just slightly, swaying with an unnatural grace. And then, a finger, long and bony, tipped with a dark, sharp nail, slowly, deliberately, tapped against the wood. Top, top, top. It was tapping at the very top of her doorframe, just out of reach, just high enough to imply an impossible height. Chloe's breath hitched. This was not a person. This could not be a person. The shadow was too elongated, too distorted, like something stretched and pulled from the darkness itself. It was thin, almost skeletal, and the finger that tapped was too long. Too inhuman. Pure. Unadulterated terror seized her. She wanted to scream, but her throat was locked. She wanted to run, but her legs were frozen. She could only stare, mesmerized by the horrifying display. The shadow seemed to grow, to thicken, to coalesce into something more substantial, more defined. She could almost make out a head, tilted slightly, as if listening. And then, for a split second, she saw it. Not a face, not eyes, but a fleeting glimpse of something profoundly wrong. A texture like dried leaves, or ancient, decaying bark, where skin should be, a void where features belonged. It was a nightmare made real, a glitch in the fabric of reality, a horrifying echo of what Mark had described in his own encounter. And then, the tapping stopped. The shadow, as quickly and silently as it had appeared, retracted. It seemed to flow back up toward the ceiling, dissolving into the darkness of the hallway. Chloe let out a strangled gasp, a sound ripped from the deepest part of her, fear. She scrambled out of bed, the baseball bat forgotten. Her heart was a frantic drum against her ribs. She fumbled for her phone, her fingers slick with sweat, and dialed 911. The police arrived within minutes, their flashing lights illuminating her apartment building. They found nothing, no forced entry, no sign of anyone. The motion-activated camera she had set up was still recording, but the footage showed nothing but an empty living room. And then, at the time of the incident, a sudden burst of static, and then a blank screen for about 5 minutes. Before resuming normal recording, they checked the ceiling, the vents, the fire escape. Nothing. The officers, seeing Chloe's wild eyes, her trembling body, and the sheer terror etched on her face, treated her with a mixture of pity and skepticism. They suggested she might be stressed, sleep-deprived, perhaps hallucinating. They advised her to seek professional help. They told her to try and get some rest. But Chloe knew. She knew what she had seen. And she knew that her apartment was no longer safe. It never would be again. Within a week, Chloe had packed her life into boxes. She found a new apartment across town, in a different neighborhood, a different building. She did not tell anyone her new address, not even Sarah. For a while, she changed her phone number, deleted all her social media, and deactivated every dating app she had ever used. She was living off the grid, desperate to erase her digital footprint, to become invisible. The move was chaotic, exhausting, but she hoped it would bring her peace. She tried to rebuild her life, to find a semblance of normalcy. She started therapy, trying to process the trauma, trying to convince herself that it had all been a terrible, stress-induced hallucination. Sometimes, in the bright light of day, she almost believed it, but the paranoia never truly left her. Every new apartment she moved into, she meticulously checked every lock, every window, every vent. She bought multiple security cameras, motion sensors, even a smart door lock. She never used dating apps again. The idea of putting herself out there, of inviting a stranger into her life, filled her with a cold, paralyzing dread. She tried to forget the shadow, the tapping, the feeling of something inhuman watching her. She tried to forget the photo. Months passed. A year. Chloe was slowly, painstakingly, putting her life back together. The nightmares still came, but less frequently. The feeling of being watched was still there, a dull ache beneath her skin, but it was not the raw, visceral terror it once was. One rainy Saturday afternoon, Chloe was finally getting around to unpacking some of the last boxes from her old apartment. These were the boxes she had barely touched, filled with old photos, forgotten trinkets, sentimental clutter. She pulled out a stack of old magazines, a childhood teddy bear, a collection of postcards. At the very bottom of the box, beneath everything else, she found it, a small, glossy print, a physical photograph. Her heart leaped into her throat. Her hand started to tremble. It was the photo, her, sleeping soundly in her old bed, the same angle, the same soft lighting, the very image that had started her nightmare. But this time, it was not on a phone screen. It was real, tangible, and it was in her new apartment, in a box she had packed herself, a box she knew had been sealed tightly since the day she moved, and then she saw it. In the bottom right corner of the print, barely visible in the dim light, a tiny, almost imperceptible detail, a reflection, a pair of eyes, glinting with just enough light to be seen, watching, not from the door, not from the window, from inside the room, from the foot of her bed, and beneath those eyes, etched into the corner of the photograph, so faint it was almost invisible, was a single word, a signature. Watcher. Chloe dropped the photo. It fluttered to the floor, landing face down. She stumbled back, hitting the wall, her breath catching in her throat. The apartment, her new sanctuary, suddenly felt vast and empty and utterly, horribly exposed. It was not over. It had never been over. And she knew, with a horrifying certainty, that it was never just about that apartment. It was about her. And somewhere, out there, or perhaps closer than she could ever imagine, the watcher was still waiting, still watching. And maybe, just maybe, they were watching her right now. It was not a car crash, or a house fire, or anything you could point to on a news report. It was quieter, more insidious. It was the moment I realized that the digital world, the one I spent so much time in, had spilled over into my real life in the most terrifying way imaginable. I would been through a rough patch before that. A few months prior, I would had a really unsettling experience with an online match. Nothing physical, thankfully, but it was a deep dive into psychological manipulation, stalking, and harassment that left me feeling exposed and paranoid. I ended up deleting all my social media for a while, changing my number, just trying to disappear from the internet's grasp. It felt like I would finally shaken him off, whoever he was, and I was slowly, painstakingly, rebuilding my sense of safety. That is why, when I finally decided to dip my toe back into dating apps, I was cautious, hyper cautious. Even, I screened profiles, did quick background checks on names, and always met in public places. I thought I was being smart. I thought I was being safe. Then came Mark. He popped up on Tinder one dreary Wednesday afternoon. His profile was pretty standard, a few well-lit photos, a witty bio about loving dogs and craft beer. He was handsome, in a rugged, approachable way dark hair, kind eyes that crinkled when he smiled in his photos. We matched, and our conversation flowed easily. He seemed genuine, funny, and most importantly, normal. We chatted for a few days, and I felt that familiar flutter of cautious optimism. He suggested we meet up for a drink at a bar downtown, a place called the Copper Kettle. It was a popular spot, always bustling, exactly the kind of public, well-lit place I felt comfortable in. I remember getting ready that Tuesday night. It was a cool evening, the kind where you need a light jacket, but not a full coat. I picked out a simple black dress, put on a bit of makeup, and tried to calm the usual first date jitters. I looked in the mirror, gave myself a little pep talk. You got this. Sarah, it is just a drink. He is probably just a regular guy. I grabbed my favorite black leather crossbody bag, not too big, just enough for my phone, keys, wallet, and a lipstick. I checked my apartment door lock twice, a habit I would picked up after the last incident, and headed out. The Copper Kettle was exactly as I remembered it: warm, noisy, and packed. The kind of place where you could easily get lost in the crowd, which was exactly what I wanted. I spotted Mark almost immediately. He was sitting at a small, high-top table near the back, nursing a beer. He stood up as I approached, a genuine smile lighting up his face. He was even better looking in person, and his eyes did crinkle at the corners. Sarah, hey, I am Mark, he said, extending a hand. His grip was firm, not too strong, not too weak. Hi, Mark, I replied, feeling a little more at ease. Nice to finally meet you. We settled in, and the conversation picked right back up where our messages had left off. He was a software engineer, which explained his slightly nerdy charm. We talked about our jobs, our shared love for obscure documentaries, and even our mutual frustration with modern dating. He was attentive. He listened, and he laughed at my jokes, even the bad ones. He seemed genuinely interested, not just waiting for his turn to talk. There were a few moments, though, that gave me a flicker of unease. Nothing overt, nothing I could put my finger on, but just a feeling, like when he mentioned a specific project I would worked on months ago, one I had not posted anywhere online, or at least, not publicly. I brushed it off, thinking maybe I would mention it in our messages, or it was on a portfolio site I would have forgotten about. Another time, he seemed to know my coffee, order a black Americano. No sugar, which is pretty specific. When I raised an eyebrow, he just chuckled and said, "Lucky, guess." Or, "Maybe I am just observant." He said it with a charming smirk, and I laughed it off. But a tiny little alarm bell went off in the back of my mind. I told myself it was just my lingering paranoia from a previous incident, making me overthink everything. He was just a good listener, right? About an hour and a half into the date, I needed to use the restroom. Be right back, I said, excusing myself. I stood up, pushing my chair in, and instinctively reached for my purse. Then I hesitated. The Copper Kettle was crowded, and our table was a bit tucked away. It felt rude to drag my bag through the throngs of people just to use the bathroom. Besides, I was only going to be gone for a minute. I glanced at Mark, who was looking at his phone, probably checking a notification. "You mind watching my bag for a sec?" I asked. He looked up, smiled. "No problem at all. Sarah, take your time." I left my purse on the chair, tucked securely between the backrest and the table, and made my way to the ladies' room. It was a quick trip. When I returned, Mark was exactly where I would left him, scrolling on his phone. My purse was still there, untouched, Everything felt normal. I sat back down, and we continued our conversation for another 20 minutes or so. Eventually, the date wound down. Mark walked me to my car, which was parked just a block away. We exchanged pleasant goodnights, and he even leaned in for a quick, polite kiss on the cheek. I had a really great time. Sarah, he said, his eyes crinkling again. I would love to do it again. Me too, Mark. I replied, and I meant it despite the tiny, fleeting moments of unease. He really was a charming guy. Maybe I was just being overly suspicious. I drove home feeling a mix of relief and a tiny spark of something hopeful. Maybe this was it. Maybe this was a fresh start. I pulled into my apartment complex, parked, and walked up the 2 flights of stairs to my door. The night air was cool and crisp, carrying the faint scent of exhaust and damp earth. I fumbled in my purse and my keys, already picturing myself kicking off my shoes, changing into sweats, and unwinding with a podcast. My fingers brushed against something unexpected. It was not my keys. It was not my lipstick. It was a small, smooth object, tucked deep inside the main compartment of my bag, nestled against the lining. My heart gave a little thump. What was that? I pulled my hand out, my keys now forgotten. I unzipped the main compartment, reached in, and pulled out a small, clear plastic baggie. It was no bigger than my thumb, sealed shut, and inside a fine, white powder. My breath hitched. My mind immediately went to the worst-case scenario. Drugs. Who? How? Why? I stood there, frozen on my doorstep, the cool metal of my keys digging into my palm. My first thought was that I must have picked it up somewhere. Somehow, maybe it fell out of someone's pocket on the street. Or it was in the bar. But no, the baggie was securely sealed, and it was tucked away, not just loosely floating around. It had been placed there, and then the realization hit me like a physical blow. The only time my purse had been out of my sight was at the copper kettle, when I would gone to the restroom, when Mark had been watching it. My hand started trembling. The white powder in the baggie seemed to glow eerily under the dim porch light. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it. Was it a joke, a mistake, or something far more sinister? I finally managed to unlock my door and practically stumbled inside, slamming the door shut and locking it with a frantic click. I leaned against it, my heart hammering against my ribs. My apartment, usually a sanctuary, suddenly felt like a cage. I dropped my keys on the floor, still clutching the baggie. I walked over to my kitchen counter, placing the baggie gently on the pristine white surface. It looked so innocuous, so innocent, just a little white powder. But the implications were anything but. My mind was a whirlwind of questions, suspicions, and a cold, creeping dread. Was it a date rape drug? Had Mark intended to use it on me? But why put it in my purse? Why not just slip it into my drink? This did not make sense. If he wanted to drug me, he had ample opportunity. He could have done it when I stepped away from the table to order our second round, or when I was distracted by a passing conversation. But he had not. He would put it in my bag. Or was it something else entirely? Something to frame me. Something to scare me. I stared at the powder, my mind trying to conjure up any logical explanation. Maybe it was not Mark. Maybe someone else at the bar, a stranger, had slipped it in. But that felt even more unlikely. My bag was tucked away. It would have taken intent, a deliberate action, and the timing right after I left it with Mark. My paranoia, the kind I thought I would finally buried, resurfaced with vengeance. The previous online stalking incident flashed through my mind. The feeling of being watched, analyzed, known. This felt like that, but amplified, made real, tangible. This was not just a screen anymore. This was a physical object, a threat. In my own home, I instinctively pulled out my phone. My thumb hovered over Mark's contact. What would I even say? Hey, great date. But did you happen to slip a bag of mysterious white powder into my purse? It sounded insane. He would deny it, of course, or worse. He would turn it around on me. I decided against calling him. Not yet. I needed to think. I needed to understand what this was. I went to the bathroom, washed my hands thoroughly, scrubbing them as if the powder itself was a contaminant. I came back and stared at the baggie again. I picked it up carefully, holding it by the very corner of the plastic. I brought it closer to my nose, sniffing cautiously. No distinct smell. Not sweet, not acrid, just nothing. It looked like flour, or maybe finely ground sugar, but it did not feel like either. It was too fine, too uniform. My phone buzzed. I jumped, nearly dropping the baggie. It was a text from Mark. Just got home. Had a really wonderful time. Sarah, hope you did too. Let me know when you are free again. My stomach churned. His text, so normal, so innocent, now felt sinister. Was he playing a game? Was this some twisted test? A chill ran down my spine. I did not reply. I could not. I spent the next few hours pacing my apartment. The baggie of powder sitting on the counter, like a ticking time bomb. I tried to rationalize. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe it was just something benign. But the knot in my stomach told me otherwise. Finally, I decided I could not just sit there. I needed answers. I pulled out my laptop and started searching. White powder in purse. Mysterious powder date. What to do with unknown substance. The results were a terrifying mix of drug-related articles, reports of date rape drugs, and even some obscure chemical attack scenarios. None of it fit perfectly. I considered calling the police, but what would I tell them? A guy I went on a Tinder date with might have put some powder in my purse, but I do not know what it is or why he did it. They would probably laugh me off the phone, or at best, tell me to dispose of it and be more careful. I had no proof, no tangible threat, just a gut feeling and a tiny bag of white stuff. Then I remember a friend of a friend who worked in a lab, not a forensic lab, but a general chemistry lab. It was a long shot, but maybe they could identify it, or at least tell me if it was dangerous. I dug through my contacts, found her number, and sent a hesitant text, carefully omitting the more alarming details. Hey, weird question, but I found a small amount of unknown white powder, and I am a bit concerned. Do you know anyone who could do a quick, anonymous analysis? The waiting was agonizing. Every creak of my apartment building, every car passing outside, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I kept checking my locks, peering through the peephole. I even pulled the blinds down, feeling like I was under surveillance. My mind kept replaying the date, searching for any other clues, any other red flags I might have missed. Mark's observant comment, his knowledge of my coffee order, the way his eyes seemed to linger a moment too long sometimes. It all coalesced into a terrifying mosaic of suspicion. The next morning, my friend's friend, Sarah, texted back. She said she could take A. Look, no promises, but she would do what she could. I felt a tiny sliver of hope, a desperate grasp for control. I carefully sealed the baggie inside another, larger plastic bag, then put it in a small, discreet envelope. I drove to her lab, heart pounding the entire way. feeling like I was transporting a hazardous material. I handed it over with as much composure as I could muster, giving her a vague story about finding it during a clean-out. She nodded, her expression unreadable, and told me she would call me in a few days. The days that followed were a blur of anxiety. I did not reply to Mark's text, which eventually stopped. He did not call. His silence was almost as unnerving as his presence. I tried to go about my normal routine work. Groceries, gym, but everything felt off kilter. I felt exposed, vulnerable. Every stranger on the street seemed to look at me a little too long. Every shadow seemed to hold a hidden threat. Then the weird stuff started happening. It began subtly. My Tinder profile, which I had not deleted yet, suddenly had a new photo, not one I would uploaded. It was an old photo, one from a private album on my phone, a selfie I would taken years ago, laughing with a friend at a park. How could that happen? I had not linked Tinder to my phone's photo library in that way. I immediately deleted the photo, then deleted my entire Tinder profile. My heart was thumping. This was too much like the previous incident, the one that had shattered my world. The feeling of someone being in my digital space, manipulating it. A few days later, I came home from work to find my apartment door slightly ajar. Not wide open, but just enough that the latch had not caught. I always double-check my lock. Always. I stood there for a long moment, my hand on the cold doorknob, my breath catching in my throat. I pushed it open slowly, my eyes scanning every corner. Nothing seemed disturbed. Everything was where I would left it, but the feeling of violation was overwhelming. Someone had been there. I knew it. I installed a cheap security camera that night, pointing it at my front door. I barely slept, jumping at every creak and groan of the old building. I felt like I was losing my mind, spiraling back into the paranoia I would fought so hard to escape. Then came the call from Sarah. Her voice was cautious, almost hesitant. "Hey, Sarah, so, about that powder you gave me." My stomach dropped. "Yeah, what is it?" "Well, it is interesting. It is not any common street drug, that is for sure. And it is not a typical date rape drug either. We ran it through a few tests. It is a synthetic compound, highly purified. A synthetic compound. What does that even mean?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "It means it is not naturally occurring. Someone made this. And the weird thing is, it seems inert, as far as we can tell. It does not have any immediate toxic effects. Does not react with anything we tested it against. It is just powder. Just powder." I repeated, incredulous. "Then why would someone put it in my bag?" Sarah was silent for a moment. "That is the question. Is not it?" My colleague, Dr. Chun, he said it reminded him of some research compounds he would seen. Very specific, molecular structure. He actually recognized a similar compound from an obscure research paper. Something about a new type of marker. A marker. My mind raced. Like a tracking device. "Not exactly," she said, her voice still cautious. "More like a chemical tag. Something that can be detected by specialized equipment, even in minute quantities. Like a signature." The paper was about using these compounds to tag objects or even individuals for long-term observation without their knowledge. It is theoretical, bleeding-edge stuff, mostly used in industrial tracking or wildlife studies, not human applications. My blood ran cold. A chemical tag for long-term observation. Without my knowledge, it was not meant to hurt me. It was meant to find me, to monitor me. "Are you saying someone put this in my bag so they could track me?" I asked, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. I am not saying that definitively. Sarah, she replied, but the compound structure is consistent with that kind of application. It is designed to be persistent, to cling to fabrics, skin, surfaces, and remain detectable for a long time. I hung up the phone, my hand shaking so violently I almost dropped it. A marker, a chemical signature. This was not just paranoia. This was real. Someone had marked me. And then I remembered the copper kettle, the crowded bar, the moment I would left my bag with Mark. It all clicked into place with sickening clarity. He had not put in my drink because he did not want to incapacitate me. He wanted to tag me, to mark me, to make sure he could find me again. Or rather, that they could find me again. The world-shattered incident from before. The online stalker who knew too much, who had manipulated my digital life. It was not just a random creep. It was someone with resources, with knowledge, with a terrifying level of persistence. And now, they had moved from the digital realm to the physical. They had marked me. I looked down at my clothes, the ones I would worn that night. My black dress, my jacket, they were still in the laundry hamper. And my apartment had the powder spread. Was it on my couch, my bed, my skin? The thought made me feel utterly contaminated. I stripped off my clothes, practically tearing them off, and threw them into a trash bag, tying it tightly. I took the longest, hottest shower of my life, scrubbing my skin raw, trying to wash away the invisible residue, the terrifying signature. Afterward, I sat on my bed, wrapped in a towel, staring blankly at the wall. My apartment felt like a giant trap. My life felt like an open book to someone I did not even know. The security camera I would install felt like a joke. What good was a camera at my door when the threat was already inside? When it was on me, I considered leaving, packing a bag and just driving away, disappearing. But where would I go? How far could I run? If this compound was designed to be persistent, to cling to me, then I was already carrying the marker. I was a walking beacon. The next few weeks were a blur of terror. I became obsessed. I bought UV lights, trying to see if the powder glowed, if I could detect it. I scrubbed my apartment from top to bottom, vacuuming every surface, wiping down every corner. I threw away anything I thought might be contaminated. I changed my entire wardrobe, but the feeling never left me. The feeling of being watched, of being tracked. I saw Mark once more. About a month later, I was at the grocery store, pushing my cart through the produce aisle, and I saw him. He was standing by the apples, looking at a list on his phone. He looked up, and our eyes met. He smiled, that same kind, crinkling-eyed smile. My blood ran cold. I froze, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst through my chest. He started to walk towards me, still smiling. I did not wait. I spun my cart around and practically ran out of the store, leaving my half-filled basket behind. I did not look back. I just ran. I have not seen him since, but I still feel it. That subtle shift in the air, that lingering sense of unease. I still check my locks multiple times a night. I still peer through the peephole before opening my door. I still feel like every stranger on the street knows something about me that I do not. The powder is gone. I threw it away, along with the baggie and the envelope. But the fear, the knowledge of what it represented, that is still with me. It is a constant, chilling reminder that my world is not as safe as I once believed, that there are people out there, moving in the shadows, who can reach into your life, into your very being, and leave a mark that you can never truly wash away. And sometimes, late at night, when the city is quiet and the only sound is the hum of my refrigerator, I wonder if they are still watching, if the marker is still active, if I am still glowing, an invisible target, waiting for them to make their next move. Because the thing about a shattered world, it never really goes back together the way it was before. It just stays fractured, and you live with the cracks. My name is Sarah, and I am a graphic designer. My life, for the most part, is pretty ordinary. Or it was until a terrifying online stalking incident turned my world upside down. I am talking full-blown, panic attack inducing, always looking over my shoulder kind of fear. It got so bad that I deleted every single social media account, changed my phone number, and basically went off the grid just to feel safe again. It took months, maybe even a year, to rebuild that sense of security, to feel like I could breathe without constantly checking the shadows. Eventually, I decided to try dating apps again. It felt like a big step, a way to reclaim some normalcy. But I was hyper-vigilant. I screened profiles like a detective, and every single first date was in a public place, well lit, with an escape route planned. I was careful, or so I thought. Then I met Mark on Tinder. His profile was normal, not too flashy, not too vague. He seemed charming, had a good job, and our conversations leading up to the date were easy, lighthearted. I thought, maybe this is it. Maybe I can finally relax a little. Our first date was at the Copper Kettle, a cozy little coffee shop with just the right amount of background noise. It was going well, really well, until it was not. He would make these comments, just little throwaway lines, that would send a chill down my spine. Things like, "Oh, you really like that obscure indie band. Do not you? I remember you mentioned them in a forum once." Or, "You are from Springfield, right? I heard it was tough growing up there, especially after your family moved." Nothing I would ever told him. Nothing that was easily discoverable from my very sparse Tinder profile. I just brushed it off as in being observant. Or maybe I had mentioned it in some long-forgotten online space. I was trying to be optimistic, trying to believe in the good. Then came the moment that, in hindsight, was the beginning of the end of my piece. I had to use the restroom. I hesitated for a second, but it felt awkward to take my purse with me. It was a big, heavy tote, full of my laptop and design supplies. So, I left it with him, just for a few minutes. He smiled, a perfectly normal, reassuring smile, and I walked away. Later that night, back in my apartment, I was unpacking my purse. I pulled out my laptop, my sketch pad, my wallet, and that is when I found it, tucked deep inside a small, zippered pocket. A pocket I rarely used. Was a tiny, clear plastic baggie. Inside, a small amount of white powder. My heart pounded so hard I could hear it in my ears. What was this? Drugs. Why was it in my purse? I had not put it there. The only person who had been alone with my purse was Mark. A cold dread seeped into my bones. Was he trying to frame me? Was it some kind of sick test? Or was it something else entirely? I stared at the baggie, my mind racing, 1,000 terrifying scenarios flashing through my head. I felt sick to my stomach. I threw the baggie away, flushing it down the toilet without a second thought. I did not want it in my apartment. I did not want to know what it was. And I certainly did not want any evidence of it. I told myself it was a mistake, a misunderstanding. Maybe it fell out of his pocket when he was reaching for something, and somehow landed in my bag. It was a flimsy excuse, even to my own ears, but I was desperate to believe it. I wanted to believe that the charming, normal Mark was exactly who he seemed. The alternative was too terrifying to contemplate, especially after what I would already been through. I did not hear from Mark that night. I barely slept. Every shadow seemed to hold a thread. Every creak of my old apartment building sent a jolt of fear through me. The next morning, my phone buzzed. It was a text from Mark. "Hey, Sarah, had a really great time last night. You are even more interesting in person. We should definitely do it again soon." My fingers hovered over the keyboard. My stomach churned. A part of me, the part that craved connection and normalcy, wanted to respond positively. But the other part, the hyper, cautious, traumatized part, screamed at me to run. I decided to play it cool. I needed answers, even if I did not know what questions to ask. "Hey, Mark, I had a good time too. Thanks for the coffee." I typed, trying to sound casual. "Busy week ahead, but maybe next weekend." He responded almost immediately. "Sounds good. Let me know when you are free. And hey, I hope you found everything okay in your purse last night. I noticed it was a bit open when you left for the restroom, so I just tucked it back in for you." My blood ran cold. He knew it was open. He knew he had access. My flimsy excuse about the baggie falling out his pocket shattered. He had not just had access, he had interfered. He had gone into my purse. The implications were chilling. For the next few days, I was a wreck. I kept replaying the date, his comments, the feeling of leaving my purse with him. Every time my phone buzzed, I jumped. I screened his calls, only responding to texts, trying to keep him at arm's length while simultaneously trying to figure him out. He was relentlessly charming, always sending thoughtful messages, asking about my work, my day. He seemed perfect, too perfect. The odd comments continued, subtly at first. "How's that client project coming along? The one with the tricky gradient effect." He would text. I had not told him about any specific client projects, let alone the technical details. I would just say, "Oh, it is going well. Thanks," and change the subject. But the unease was growing, a persistent itch under my skin that I could not scratch. I started to feel like I was being watched. My apartment, which had once been my sanctuary, now felt exposed. I would pull back the blinds and scan the street, convinced I would see him. I checked my locks a dozen times a day. I even bought a small security camera for my front door, just in case. I was back to square one. The paranoia of my past stalking incident flooding back with a vengeance. One evening, I was working late on a new client project logo design for a local bakery called the Daily Crumb. It was a complex design, with intricate layers and a specific font I would spend hours customizing. My computer, a powerful desktop I would built myself for graphic design, suddenly froze. Not just a little lag, but a complete, unresponsive lockup. I tried everything, but nothing worked. Finally, I had to do a hard reboot. When it powered back on, everything seemed normal. But as I opened my design software, I noticed something off. A folder on my desktop, labeled Client Concepts Old, which I knew I had not created. Inside were some very old, very rough drafts of a project from months ago. Drafts I had deleted ages ago. My stomach dropped. How were they back? And why were they in a new folder I did not recognize? My mind immediately jumped to Mark. Could he have done something? But how? He would never been to my apartment. He would never had direct access to my computer. Or had he? A wave of cold dread washed over me. I immediately opened my security settings. I checked my network activity. Nothing obvious, but the feeling persisted. I decided, right then and there, that I needed to change all my passwords. Every single one. Starting with my computer's login password. I went through the laborious process, creating a new, complex password for my desktop, my email, my cloud storage, everything. I felt a tiny bit of relief, a small victory against the creeping paranoia. At least now, my digital fortress was secure, or so I hoped. The next day, Mark texted me, "Hey Sarah, busy day at work. How's your bakery logo coming along? The one for the Daily Crumb." My blood ran colder than ice. I stared at the message, my hands trembling. The Daily Crumb. I had never mentioned that client to him. Not once. It was a new project, and I had not even posted anything about it online. I had not discussed it with anyone outside of my close friends and the client themselves. Before I could even process that, another text came through from him. Just wondering if you managed to fix that gradient issue you were having yesterday. I saw you were struggling with it on your desktop. My breath hitched. My heart hammered against my ribs. He saw it on my desktop. Not only did he know the name of a private client project, but he knew a specific technical detail about my work. A detail only visible if you were looking at my computer screen. It was like a switch flipped in my brain. A horrifying realization that shattered every remaining shred of doubt. He did not just know me from some old forum post. He had not just accidentally put drugs in my purse. He had been inside my computer. He knew my password. He had been watching me. The dorm password from the prompt, adapted for my graphic designer life, had just slapped me in the face with terrifying force. He knew my computer password, my personal, private, gateway to my entire life password, without me ever telling him. A scream built in my throat, but it never escaped. I just sat there, paralyzed, staring at the text, the words blurring before my eyes. How? How could he have known? Then, the memories clicked into place. Pieces of a horrifying puzzle falling together. The odd comments on the date. The specific details about my past. The way he would have been alone with my purse. He must have installed something. A keylogger perhaps. Or somehow cloned my phone. Or used some other terrifying method to gain access. And when he had my purse, he must have found something that gave him the initial access. Or maybe he saw me type my password somewhere. Somehow, it did not matter how. The fact was, he had it. He had been inside my digital life, rifling through my files, watching my work, seeing my private information. The feeling of violation was overwhelming, far worse than the original stalking incident, because this time, it was personal. He had breached my most intimate space, my creative sanctuary, my source of livelihood. I felt a primal urge to smash my computer, to rip it apart, to destroy any trace of his intrusion. But I knew that would not solve anything. He was out there. He knew me. I did not respond to his texts. I blocked his number immediately. I deleted Tinder. I even reset my computer to factory settings, reinstalling everything from scratch, a painstaking process that took days. I changed every password again, making them even more complex, using two-factor authentication on everything. I installed new, heavy-duty security software, but the feeling of being watched never truly left me. Every time my phone buzzed, I flinched. Every time I heard a strange noise outside my apartment, my heart leaped into my throat. I installed more cameras, not just at my door, but inside my apartment, pointing toward my windows. I bought self-defense classes. I told my friends about Mark, about the powder, about the password, about everything. They were horrified, urging me to go to the police. But what could I tell them? My Tinder date knew my computer password and implied he was watching me work. It sounded insane. I had no physical evidence, only a gut feeling and a series of chilling coincidences. The powder was gone. The texts, while creepy, were not direct threats. I knew, from my previous experience, how difficult it was to prove online stalking, especially when the stalker was careful. I never saw Mark again in person, but sometimes, when I am working late, and my computer flickers for a split second, or a file takes a moment too long to load, a cold shiver runs down my spine. I wonder if he is still out there, lurking in the digital shadows, watching. I wonder if he ever tried to log into my computer again, only to find himself locked out by my new, impenetrable password. I am still Sarah, the graphic designer, but I am also Sarah, the woman who learned that some horrors do not just lurk in the dark corners of the internet. Sometimes, they were a charming smile, meet you for coffee, and then quietly, insidiously, invade your life in ways you never thought possible, leaving you forever wondering who, or what, is truly behind the screen. And that, my friends, is a horror that never truly ends. Hey everyone, it is Sarah here. You might remember my last story, or maybe you are just tuning in. Either way, I need to tell you what happened next. After what I went through, I thought I was done with dating, done with trusting, but a part of me, a stupid, hopeful part, wanted to believe in normal again. And that is where Mark came in. We had that first date at the Copper Kettle. He was charming, attentive, almost too perfect. But then he started making these comments. These unsettlingly specific observations about my past, about obscure interests I had not shared with anyone. My heart started thumping then, that familiar drumbeat of dread. And then, the purse. I left it with him for just a few minutes when I went to the restroom. Later that night, back in the supposed safety of my apartment, I found it, a tiny baggie of white powder, tucked deep inside a rarely used pocket. My blood ran cold. I flushed it, desperate to believe it was a mistake, a mix-up, anything but what my gut was screaming. I tried to rationalize it away, to convince myself that maybe I would picked up a stray bag at the cafe, or that it was just nothing. But the truth was, I knew it was not a mistake. That kind of thing does not just happen. The next morning, Mark called. My phone buzzed on the nightstand, and I jumped. His name, bright and cheerful, flashed on the screen. It was 8 a.m., too early for a casual check-in, but just late enough to seem spontaneous. I stared at it, my heart hammering against my ribs. It felt like a trap, like a test. Would I answer? Would I pretend everything was fine? I let it ring, then send him to voicemail. A few minutes later, a text popped up. Hey Sarah, had such a great time last night. You are amazing. Thinking about you. Want to grab coffee later. My fingers hovered over the keyboard. My rational brain, the one that had survived a year off-grid, screamed, block him, delete, run. But there was this other part of me, this morbid curiosity, this need to understand. Was he really this oblivious? Or was he playing a game? Was he testing my boundaries? Seeing how far he could push before I broke. I typed out a reply, my hand shaking slightly. Hey Mark. Yeah, I had a good time too. Coffee sounds good. What time? I know. You are probably thinking, Sarah, what are you doing? Believe me, I was thinking the same thing. but after being stalked, after living in fear for so long, there was this desperate need to not be a victim anymore, to confront, to understand, to take back some semblance of control. Or maybe I was just incredibly stupid. A little bit of both. Probably, he replied instantly. Awesome. How about 2 p.m. at that little place near the park? And speaking of getting away from it all, I was thinking, I have this super secret, amazing camping spot, totally off the grid. Ever been camping? My blood ran cold again. Camping, off the grid, with a man who somehow knew things he should not, and who might have planted drugs in my purse. Every alarm bell in my head went off, blaring. This was not just a red flag, it was a giant crimson banner flapping in a hurricane. But then he followed up with another text, almost as if he could read my mind. Totally understand if it is not your thing. Just thought it would be a cool adventure. No pressure at all. Of course. Coffee is great too. That is the thing about manipulators. Is not it? They always leave you an out. A little escape hatch. So you feel like you are making the choice yourself. It is never a direct command. Always a suggestion, an invitation. And in that moment, for some ungodly reason, that no pressure made me consider it even more. I told him I would think about the camping. We did get coffee that afternoon. He was, again, the perfect gentleman. He talked about his job, his hobbies, his family. He listened intently when I spoke, making eye contact, smiling genuinely. He did not bring up anything specific about my past. He did not mention the baggie. It was like the previous night's unsettling moments had never happened. He was just Mark, charming, normal Mark. And that is what truly terrified me. The normalcy, the way he could switch it on and off. Over the next few days, he kept mentioning the camping trip. Not pushy, just weaving it into conversation. You know, I have been thinking about that spot in the redwoods. It is so peaceful, totally clears your head. Or I could teach you how to set up a tent. It is not as hard as it looks. I started to do my own digging. I looked up his name, Mark Jensen. Common enough. I found a LinkedIn profile vague. Corporate, nothing personal. A few old social media accounts, mostly dormant, showing generic vacation photos or shared articles. Nothing that screamed stalker or drug planner. Nothing that explained how he knew about my obscure interests. It was like he was a ghost online. Just enough presence to seem real, but not enough to reveal anything substantial. My friends were split. My closest friend, Chloe, was vehemently against it. Sarah, no. Are you insane? After everything, do not you dare go into the woods with a man who gives you the creeps. My other friend, Lisa, was more pragmatic. If you're going to, go. Be smart. Share your location. Check in constantly. Carry pepper spray. I decided to go. Yes, I know. I am an idiot. But it was not just curiosity. It was a perverse sense of defiance. I would spend a year hiding, running. I wanted to face this. I wanted to prove to myself that I could handle it, that I was not weak, that I would not be a victim again. And deep down, a tiny, foolish part of me still wanted to believe it was all a misunderstanding. So I told Mark I would go. He was ecstatic, amazing. This is going to be incredible. Sarah, you will love it. Just us, the stars, and the trees. I spent the week leading up to the trip in a strange state of hypervigilance. I bought a new, powerful headlamp, a portable charger for my phone, a small, but sharp, utility knife, and a fresh can of pepper spray. I packed emergency rations, a first aid kit, and a satellite phone, just in case my regular cell service died, which, knowing the remote locations Mark was talking about, was a given. I even bought one of those personal alarms that emits a piercing shriek. More importantly, I meticulously planned my escape route. I downloaded offline maps of the entire region. I told Chloe exactly where we were supposedly going, the name of the nearest town, the general direction. I told her if she did not hear from me by Sunday evening, to call the police. I made her promise. She looked at me like I was signing my own death warrant, but she promised. Saturday morning, Mark pulled up to my apartment in a sleek, dark SUV. It was spotless, almost too new. He had a big, friendly smile on his face, a baseball cap pulled low, and a pair of expensive-looking sunglasses. He seemed wholesome. It was unsettling. Ready for an adventure. "Sarah," he asked, his voice light and cheerful. I forced a smile. "As I will ever be." He loaded my backpack into the back with surprising ease, as if it weighed nothing. I noticed his gear was top of the line. Military grade, almost. Not what you would expect from a casual camper. The drive started out pleasant enough. We talked about inconsequential things: music, movies, the weather. He was easy to talk to, and for a while, I almost forgot my apprehension. Almost. But then, as we drove further out of the city, the buildings gave way to suburbs, then small towns, then vast stretches of open highway and dense forest. The self-service bars on my phone started to dwindle. "So, where exactly are we headed?" I asked, trying to sound casual. Mark chuckled. "It is a surprise. A really special place. You will see." My stomach tightened. "Is it a designated campsite? Or, oh, it is way better than that," he said, glancing at me in the rear-view mirror. His sunglasses hid his eyes, but I felt the intensity of his gaze. "It is a place only a few people know about. Untouched. Pure wilderness." We drove for hours. The roads became narrower, less maintained. Potholes appeared, and the asphalt eventually gave way to gravel, then to a dirt track, trees pressing on both sides, their branches reaching over the road like skeletal fingers. The sunlight, once bright and inviting, now struggled to penetrate the dense canopy, casting the forest in an eerie, perpetual twilight. My phone finally gave up the ghost, displaying a stark no service message. I tried to act nonchalant, stuffing it back into my pocket, but a cold knot of fear began to form in my gut. "Almost there," Mark announced, his voice still cheerful. But somehow, it sounded different out here. Less human, more something else. He took a sharp turn off the main dirt track, onto what looked like an animal trail, barely wide enough for the SUV. Branches scraped against the sides of the vehicle, making a harsh, tearing sound. We bumped and jostled our way deeper into the woods, the sounds of civilization fading completely, replaced by the rustle of leaves and the distant calls of unseen birds. Finally, he stopped. The silence that descended was absolute, heavy, almost suffocating. We were in a small clearing, surrounded on all sides by towering, ancient trees. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and pine needles. Sunlight filtered down in weak, dappled patches. It was not a campsite. There were no fire rings, no picnic tables, no sign of human presence. Just an endless expanse of forest. "Welcome," Mark said, turning to me, his smile wide and unsettling in the dim light. He took off his sunglasses, revealing eyes that, for a fleeting moment, seemed to glitter with an unreadable intensity. to my secret sanctuary. I stepped out of the SUV, my boots sinking slightly into the soft earth. The air was colder here, much colder than it had been on the drive. I looked around, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. My eyes scanned the tree line, searching for anything familiar, anything that could give me a sense of direction. But there was nothing, just trees, miles and miles of them. It is beautiful. I managed, my voice a little hoarse. I tried to sound impressed, but I was terrified. Mark seemed pleased. He started unloading the gear. He worked with an efficiency that was almost frightening. He knew exactly where everything was, exactly how to set up the tent, exactly how to build a fire from the damp wood. He moved through the wilderness like he was born there, like he belonged. As he was setting up the tent, I decided to take a quick walk, just to get my bearings, to stretch my legs. I am just going to explore a little. Stretch my legs. I called out, "Do not go too far." "Sarah," he said, without looking up. His voice was calm, but there was an underlying current of something I could not quite place. A warning, a command. I walked away from the clearing, trying to appear casual, but my senses were on high alert. I noticed small things, a faint, almost imperceptible trail leading deeper into the woods, barely visible beneath the fallen leaves. And then, nailed to a massive oak tree, half hidden by overgrown moss, I saw it, a faded, weathered piece of paper, a missing person poster. The ink was blurred by rain and time, but I could make out the words missing. A blurry photo of a young woman, her smile frozen in time, a name Emily Carter, and a date last seen July 2018. My blood ran cold. This was not just a remote spot. People had gone missing here. My mind raced back to Chloe, to the promise she made. I had given her a general area, but this was truly off the map. I quickly turned away, pretending I had not seen it. I walked back to the clearing, trying to compose myself. Mark was stoking the fire, the flames already licking greedily at the kindling. He looked up, his face illuminated by the flickering light. "Find anything interesting?" he asked, a strange glint in his eyes. "Just trees." I lied, forcing a smile. He chuckled. "These woods have a lot of stories. Sarah, a lot of secrets." That night, around the campfire, Mark started talking. He told stories about the local legends, about the history of the area. He spoke of pioneers who had vanished without a trace, of hikers who had wandered off the trail and were never seen again. And then he started talking about the missing person cases. "You know, there's been quite a few folks who've just disappeared out here," he said, his voice low and mesmerizing. "Tourists, adventurers, even a few locals who thought they knew these woods like the back of their hand." He mentioned names: Emily, Carter, David Miller. Sarah's heart hammered. He knew the names from the posters. He knew. "It is fascinating, is not it?" he continued, staring into the flames. "How easily a person can just vanish. No trace, like they were never here." He looked at me then, his eyes reflecting the firelight, making them seem deep and fathomless. Makes you wonder what happened to them. Does not it? I swallowed hard. It is unsettling. "Oh, it is," he agreed, a slow, predatory smile spreading across his face. "But also, in a strange way, beautiful. The wilderness takes back what belongs to it." I barely slept that night. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sounded like footsteps. The distant howls of what sounded like coyotes, or something larger, echoed through the trees, chilling me to the bone. I clutched my utility knife, my pepper spray, and the personal alarm, keeping them close. I kept my headlamp on low, just enough to illuminate the inside of my tent. The next morning, the air was crisp and cold. Mark was already up, making coffee. He seemed to be in high spirits, humming a cheerful tune. He acted as if the previous night's conversation about missing people had been nothing more than a campfire story. "Sleep well," he asked, offering me a steaming mug, like a log. I lied, taking a cautious sip. He suggested we go for a hike. There's a beautiful overlook not far from here. You can see for miles. I agreed, needing to move, needing to see if I could find any landmarks. Any way out. I made sure to leave my satellite phone charging in the tent, just in case. We walked for what felt like hours. Mark led the way, navigating the dense undergrowth with effortless grace. He pointed out different plants, identified bird calls, seemed to know every root and stone on the path. He was in his element. I, on the other hand, felt increasingly lost, the trees closing in around me, each one looking identical to the last. We reached the overlook. It was a rocky outcrop, offering a breathtaking view of the endless forest stretching out to the horizon. It was beautiful, but it also emphasized just how isolated we were. There was nothing but trees, mountains, and sky. No roads, no houses, no signs of life. As we stood there, Mark put an arm around my waist, pulling me closer. His touch, which had felt comforting on our first date, now felt like a vice. "Is not this incredible? Sarah," he whispered, his breath warm against my ear. "Just us. No one else for miles." I tried to pull away subtly, but his grip tightened. "It is," I said, my voice barely a whisper. He leaned in closer. "You know, I have been watching you, Sarah, for a while now." My blood ran cold. The air seemed to freeze around me. This was it. The mask was off. "What do you mean?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady, but it trembled betrayingly. He chuckled, a low, guttural sound that sent shivers down my spine. "Oh, you know, ever since that incident with your last admirer, I followed the story. You are very resilient, very clever. I knew you would be special." My mind reeled. He knew about my past stalking. He knew me. The puzzle pieces clicked into place, forming a terrifying picture. The specific comments, the purse, the isolated location. He was not just a random Tinder match. He was connected. He was the next one. Or perhaps he was the first one, the one who had orchestrated it all. You were the one." I stammered, my voice barely audible. He squeezed my waist, his fingers digging into my side. "Not exactly. I just took an interest. I saw an opportunity. You were so vulnerable, Sarah, so afraid. It was almost a shame to let you go." He pulled me tighter, turning me to face him. His eyes, devoid of any warmth, stared into mine. "But then you started dating again, putting yourself out there. And I thought, no, that won't do. You need to be protected. You need to be kept." My heart was racing, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. I had to get away. "Now, Mark," I said, trying to sound calm, trying to reason with him. This is not right. Let's just go back to camp. We can talk about this." He smiled, a chilling, humorless smile. "Oh, we are not going back to that camp. Sarah, not yet. We have so much more to explore." He gestured vaguely into the endless expanse of trees. "This forest has many secrets. And you, my dear, are about to become one of them. My mind screamed. I remembered Chloe, my promises, my escape plan. But all of that seemed impossibly far away now. I was alone, deep in the wilderness, with a man who was clearly deranged. As he moved to pull me further into the woods, I saw my chance. He had momentarily loosened his grip to point. With a surge of adrenaline, I brought my knee up as hard as I could, aiming for his groin. He grunted, his eyes widening in surprise, and his grip on me faltered. It was not a clean hit, but it was enough. I twisted out of his grasp, fumbling for the pepper spray in my pocket. "You little bitch," he snarled, his voice no longer charming, but laced with pure rage. He lunged for me, but I was faster. I pulled out the can and sprayed. A cloud of orange mist exploded in his face. He screamed, a raw, animal sound, clutching his eyes. "Run, Sarah, run," my inner voice shrieked. I did not hesitate. I turned and ran. Not back toward the direction we came from, but deeper into the woods, away from him, away from the overlook. I ran blindly, crashing through undergrowth, stumbling over roots, the piercing screams of Mark fading behind me. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I pushed myself harder. I did not know where I was going, only that I had to put as much distance as possible between myself and him. I heard him yelling, his voice distorted by pain and fury, calling my name. "Sarah, you can't hide from me. I know these woods. I know where you will go." His words fueled my terror. He knew these woods. I did not. I was lost. Completely, utterly lost. I ran until my legs gave. How? Until I collapsed, gasping for breath, behind a thick cluster of ferns. My heart hammered so hard, I thought it would burst through my chest. The sounds of the forest, once just background noise, now seemed menacing. Every rustle, every snap, a potential threat. I tried to get my bearings. The sun was starting to dip below the horizon, casting long, eerie shadows. Night was coming, and I was alone. No phone, no map, no idea which way was out. I could hear him again, not screaming now, but calling my name, his voice low and chillingly calm. "Sarah, come out. Come out, wherever you are." He was hunting me. I forced myself up, my muscles screaming in protest. I had to keep moving. I had to find a way out. I remembered the missing person posters, the names: Emily Carter, David Miller. Was I going to be the next name on a faded piece of paper, nailed to a tree in this forgotten forest? I stumbled on, the darkness deepening with every step. The trees became monstrous shapes, their branches like grasping claws. I could hear him getting closer, the sound of snapping twigs, the heavy tread of his boots. He was not running. He was stalking. I did not know if I would make it out. I did not know if anyone would ever find me. But I knew one thing: I would not go down without a fight. Not again. Not ever again. The last thing I heard before the darkness fully enveloped the forest was his voice. Very close now, almost a whisper in the wind. "Gotcha. Sarah, this happened to a buddy of mine, or rather, an acquaintance. Let us call him Alex. Alex was like a lot of us. You know, mid-20s, decent job. Lived in a city where dating was less about meeting people organically and more about meticulously curating a profile that screamed, 'I am interesting, but not too interesting.' And I definitely do not live in my mom's basement." He would have his share of awkward coffee dates, a few decent ones, and a couple of absolute train wrecks. Nothing particularly memorable, good or bad, just the usual grind. One night, probably a Tuesday, because Tuesdays are peak swipe until your thumb cramps hours. Alex was doing his thing, scrolling through profiles, a mix of gym selfies, travel pics, and the obligatory holding a fish I caught shots. And then he saw her, Lena. Her profile was sparse. No cheesy bio, no list of hobbies, just a single emoji of black heart. Her pictures were good, though not overly filtered, but artfully taken. She had these striking, dark eyes, a sharp jawline, and a faint, almost mischievous smile. There was something intriguing about her, a quiet confidence that stood out from the sea of overly enthusiastic bios. Alex, ever the optimist, swiped right, match. He felt a little ping of excitement. She messaged first, which was a nice change. Just a simple, "Hey." Alex, trying to be cool, replied, "Hey yourself," digging the mysterious vibe. She responded almost immediately, "Mystery is fun, is not it?" And that was pretty much how their initial conversations went. Short, cryptic, almost playful. She never really answered questions directly, always deflecting with another question or a vague, philosophical statement. It was frustrating, but also captivating. Alex found himself more invested than he usually was. Most Tinder conversations fizzled out after a few days. But with Lena, there was this slow burn, this tantalizing hint of something beneath the surface. He tried to suggest meeting up a few times, coffee, drinks, a walk in the park. Each time, she would politely sidestep it. Soon, she would say, "When the time is right." It went on for almost 2 weeks. 2 weeks of these strange, almost poetic exchanges. Alex was starting to think she was either a bot, a catfish, or just incredibly high maintenance. He was about to give up when, one Thursday evening, a message popped up, ready to meet. "Alex," he typed back, "absolutely. Where and when?" Her reply came quickly my place. "It is a bit unconventional. I am renovating, so it is not exactly pristine, but it is interesting." She then sent an address. Alex pulled up Google Maps. The address was in an older part of the city, a neighborhood that had seen better days. A lot of the buildings there were historical, but many were also abandoned or in various states of disrepair, waiting for some developer to swoop in. It was not exactly the kind of place you would expect a Tinder date to live, especially one who seemed to have a flair for the artistic. A small voice in the back of his head, the one that usually got ignored, whispered, "Red flag." But Alex, fueled by curiosity and the undeniable allure of Lena's mystery, rationalized it away. Unconventional. She would said, renovating. Maybe she was an artist, a bohemian type who saw beauty in decay. Or maybe she was just trying to be edgy. Whatever it was, his interest was piqued. He confirmed, feeling a mix of anticipation and a faint, almost imperceptible tremor of unease. Saturday night rolled around. Alex dressed casually but nicely, grabbed a bottle of decent wine, a peace offering for the renovating, chaos, and headed out. The address led him down a few increasingly quiet streets. The streetlights here were dimmer, spaced further apart. The houses were mostly dark, some boarded up. The air felt heavy, stagnant. He pulled up to the curb. The building Lena had described was well. It was exactly as he would imagine, and yet somehow worse. It was a massive, old Victorian-style house, 3 stories tall, with a crumbling stone foundation and a sagging porch. The paint was peeling off in sheets, revealing layers of faded blues and grays. Most of the windows were dark, some broken, others boarded up. A few still had grimy, lace curtains hanging limply behind them, like forgotten ghosts. It looked less like a home undergoing renovation and more like a derelict monument to a forgotten past. Alex sat in his car for a moment, the engine still running, the faint glow of his dashboard lights illuminating his face. He stared at the house. No lights anywhere, no sounds, just the oppressive silence of the street. His gut was screaming at him now, a full-blown siren. This was a bad idea, a really bad idea. He could just drive away. No one would know. He could text Lena later, make an excuse. But then he thought of her pictures. Those dark, captivating eyes, that almost smile. He thought of their cryptic conversations. The build-up. He would come all this way. And what if she was just eccentric? What if he was missing out on something truly unique? He sighed, killed the engine, and grabbed the wine bottle. All right, Alex, he muttered to himself. Adventure time. He walked up the cracked flagstone path. Weeds grew thick between the stones, brushing against his ankles. The air was cool, carrying the scent of damp earth, and something else, something metallic and faintly sweet, like old blood mixed with decaying flowers. He told himself it was just the smell of an old house. The front door was a heavy, dark oak, scarred and weathered. No doorbell. He knocked. The sound echoed hollowly, a deep thud that seemed to reverberate through the entire structure. He waited. Nothing. He knocked again. Harder this time. Still nothing. He pulled out his phone, ready to text Lena, when he noticed the door was not quite shut. There was a thin sliver of darkness visible where the frame met the door. He pushed gently. The door swung inward with a low groan, revealing a black void. Lena, he called out, his voice sounding thin and reedy in the sudden. Vastness. Silence. Just the creaking of the old house. Settling around him, he hesitated, then stepped inside. The foyer was immense, dark, and utterly devoid of furniture. Dust motes danced in the faint light, filtering through the grimy transom window above the door. The air inside was cold, much colder than outside, and carried that same unsettling, sweet, metallic scent, only stronger now. It clung to the back of his throat. Lena, he tried again, a little louder, a little less, confident. No answer. He pulled out his phone, the screen a beacon in the gloom, and texted her, I am here. Hello. He waited. No reply. He tried calling. It rang once, twice, then went straight to voicemail. Okay. This was officially weird. And not the quirky artist kind of weird. This was the get out now kind of weird. He turned to leave. But as he did, he heard a soft click. He stopped. The heavy oak door, which he had left ajar, had swung shut, not slammed, not creaked, just clicked into place, quietly, firmly. He tried the handle. It turned, but the door did not open. He jiggled it, pushed, pulled. It was locked. He was locked in. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced through him. He pounded on the door, yelling Lena's name, yelling for anyone. His voice bounced off the high ceilings and faded into the oppressive silence. He fumbled for his phone, his fingers trembling, to call 911. No service. Of course. He took a deep, shaky breath, trying to calm himself. Okay, Alex, think. This is a house. There has to be another way out. He was not going to panic. Not yet. He activated his phone's flashlight and swept it around the foyer. The walls were covered in faded, peeling wallpaper, depicting scenes of nature, birds, trees, flowers now distorted and grim under layers of grime. A grand staircase, its banister intricately carved but covered in a thick blanket of dust, curved upwards into the darkness. To his left and right were archways leading into other rooms. He chose the archway to his left, stepping into what looked like a dilapidated living room. The floorboards groaned beneath his weight. His flashlight beam cut through the darkness, revealing more emptiness. No furniture, just shadows. He moved slowly, cautiously, his senses on high alert. Every creak of the house, every rustle of the wind outside, made him jump. He noticed something on the floor, half hidden beneath a pile of dust. He knelt, shining his light closer. It was a child's drawing, crumpled and faded, a stick figure family, holding hands, smiling, a son with a cheerful face in the corner. It was so out of place, so innocent, that it made the hairs on his arms stand up. Why was this here, in this abandoned, creepy house? He stood, feeling a prickle of unease on the back of his neck, the sensation of being watched. He quickly scanned the room, then the hallway, then the archway he would just come through. Nothing, just shadows. He told himself it was his imagination. Fueled by fear, he moved into the next room. A dining room, perhaps. Here, the floorboards were even more rotten, some broken through completely, revealing the dark abyss of the basement below. He skirted carefully around them, his flashlight beam dancing across the walls. He saw faint outlines where paintings might have once hung, now just lighter squares on the peeling wallpaper. And then he heard it, a faint sound, like a whisper. It was so soft, so ethereal. He almost dismissed it as the wind, but it seemed to come from within the house, not outside. It sounded like a name. His name, Alex. His blood ran cold. He froze, straining his ears, his flashlight beam fixed on the far wall. "Hello," he called out, his voice barely a whisper this time. Silence. He waited, heart pounding in his chest, so loud he thought it might give him away. Was Lena playing a twisted game? Was this some elaborate prank? If it was not funny. He decided to check upstairs. Maybe Lena was up there. Maybe she was just messing with him. He started up the grand staircase, each step a loud protest from the old wood. The banister felt rough under his hand, coated in years of dust and grime. He reached the landing, his light beam cutting through the inky blackness. The second floor was a mirror image of the first, a long central hallway with doors leading off to various rooms. The air up here was even colder, and that sweet, metallic scent was stronger. He could almost taste it. He tried the first door, unlocked. He pushed it open. It was a bedroom, stripped bare, but the faint impression of a bed frame was visible on the dusty floor. He swept his light around. Nothing. He tried the next door, another empty room, and the next. As he moved down the hallway, he started to notice things, small things. At first, a faint scuff mark on the otherwise pristine dust layer, suggesting recent movement. A tiny, almost invisible indentation on a windowsill, as if something had rested there. And then he saw it on the floor, near the end of the hallway, was a single, worn shoe, a child's shoe, small, red, and utterly out of place. It looked old, but not decayed like the house. It looked like it had been worn recently. He knelt, picking it up. It felt light, almost too light. He turned it over in his hand. No brand, just a worn-out sole. As he held it, he felt a strange vibration, a faint tremor that seemed to emanate from the shoe itself. Or was it from the floor? He looked up, suddenly aware that the whispering sound was back. closer this time. He could not make out words, but it was definitely multiple voices. Soft, sibilant, like dry leaves rustling. And they were coming from everywhere. From the walls, from the floor, from the ceiling. He dropped the shoe, stumbling backward. His breath caught in his throat. This was not a prank. This was not Lena being quirky. This was something else, something terrifying. He spun around, his flashlight beam cutting wildly through the darkness. He saw it then, a shadow, not his own, not cast by his light, a deeper shadow, detaching itself from the wall at the end of the hallway. A fleeting glimpse of something tall and gaunt, moving with an unnatural fluidity. His heart leaped into his throat. He screamed, a raw, desperate sound that tore through the silence. He did not wait, did not try to rationalize. He turned and bolted, scrambling back down the stairs, tripping over his own feet, not caring about the noise he was making. He just needed to get out. He burst into the foyer, slamming into the locked front door, pounding on it with renewed desperation. "Let me out! Open the door," he yelled, his voice hoarse. He kicked at the door, but it was solid, unyielding. He heard movement upstairs. Heavy, dragging footsteps, not like one person, but several, and the whispering, growing louder, more distinct. He could almost make out words now, disjointed phrases, like broken shards of conversation. New one. So long. Hungry. He looked around wildly for another exit. The windows. He could smash a window. He turned toward the living room, remembering the large bay window there. As he ran, he caught a glimpse of something moving in the periphery of his vision, in the dark archway leading to the dining room. A face, pale, gaunt, with eyes that seemed to glow faintly in the gloom. It was watching him. It was not Lena. It was something else, something ancient and starved. He crashed into the living room, tripping over a loose floorboard. He scrambled up, his eyes fixed on the window. It was filthy, but it looked intact. He grabbed the wine bottle he had brought, his peace offering now a weapon. He raised it, ready to smash the glass, when a voice spoke directly behind him. "Do not do that. Alex." It was Lena's voice, soft, melodic, but utterly devoid of warmth. He froze, the wine bottle poised. He slowly turned. She was standing in the archway, backlit by the faint, eerie glow that now seemed to emanate from the hallway. Her dark eyes, once captivating, were now wide, empty, and seemed to reflect no light at all. Her skin was unnaturally pale, almost translucent, and her lips were cracked and dry. She looked ancient, like a faded photograph come to life, and she was smiling, not her mischievous smile from the pictures, but a wide, unnerving grin that showed too many teeth. Behind her, in the shadows of the hallway, he could see them, more figures, gaunt, skeletal, their eyes glinting in the gloom. They moved with disturbing slowness, their limbs seeming to bend at unnatural angles. They were dressed in tattered, old clothes, like scarecrows come to life. There were at least 5 of them, maybe more, melting in and out of the shadows. "Lena," Alex whispered, his voice trembling. What is this?" Her smile widened. "This is home, Alex, and you are our guest." She took a step forward, her movements fluid, almost gliding. "We have been waiting for someone like you, someone fresh." The metallic, sweet smell in the air suddenly made sense. It was not old blood. It was fresh blood, or the promise of it. He lunged, not at Lena, but at the window, swinging the wine bottle wildly. He smashed it against the glass. The old glass was thicker than he expected, but it spiderwebbed, a few shards falling inward. He hit again, harder, his adrenaline surging. The glass shattered, a cascade of sharp fragments spraying inwards, and a gust of cold night air rushed into the stale room. He did not hesitate. He climbed onto the windowsill, pushing aside the remaining shards, not caring about the cuts they inflicted on his hands and arms. He could hear Lena's voice, no longer soft, but a guttural shriek of frustration. The other figures were moving now, faster, shuffling towards him. He was halfway through the window when a hand grabbed his ankle, icy cold, surprisingly strong. He screamed, kicking wildly. He heard a sickening crunch, felt a sharp pain in his ankle, but he kept pulling. Desperate, he did not look back. He just needed to get out. He tumbled out of the window, landing hard on the overgrown grass outside. Pain shot up his leg, but he ignored it. He scrambled to his feet, a searing agony in his ankle, and hobbled away from the house, not daring to look back. He could hear sounds from the shattered window, now whimpers, hisses, frustrated murmurs. The figures were there, their pale faces pressed against the broken glass, their eyes burning with a chilling hunger. He ran, or rather, he limped, he stumbled, he dragged himself down the weed-choked path, onto the street. He did not stop until he reached his car, fumbling with the keys, his hands shaking so violently he almost dropped them. He threw himself inside, locked the doors, and started the engine with a roar. He peeled away from the curb, not caring about speed limits, his eyes fixed on the rearview mirror. The house stood there, dark and silent, but he knew they were watching. He could feel their eyes on him, even through the walls. Through the darkness, he drove for what felt like an eternity, until he was back in a well-lit part of the city, until his phone finally picked up a signal. He pulled over, his body shaking uncontrollably, and dialed 911. There's a house. He stammered, trying to catch his breath. An old house, people. They tried, they are in there. The dispatcher was calm, professional, tried to get details. Out of his fragmented explanation, he gave them the address, described what he would seen. The pale faces, Lena, the feeling of being hunted. The police arrived quickly. 2 squad cars, then more. Alex, still shaking, pointed them toward the house. They approached cautiously, flashlights cutting through the night. He watched from the safety of his car, his heart still hammering against his ribs. They went in. He waited, minutes stretching into an eternity. Eventually, they came back out. Their faces were grim. Mr. Alex, one of the officers said, approaching his car. We searched the premises. The house is empty, completely abandoned. No signs of forced entry. No signs of anyone living there. Just dust. And a broken window in the living room. Alex stared at him, bewildered. But Lena, the others, they were there. I saw them. They grabbed me. He showed them the cuts on his hands and arms, the swelling ankle. The officers looked at each other. We found no one. Sir, no evidence of anyone having been there recently, apart from your footprints in the dust and the broken glass. They seemed to imply he had broken the window himself. What about Lena's profile? Alex insisted, pulling out his phone. I can show you her Tinder profile. He opened the app. He scrolled through his matches. Lena, her profile was still there. The dark eyes, the almost smile, but something was different. The black heart emoji was still there, but now Beneath it, a tiny, almost imperceptible symbol. A small, stylized drawing of the old Victorian house. And inner pictures. If you look closely, really closely, her eyes seem to hold a deeper, more unsettling emptiness. And the smile, it seemed to be a permanent fixture, almost carved into her face, stretched just a little too wide, revealing a faint, almost imperceptible discoloration around the edges. The officers looked at the profile, then back at him. "Sir, we will take your statement. But honestly, this looks like a prank. Or maybe you had a bit too much to drink." Alex knew it was not a prank. He knew what he would seen. He knew the terror he would felt. He ended up spending the night in the hospital, getting his ankle treated, and then at the police station, giving a detailed statement. They took it, but he could tell they did not believe him. They classified it as an unsubstantiated report and suggested he seek counseling. He never went back to that part of the city. He deleted Tinder, deleted all his dating apps. The memory of those pale, hungry faces, the way they moved, the unsettling silence of that house, and Lena's chilling smile, it haunted his nightmares for weeks. He still gets phantom sensations. That icy grip on his ankle, the sweet, metallic smell in the air, the whispers in the dark. He tried to find Lena online again, out of a morbid curiosity, but her profile was gone, vanished, as if she had never existed. But the house was still there. He saw it once. On a local news report about urban decay, it stood, dark and silent, a monument of forgotten lives. And he knew, deep down, that those hidden strangers were still there, still lurking within its walls, waiting for the next swipe right, waiting for the next curious soul to step inside their unconventional home. So, yeah, be careful out there, guys, because some invitations are more than just a date. Some are an invitation to become part of the house yourself. And some mysteries are better left unsolved. Trust me on that one. All right, so picture this. It was a Tuesday, probably one of those gray, unremarkable Tuesdays that just blends into the rest of your week. I was sprawled out on my couch, the one with the slightly flattened cushions, and a faint stain from that time. I dropped a slice of pizza, scrolling through Tinder. You know the drill. Swipe left, maybe a hesitant swipe right. Mostly just passing the time, hoping for some fleeting connection, or at least a decent conversation. My name's Alex. By the way, just your average guy, mid-20s, living in a decent but not fancy apartment, working a job that pays the bills but does not exactly set the world on fire. That is when I matched with Lena. Her profile was sparse. That is the word I use in the recap, and it is still the most accurate. One photo, slightly blurry, of her standing in what looked like a dimly lit park, her face mostly obscured by shadow and a scarf. No bio, no witty quotes, no list of hobbies, just her name, Lena, and a distance that said less than a mile away. Usually, I would pass on a profile like that. Too much mystery, too little to go on, but something about it, maybe the sheer lack of anything, intrigued me, or maybe I was just bored. Whatever it was, I swiped right, and to my surprise, it was a match. A little green banner popped up. You match with Lena. Okay, cool. Now what? I waited. Usually, the girl would send the first message, or I would send a cheesy opener. A few minutes passed, then 10, then 20. Nothing. I figured she would match by accident. Or maybe she was one of those people who just collects matches. I shrugged, put my phone down, and went back to watching whatever mindless show was on TV. Then my phone buzzed. It was Lena. Her message was simple, "Hey, Alex," polite enough. I typed back, "Hey Lena, how's your Tuesday going?" A beat later, she replied, "It is going. Just watching you watch TV." Now, hold on a second. My first reaction was a chuckle, sarcasm, right? A playful jab. I was watching an old rerun of The Office, something I do when I want background noise. I figured she was just trying to be flirty, maybe implying she was looking for someone to watch TV with. I typed back, "Haha, very funny. What is on your screen?" Her response came almost instantly. "Michael Scott is trying to mediate a fight between Dwight and Jim." Classic. My blood went cold. Not a full freeze. Just a little icy tendril that snaked up my spine. The Office is a long-running show. There are a million episodes. How did she know that specific scene? Coincidence? Maybe, but it fell off. I tried to play it cool. "You are a fan." 2. "Huh. What is your favorite episode?" "The one where you are laughing so hard you almost spit out your soda." She wrote, "Oh, wait. You are drinking water tonight." Smart. My hand, which had been reaching for the glass of water on my coffee table, froze midair. I had just poured that water about 5 minutes ago. I had not mentioned it to anyone. There was no way she could know. My eyes darted around my living room. The blinds were mostly drawn, but a sliver of light from the street lamp outside cut across the floor. My apartment was on the 3rd floor. There were no buildings directly opposite that could possibly give her a vantage point. "Okay, this is getting weird." I typed, trying to keep my tone light, but my fingers were trembling slightly. "Are you psychic or something?" Something like that. She replied, "Just observant." I got up from the couch and walked over to the window, pulling the blinds open just enough to peek out. Nothing, just the usual street scene. A car passing by. A couple walking their dog. No shadowy figures. No vans with tinted windows. My heart was starting to pound a little harder in my chest. This was not funny anymore. Seriously. "Lena," I wrote, my voice catching in my throat as I spoke the words out loud to the empty room. "How do you know what I am doing?" "You are pacing now." She messaged back, "And you just ran a hand through your hair. You do that when you are nervous." A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. I had just run a hand through my hair. It was a nervous habit I was not even consciously aware of. This was not a joke. This was not a coincidence. This was real. "Who is this?" I typed, my voice now a whisper. "Is this a prank? One of my friends messing with me?" "No friends. Alex. Just me." I stare at the screen, my mind racing. How? How was this possible? Was there a camera? I looked around frantically. My apartment was small. I would have noticed a camera. I checked my smoke detector, the corners of the ceiling, even under the TV. Nothing. No tiny red lights. No suspicious wires. "You are looking for cameras." She messaged, "Do not bother. You won't find anything." That was it. That was the moment the fear truly sunk in. Not just a shiver, but a deep, bone-chilling dread that settled in my stomach. She was not just guessing. She was seeing me right now. I backed away from the window, my breath coming in short. Shallow gasps. My apartment, which had always felt like a safe haven, suddenly felt like a fishbowl. Every corner, every shadow, seemed to hold a pair of invisible eyes. "Where are you?" I demanded, my thumb hovering over the unmatched button, but a strange, morbid curiosity. mixed with sheer terror, held me back. I needed to know. I am here. Alex, she wrote, closer than you think. My eyes darted to the door. Was she outside? My apartment. Standing in the hallway. I crept silently toward the peephole, my heart hammering against my ribs. I pressed my eye to it, scanning the empty hallway. Nothing, just the dim light from the overhead fixture. Then, my phone buzzed again. Do not worry. Alex, I am not in the hallway. That would be too easy. I jumped back from the door, my entire body tensing up. She knew I was looking through the peephole. This was beyond unsettling. This was pure, unadulterated horror. I snatched up my phone, my fingers fumbling. Stop it. This is not funny. I am calling the police. And what will you tell them? Alex, she replied, almost mockingly, that a girl on Tinder knows you are wearing your faded gray sweatpants and that old band t-shirt with a hole in the armpit. They will think you are crazy. She was right. They would think I was crazy. A girl on a dating app describing my clothes. It sounded like a bad movie plot. But the details, a hole in the armpit of my t-shirt, that was a specific, intimate detail no one outside my apartment could possibly know. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. I needed to unmatch her. I needed to block her. I needed to delete the app. I navigated to her profile, my thumb shaking. But before I could hit unmatch, another message popped up. You're going to unmatch me now. Are not you? That is okay. I understand. But it won't change anything. Alex, I will still be here. The message was accompanied by a photo. It was a photo of my living room from an angle I could not place. It showed my TV, still playing The Office, my half-empty glass of water on the coffee table, and a glimpse of my worn-out rug. But what made my blood run cold was a detail in the foreground. My cat, Mittens, was curled up on the armrest of my couch. Fast asleep. Mittens. My cat, he was right there, in the photo, and he was still on the couch, just as he had been a few minutes ago. But the angle, it looked like it was taken from inside my apartment, from a corner I rarely looked at, near the bookshelf that held my old college textbooks. I dropped my phone. It clattered to the floor, the screen still displaying the chilling image. My heart was a frantic drum solo in my chest. My breath hitched. I could feel the cold sweat turning clammy on my skin. I slowly, agonizingly slowly, turned my head toward the bookshelf. Nothing, just books. But the feeling, the presence, it was overwhelming. Lena, I whispered, my voice barely audible, are you in here? My phone buzzed again, still on the floor. I knelt down, my hands trembling as I picked it up. A new message. You finally asked. Good boy. Then, another message turned around. Alex, my blood ran cold. Every fiber of my being screamed, do not do it. Every instinct told me to run, to bolt out the door, to call for help. But the command, simple and terrifying, held me captive. My body felt like it was encased in lead. My eyes were fixed on the screen, but my peripheral vision was on hyper alert. I could feel something, a shift in the air, a faint scent I could not quite place, like old dust and something metallic. The silence in the apartment was deafening, broken only by the frantic pounding of my own heart. I slowly, painstakingly, began to turn. My neck felt stiff, my muscles screaming in protest. Every inch of movement was a monumental effort. My eyes scanned the room, from the coffee table to the window, to the door, to the empty armchair. And then I saw it. reflected in the darkened screen of my television, which was still playing The Office, was a figure, a tall, slender silhouette standing in the doorway of my kitchen, just beyond the living room. It was too dark to make out details, but I could clearly see the outline of a person, a woman. My breath caught in my throat. I could not scream. I could not move. I was paralyzed by a terror, so profound it felt like my soul was trying to tear itself from my body. The figure in the reflection did not move. It just stood there, watching me. And then, slowly, a hand came up. It was holding a phone. The screen of the phone glowed faintly in the reflection. My phone buzzed again in my hand. I did not dare look down. My eyes were locked on the reflection, on the figure that was definitely, undeniably, in my apartment. Another message popped up on my phone. The vibration, a tiny tremor in my palm. I told you I was closer than you think. Now, turn around and say hello properly. The words burned into my mind. I could feel the pressure of those unseen eyes on me. The air grew heavy, thick with an unspoken threat. My vision started to tunnel, the edges of the room blurring. And then, the light flickered. Just once. The TV screen momentarily went black, and the reflection vanished. When the light came back on, the figure was gone. The kitchen doorway was empty. I squeezed my eyes shut, then opened them again, frantically searching. Nothing. Had I imagined it? Was it a trick of the light? A hallucination brought on by extreme fear? My phone buzzed again. This time, it was not a message. It was a photo. I looked at the screen. It was a selfie of Lena. But this was not the blurry photo from her Tinder profile. This was clear. Her face, framed by dark hair, was pale. Her eyes were wide. A haunting, intense blue that seemed to bore right into me. And behind her, unmistakable, was my living room. The same couch, the same coffee table, the same bookshelf, and on the right side of the photo, just barely visible, was a small, familiar object. It was my spare key, the one I kept hidden under a loose floorboard near the front door, the one I thought no one knew about. My blood ran cold for the 10th time that night, but this time, it felt like it would never thaw. She had not just been watching me. She had been inside. She had been here, in my apartment, before I even knew she existed. She had taken that key. My phone buzzed one last time. A final message from Lena. Do not worry. Alex, I will let myself out, but I will be back. I always come back for the ones I truly see. Then, silence. The message disappeared from my screen. Her profile was gone, unmatched, blocked, deleted, but it was too late. I heard a faint click from the direction of my front door, a soft, almost imperceptible sound of a lock engaging. I stood there, frozen in the middle of my living room, the phone still clutched in my trembling hand. My cat, Mittens, suddenly stirred on the couch, stretching and letting out a soft yawn. He looked at me with his big, innocent eyes, then jumped down and rubbed against my leg, purring. He had been asleep the whole time. He had not noticed a thing, but I had, and I knew Lena had been here. I knew she had left, and I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my very core, that she meant what she said. She would be back, and I would never feel safe in my own home again. Every shadow, every creak, every flicker of light would forever remind me that I was being watched, that I was known, and that somewhere out there, Lena was just waiting for the next Tuesday to roll around, and I was her next story. All right, so you know how it is. It was just a typical Tuesday. I was on my couch, swiping, mindlessly scrolling through profiles on one of those dating apps, half watching some garbage reality TV show, and generally just feeling a bit blah. The kind of Tuesday where you really just want something, anything, to break the monotony. I would been on the apps for a while, mostly just for a laugh, a few bad dates, some awkward conversations that fizzled out, nothing serious. But that night, as I was about to give up and just re-watch The Office for the 100th time, I saw him, Mark. His profile picture was a bit blurry, a selfie taken from a low angle, but he had a nice smile, kind eyes, or so I thought at the time. His bio was short, something about loving hiking and craft beer, pretty standard stuff. Honestly, nothing that screamed future serial killer. You know, we matched, and almost immediately, he messaged me. He was quick, witty, and seemed genuinely interested. We chatted for a couple of days, and I found myself actually looking forward to his messages. He had a way of making me laugh, and he seemed normal, a normal, decent guy, exactly what I was looking for to inject a little life into my boring week. After a few days of back and forth, he suggested we meet up for drinks. A low-key place, he said, just to see if we clicked in person. I agreed. What could go wrong? It was a public place. Early evening. Standard first date protocol. I told my roommate, Jessica, where I was going and who I was meeting, just in case. You always do that, right? It is just common sense. A safety net. A little ritual that makes you feel secure, even if you never really expect to use it. The evening of the date, I felt a mix of nerves and excitement. I put on my favorite jeans, a cute top, and tried to talk myself out of overthinking it. He was probably just as nervous as I was. When I got to the bar, he was already there, sitting at a small table near the back. He stood up as I approached, and for a split second, something in my gut twisted. He was taller than I expected, and his smile, it was the same one from his picture, but in person, it felt a little too wide, a little too fixed, like he was wearing it, rather than feeling it. His eyes, though, were still kind, or, at least, they seemed to be. I dismissed the feeling. First date jitters. I told myself, my brain playing tricks. We sat down, and the conversation flowed easily, just like it had over text. He was charming, attentive, and made me laugh again. He talked about his job, his family, his hobbies. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. He asked me questions about myself, and he actually listened to my answers. He even remembered a small detail I would mention in our messages about my love for a particular, obscure band. That was a nice touch. Made me feel seen. The drinks were good. The music was not too loud. And the atmosphere was relaxed. I started to relax too. The initial unease fading away. Maybe my gut feeling was wrong. Maybe he really was just a good guy. After a couple of hours, as the bar started to get a bit more crowded, Mark suggested we get out of there. How about we grab some ice cream? He asked, there's this amazing place a little ways out. Best Sundays in the city. I hesitated. For a moment, it was getting late, and a little ways out sounded well, like a little ways out. But then I looked at his smile again, that wide, fixed smile, and he seemed so genuinely enthusiastic. And honestly, I did want ice cream. Plus, I was enjoying his company. What was the harm? It was still early enough, and I could always just call an Uber from the ice cream place if things got weird. Sounds good, I said, maybe a little too quickly, but I need to be home by a reasonable hour. He chuckled A low, rumbling sound. Of course, I would not dream of keeping you out too late. Sarah, he called me by my name, and it felt nice, reassuring. We walked out to his car, which was parked a few blocks away. It was a dark, older model sedan. Nothing fancy. A bit beat up, but clean enough. As I walked toward the passenger side, he unlocked it with a click from his remote. The interior smelled faintly of old coffee and something else. Something metallic and a little sharp, like cleaning supplies. I brushed it off. Maybe he just detailed his car recently. Or maybe he spilled something. I got in, buckling my seatbelt. He got it on his side, started the engine, and then, without a word, pressed a button on his door. I heard a soft thunk sound, like a lock engaging. I did not think anything of it at the time. Automatic locks. Right. My car does that. We started driving. He took a different route than I expected, heading away from the main roads, deeper into the city's less residential areas. Is this the way to the ice cream place? I asked, trying to keep my voice light. Just a shortcut, he said, glancing at me with that smile. Less traffic this way. I nodded, trying to convince myself. But something felt off again. The buildings we were passing were becoming more industrial, more desolate. Warehouses, empty lots, flickering streetlights that seemed to cast more shadows and light. The air in the car felt thick, heavy. I found myself instinctively reaching for my phone and my purse, just to have it in my hand. So, he said, breaking the silence, his voice a little lower now, a little less cheerful. Tell me more about your job. Sarah, what exactly do you do? His emphasis on do felt strange, like he was probing, trying to figure something out. I gave him a brief, generic answer, trying to steer the conversation back to something lighter. But he did not pick up on it. He just kept driving, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. The scenery outside became even more sparse. No more warehouses, just trees, dark and looming, and the occasional flash of a distant billboard. We were definitely out of the city now. My heart started to beat a little faster. This was not a shortcut. This was the wrong direction entirely. I looked at the GPS on my phone, but I did not have a signal out here. My stomach dropped. Mark, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I think you missed a turn. This is not the way to the ice cream place. He chuckled again. That low, rumbling sound. But this time it did not feel reassuring. It felt predatory. Oh, I know. Sarah, he said, his eyes still on the road. We are not going for ice cream anymore. My blood ran cold. I immediately reached for the door handle. I gripped it, twisted it, and pulled. Nothing. It would not budge. I pulled harder, jiggling it frantically. It was locked. Of course it was locked. Automatic locks. I reminded myself, trying to calm the surge of panic. Just unlock it. I searched for the unlock button. There it was, on the door panel. A small, black button. I pressed it. Click. I heard the sound. A faint, metallic release. I pulled the handle again. Desperate. Still nothing. The door was still firmly shut. My breath hitched in my throat. I pressed the button again. Harder this time. Click. Pulled the handle. Nothing. The sound of the lock engaging and disengaging was there, but the door remained stubbornly sealed. What is going on? Mark, I demanded, my voice trembling. Now, no longer able to hide the fear. Unlock the door. He finally turned his head, just slightly, his eyes meeting mine in the rear view mirror. His smile was still there, wide and fixed, but now it looked grotesque. It did not reach his eyes at all. His eyes were cold, flat, like chips of dark ice. Oh, it is unlocked. Sarah, he said, his voice soft, almost a whisper, from the inside. Anyway, but these handles, they have been disconnected. A little modification I made. My entire body went rigid, disconnected. What was he talking about? I stared at the door handle, then at the window. It was a power window, but the button for it was on the side of the console. I could not reach it without practically climbing over him. I tried the back door, leaning awkwardly, fumbling for the handle. Same result. It was locked, and even if it was not, the handle did not work. The car was a cage. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. A frantic drumbeat against the silence of the accelerating car. Let me out, Mark. I screamed, my voice cracking. Stop the car. Let me out right now. He did not respond. He just kept driving. Faster now. The trees blurring into a dark, indistinct wall on either side of the road. The metallic smell in the car seemed stronger now, mixed with something else. Something cloying and sweet, like cheap air freshener trying to mask something foul. I started to bang on the window, shouting, screaming, help, let me out, somebody help me. My voice was raw, but it felt swallowed by the interior of the car. The windows, I noticed, seemed thicker than normal. They did not even rattle. Mark finally spoke, his voice unervingly calm above my frantic cries. It is no use. Sarah, no one can hear you out here. And these windows, they are reinforced. Can't break them. He was right. I hit the window again. Harder, with the heel of my hand. My hand stung. But the window remained impassive, an impenetrable barrier. Panic, cold and sharp, clawed at my throat. This was not a joke. This was not some weird prank. This was real. I was trapped. I remembered Jessica, my roommate. I had told her where I was going, but she would not know I was in danger until I did not come home. And by then it would be too late. What do you want? I whimpered, my voice barely audible now, my throat raw. Please, just let me go. I won't tell anyone. I swear. He glanced at me again, that chilling, unfeeling smile still plastered on his face. Oh, I know you won't, Sarah, because you won't be able to. His words hung in the air, a chilling promise. My mind raced, desperately trying to find an escape. I looked around the car, searching for anything. A tool, a loose object, anything I could use as a weapon. There was nothing. The interior was sparse, almost clinically clean, save for the faint, lingering smell. He took a sharp turn off the main road, onto a gravel path. The car bounced and rattled, kicking up dust. The trees closing around us, forming a tunnel of darkness. No streetlights here, just a harsh glare of the headlights cutting through the night. I could feel the vibrations of the rough road through the seat, a constant tremor that mirrored the shaking in my own body. Where are we going? I whispered, my voice barely a thread. He did not answer immediately. He just kept driving, his hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, knuckles white, after what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a few minutes. He slowed the car. Ahead, through the trees, I could see a faint light, a cabin, small, isolated, barely visible through the dense foliage. My heart sank deeper into the pit of my stomach. This was it. This was where he was taking me. He pulled up to the cabin, the headlights illuminating its decrepit exterior, peeling paint, boarded up windows, a sagging porch. It looked like something out of a horror movie, and I was in it. He turned off the engine. The sudden silence was deafening, broken only by the chirping of crickets and the frantic pounding of my own heart. He turned to face me, that smile still fixed, but now there was a glint in his eyes, a spark of something truly malevolent. "Time to go. Sarah," he said, his voice devoid of any warmth. He reached across the console, and I flinched, bracing myself for a blow, but he just unbuckled my seatbelt. My hands were shaking so violently I could not have done it myself. "No," I whispered, shaking my head. "Please." "No." He ignored me. He got out of the car, and I heard his door open and close. Then I heard him walk around to my side. I pressed myself against the window, trying to flatten myself into the seat, to disappear. I could see his silhouette through the window, a dark, imposing figure. He opened my door. The rush of cold night air hit me, bringing with it the smell of pine needles and damp earth. For a brief second, a flicker of hope ignited. The door was open. I could run. But before I could even uncurl myself from the seat, he grabbed my arm. His grip was like iron, strong and unyielding. He pulled me out of the car, roughly, and I stumbled, falling to my knees on the gravel. The sharp stones bit into my skin, but I barely felt it. All I felt was a terror, cold and absolute. "Get up," he commanded, his voice a low growl. I scrambled to my feet, my legs shaking so badly I thought I would collapse. He still had a vice-like grip on my arm, dragging me toward the cabin. I tried to pull away, to fight, but he was too strong. My struggles were useless, like a fly caught in a spider's web. "Do not make this harder than it has to be. Sarah," he said, his voice dangerously calm. "It is much easier if you just cooperate." Cooperate? With what? With being taken to a cabin in the middle of nowhere by a man who had kidnapped me. My mind screamed, but no sound came out. He dragged me up the 3 creaking steps of the porch. The door to the cabin was made of rough, unfinished wood, and it looked heavy. He pushed it open with his free hand, revealing a cavernous, dark interior. The only light came from a single, bare bulb hanging from the ceiling in the center of the room. It cast long, dancing shadows that made the already terrifying scene even more grotesque. Inside, the cabin was sparsely furnished. A rickety table, 2 chairs, and in one corner, a cot with a thin, dirty mattress. The air was stale, musty, and smelled faintly of decay. There were no windows, or if there were, they were boarded up from the inside. This place was designed to keep people in, or rather, to keep me in. He shoved me inside, and I stumbled, falling to my hands and knees on the dusty, wooden floor. He closed the door behind us with a heavy thud that echoed through the small space. And then I heard the unmistakable sound of a bolt sliding into place. I was locked in. Again, I looked up at him, tears streaming down my face. His smile was gone now, replaced by a blank, almost bored, expression. He looked at me like I was an object, something he had acquired. "Why are you doing this?" I choked out, my voice barely a whisper. He sighed, a sound of mild exasperation. "Why does anyone do anything?" "Sarah, because they can. Because it is interesting." He walked over to the table and picked up something. A coil of rope, thick, brown, brand new. My blood ran cold all over again. This was not about money. This was not about a fleeting moment of anger or a misunderstanding. This was planned. This was deliberate. And he had done it before. The way he moved, The way he spoke, the practiced ease with which he handled the rope, he was experienced. I scrambled backwards, trying to put as much distance between us as possible. My back hit the wall. There was nowhere to go. My eyes darted around the room, searching, always searching, for an escape, a loose board, a hidden door, anything. But there was nothing, just solid wood, from floor to ceiling. He started walking towards me, slowly, methodically, uncoiling the rope as he came. My breath hitched. This was it. This was the end. My mind screamed at me to fight, to scream, to do something. But my body was frozen in terror. As he got closer, his eyes, those flat, dark eyes, seemed to pierce right through me. "You know, Sarah," he said, his voice still low and calm. "You were almost perfect, a little too trusting, perhaps, but that is what makes it so satisfying." He was just a few feet away now. I could smell him, that same metallic scent from the car, mingled with something else, something vaguely sweet and sickly. I closed my eyes, bracing myself. This was it. But then, just as he reached me, there was a sudden, piercing screech from outside, a mechanical, grinding sound, followed by a loud crash that shook the entire cabin. Mark froze. His head snapped towards the door, his blank expression replaced by a look of confusion, then annoyance. He dropped the rope. What the hell was that? He muttered, more to himself than to me. He took a step toward the door, his attention momentarily diverted. This was my chance. A tiny, desperate window of opportunity. My eyes flew open. My gaze fell on the table where he had just been standing, next to where the rope had been. There was a small, heavy, metal wrench. It must have been there for some repair work, or perhaps he used it for other things. It was within reach. Adrenaline surged through me, bypassing the terror, replacing it with a primal instinct to survive. I lunged for the wrench, my fingers closing around the cold, heavy metal. It was surprisingly solid, weighty in my hand. Mark heard me. He spun around, his eyes widening as he saw the wrench in my hand. His confusion turned to a snarl. "You little bitch." He lunged back towards me, but I was faster, driven by pure, unadulterated fear. I swung the wrench with all my might. It connected with his head with a sickening thud. He grunted, a sound of surprise and pain, and stumbled backwards, clutching his temple. He was not out, but he was dazed. His eyes were unfocused for a moment, and that was all I needed. I did not hesitate. I ran for the door, the heavy wooden door, with its thick bolt. My hands fumbled with the cold metal, my fingers clumsy with terror. I yanked the bolt back, the sound echoing loudly in the small cabin. Behind me, Mark was recovering. I heard him groan, heard his footsteps as he started to move. I pushed the door open, throwing my weight against it. It swung open with a creak, revealing the dark night outside. I burst out onto the porch, gasping for breath, my lungs burning. The crash sound was still lingering in the air, and just beyond the cabin, through the trees, I could see a faint, flickering light and a distinct smell of burning oil. I did not stop to think. I did not look back. I just ran. I jumped off the porch, ignoring the pain as my feet hit the uneven ground. I ran blindly into the woods, pushing through branches that whipped at my face and arms, thorns tearing at my clothes. Every rustle, every snap of a twig sounded like his footsteps behind me. My heart was a frantic drum, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I ran until my legs burned, until my lungs ached, until I thought I would collapse. I did not know where I was going, just away, away from him, away from that cabin, away from the terror. The flickering light in the distance seemed to be growing brighter. I pushed towards it, desperate for any sign of civilization, any hope of escape. Eastern bled over roots. Scraped my knees, but the adrenaline kept me going. Finally, I burst out of the dense tree line and onto a narrow, paved road, and there it was, a car, or what was left of one. It was flipped on its side, smoke billowing from the engine, its headlights still on, casting an eerie glow on the scene. It looked like it had slammed into a large oak tree. And then I saw the other car, a police cruiser, parked a little ways down the road, its emergency lights flashing, painting the night in a chaotic strobe of red and blue, and two figures standing beside it, talking, police officers. Relief, so overwhelming it almost buckled my knees, washed over me. I started to cry, loud, racking sobs that tore from my chest. Help! I screamed, my voice raw and hoarse. Help me, please. The officers spun around, their hands going to their holsters. They saw me, a disheveled, bleeding mess, stumbling out of the woods. One of them, a woman, immediately ran towards me. Hey, are you okay? What happened? I tried to speak, but only choked sobs came out. I pointed back towards the woods, towards a cabin. He kidnapped me. He has a cabin back there. The male officer, who had been on the radio, quickly joined us. They saw the wrench still clutched in my hand, my bloodied knuckles, the scratches and tears on my clothes. They saw the terror in my eyes. They believed me. Within minutes, more sirens were wailing in the distance. Reinforcements were coming. They got me into the back of the cruiser, wrapped a blanket around me, and tried to get me to explain. It was hard. The words kept getting caught in my throat, choked by fear and shock. They went into the woods, guided by my frantic descriptions. They found the cabin. They found the car, Mark's car, still parked there. And they found him. He was gone from the cabin. But they found him a little ways into the woods, stumbling around, disoriented. The wrench had done its job. He had a nasty gash on his head. But he was alive. He was arrested, of course, charged with kidnapping, assault, and God knows what else. The car wreck I would seen. It turned out to be a random drunk driver who had swerved off the road, hit a tree, and then hit the police cruiser that had stopped to investigate. A completely unrelated incident that, by some twisted stroke of fate, had created the distraction I needed to escape. If that driver had not crashed at that exact moment, if the police had not been there, I do not even want to think about what would have happened. The aftermath was a blur of police statements, hospital visits, and endless questions. My roommate, Jessica, was frantic with worry when she heard. She came to the hospital, hugged me tight, and just cried. It has been a while since that night. Mark is in prison now. He was a known offender, apparently, had a history of similar incidents, but he would always manage to slip through the cracks. Or his victims were too scared to come forward. I was lucky. I got out, but the memory, it never really leaves you. I still see his face sometimes. That wide, fixed smile, those cold, flat eyes. I still feel the terror of being trapped in that car, the absolute helplessness. I still hear the thud of the wrench, the crunch of gravel under my feet as I ran. I do not swipe on dating apps anymore. I do not really trust anyone new easily. Every time I get into a car with someone I do not know well, I instinctively check the door handle, just to make sure. I always tell someone where I am going, always have my phone charged, always trust that little voice in my gut, because sometimes that little voice is not just nerves. Sometimes it is telling you that the monster is not under your bed. Sometimes he is sitting right across from you, smiling. And sometimes he is driving you down a dark, deserted road, and you realize, too late, that the doors won't unlock. And that is when the real nightmare begins. Stay safe out there. Folks, trust your instincts. You never know who you might be swiping right on. All right, settle in. Because this is not just a story about a bad GPS or a wrong turn. This is about how a simple mistake, a digital glitch, can drop you right into the middle of something ancient, something that waits. You know how it is. You are driving late at night, tired, maybe a little wired on caffeine, and you are just trying to get home. That was me. About a year and a half ago, I would have been visiting my friend, Chloe, in some tiny town a couple of hours away from where I lived. We would have had a blast, but by the time I was hitting the road, it was already pushing midnight. I had a long drive ahead, and I was not in any rush, so I figured I would make a pit stop. I would heard about this legendary 24-hour diner, Diner's Delight. That was supposedly a little off the beaten path, but served up the best damn greasy spoon breakfast you could imagine. Perfect for a late-night pick-me. Up. I plugged it into my phone's GPS, hit play, and settled back, letting the digital voice guide me. The drive was uneventful at first, just the usual dark highways, the occasional 18-wheeler rumbling past, the glow of my dashboard casting a faint light on my face. My phone was propped up on the vent mount, its screen a bright rectangle against the darkness, the blue line leading me down an ever-changing path. After about an hour, the GPS started taking me off the main highway, onto smaller, country roads. This was not unusual for a hidden gem diner, so I did not think much of it. The roads got narrower, the streetlights became fewer and farther between, and the houses eventually gave way to dense tree lines. It was getting pretty rural, pretty fast. I glanced at the clock on my dash. 2:07 a.m. I was definitely ready for that coffee and a stack of pancakes. The GPS voice chirped. In 200 feet. Turn left. I made the turn. You have arrived at your destination. I slowed the car, peering through my windshield. I looked left, then right. My eyebrows knitted together. There was no diner, no glowing neon sign, no smell of frying bacon, no cars in the parking lot, nothing, just an impenetrable wall of trees on one side, and on the other, a tall, rusted iron gate, flanked by two crumbling stone pillars, stood sentinel over a long, winding gravel path that disappeared into the darkness. Above the gate, barely legible in the faint moonlight, I could just make out the words, Evergreen Memorial Park, a cemetery. At 2 a.m., my destination, according to my phone, was a freaking graveyard. My first thought was annoyance, pure, unadulterated frustration. My phone had screwed up. Again, I swear, sometimes technology just wants to mess with you. I grumbled to myself, are you kidding me right now? I pulled over to the side of the narrow road, the gravel crunching under my tires. I picked up my phone, zoomed out the map. Yep, the little blue pin for Diner's Delight was sitting squarely on top of the cemetery entrance. I tried to re-enter the address, but my phone suddenly started acting weird. The screen flickered, the map froze, and then a little red icon popped up, no signal. And then, as if on cue, the battery indicator, which had been at a healthy 70 just minutes before, plummeted to 5. Low battery. It warned, and then just died. Black screen. Great. Just great. No signal. Dead phone. And I am stranded in the middle of nowhere, in front of a graveyard, at 2 in the morning. A cold shiver traced its way down my spine. A feeling that had nothing to do with the temperature outside. The air had gotten noticeably colder, though, and a thick, swirling fog was starting to roll in, clinging to the ground and snaking around the base of the gate pillars. The silence was the worst part. Out here, deep in the country, there was no distant hum of traffic, no barking dogs, no crickets, just an oppressive, heavy silence that seemed to press in on the car, making my own breathing sound unnaturally loud. My plan was simple: turnaround, find a main road, and figure it out from there. I put the car in reverse, my foot hovering over the gas pedal. As I started to back up, my headlights swept across the iron gate again. That is when I saw it. The gate, it was no longer firmly closed. One of the heavy, rusted panels was now slightly ajar, maybe a foot or so, just enough to catch the light. I could have swore it was shut tight when I first pulled up. My heart gave a little thump against my ribs. Had I just not noticed, or had someone opened it? I hesitated, my foot still on the brake. And then, deep within the cemetery, through the narrow gap in the gate, I saw the faint, flickering light. Not a street light, certainly not a car headlight. This was softer, more organic, like a distant candle flame, or an old lantern. It pulsed, briefly illuminating the gnarled branches of an ancient tree, then disappearing into the swirling fog. A sudden, irrational curiosity, the kind that always gets people into trouble in horror movies, bubbled up in my chest. Who would be in a cemetery at this hour? A groundskeeper, someone visiting a grave, maybe a loved one who died young, and they preferred the quiet of the night. My rational brain tried to come up with explanations, but another part of me, a small, terrified voice, was screaming, "Get out of here. Sarah, turn around, drive." But I did not. I do not know why. Maybe it was the exhaustion. Maybe it was the sheer absurdity of the situation. Or maybe it was just that primal human urge to investigate the unknown. I slowly put the car in drive, eased off the brake, and began to creep forward. The gravel path crunched loudly under my tires as I passed through the now open gate. The sound seemed deafening in the profound silence of the graveyard. The fog instantly thickened around me, swallowing the headlights, turning the world into a blurry, gray-white haze. I drove slowly, my high beams cutting through the mist, illuminating rows of ancient, crumbling headstones. Some were leaning precariously. Others were so weathered that the names carved into them were completely illegible. There were elaborate marble statues, angels with blank, mournful eyes, and obelisks reaching toward the sky like skeletal fingers. Everything felt old, profoundly old. The flickering light was still there, deeper inside the cemetery now, beckoning me. It seemed to be coming from an older, more overgrown section, where the trees were gnarled and twisted, their branches like skeletal arms reaching out of the fog. I followed it, my grip on the steering wheel tightening, my knuckles white, each crunch of gravel, each rustle of leaves in the non-existent wind made me jump. Finally, the path widened slightly, leading to a small clearing dominated by a massive, ornate mausoleum, its dark stone facade almost swallowed by ivy. The flickering light seemed to originate from just beyond it. I pulled my car to the side, killed the engine, and cut the headlights. The sudden darkness was absolute, broken only by the faint glow of that distant light. The silence returned, heavier than before, punctuated only by the frantic drumming of my own heart. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself, but my hands were shaking. I grabbed my phone, forgetting it was dead, then remembered. Damn it, no flashlight, no way to call for help. I was truly isolated. Against my better judgment, I pushed open the car door. The cold air rushed in, carrying with it a distinct, earthy smell damp soil, decaying leaves, and something metallic and faintly sweet, like old blood. My stomach churned. I stepped out onto the gravel, my shoes crunching. The fog was so thick here that I could barely see 10 feet in front of me. The flickering light was now quite close, just beyond the mausoleum. I moved cautiously, one step at a time, my eyes strained, trying to pierce the veil of mist. As I rounded the corner of the mausoleum, the scene before me solidified. The light was indeed a single, small candle, stuck precariously into the damp earth. It sat on what appeared to be a very small, freshly dug grave. The earth was dark and disturbed, a stark contrast to the overgrown, ancient plots around it. And kneeling beside it, hunched over the tiny mound of earth, was a figure. At first, in the dim, flickering light and the swirling fog, I thought it was a child. The figure was small, draped in what looked like a dark, tattered dress. My heart went out to them. A child, out here, alone, mourning in the dead of night. My fear momentarily gave way to a surge of pity. Then, as I crept a little closer, the fog shifted, and the light illuminated the figure more clearly. It was not a child. It was an old woman, incredibly old. Her back was hunched, her hair thin, wispy white mess, and her dress was indeed tattered, made of a heavy, old-fashioned, black fabric that looked like it belonged in a different century. She was rocking back and forth, a slow, rhythmic motion, and from her throat came a soft, guttural humming sound, a low, mournful drone that sent a fresh wave of unease through me. This was not just grief. This was something else. I stood frozen, hidden mostly by the mausoleum, watching her. My mind raced, trying to process what I was seeing. An old woman, alone in a cemetery, at 2 a.m., humming over a fresh grave. It felt like a scene ripped straight from a gothic horror novel. And then I saw what she was doing. Her hands, they were gnarled and skeletal, covered in mud. She was not just rocking, she was digging, not with a shovel, not with a trowel, with her bare hands. And she was not digging to bury something. She was digging into the fresh grave. Slowly, methodically, she scooped out handfuls of earth, tossing them aside, revealing more of the dark soil beneath. A profound sense of wrongness washed over me, chilling me to the bone in a way the cold air never could. This was not a grieving mother. This was something wrong, something unnatural. My phone, lying dead in my pocket, felt like a lead weight. I needed to get out of there. Now, every instinct I had was screaming at me to run, but I was still frozen, my legs refusing to obey, my eyes glued to the horrifying tableau. The old woman suddenly stopped humming. The rocking motion ceased. The silence that followed was absolute, terrifying. My breath hitched in my throat. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, her head began to lift. It seemed to creak, like an old hinge, up, up, until her face was turned directly towards me. Her eyes, oh God, her eyes, they were not just old. They were milky white, completely opaque. like cataracts had consumed them entirely. Yet, somehow, I knew she was looking right at me. I felt her gaze. A cold, ancient weight pressing down on me. There was no recognition, no humanity in those eyes. Just a vast, empty void. A sound, like dry leaves rustling over grave markers, escape her lips. A voice, ancient and raspy. A whisper that seemed to come from the very earth itself. Cut through the fog and the silence. "You should not be here," she hissed. Her voice barely audible. Yet it echoed in my ears like a scream. "He is waiting." And then, without warning, she let out a shriek. It was not human. It was a high-pitched, piercing wail, full of an agony and a rage that seemed to tear through the fabric of the night. It echoed through the cemetery, bouncing off the mausoleums and headstones, making the fog seem to vibrate. That was my cue. Every ounce of paralysis shattered. Pure, unadulterated terror flooded my veins, unlocking my legs. I did not think. I did not look back. I just bolted. I ran blindly, crashing through the fog, my arms flailing, my feet stumbling over unseen roots and uneven ground. The shriek still rang in my ears. But now, beneath it, I heard something else. Something heavy, something shuffling. Thump, scrape, thump. It was not the old woman. Her movements had been slow, deliberate. This was faster, heavier, and it sounded like it was coming from behind me. Panic lent me a terrifying speed. I scrambled over a low, crumbling wall, tearing my jeans and scraping my knee. I could hear branches snapping behind me, the sound of something large and powerful crashing to the overgrown bushes. Whatever he was coming. I burst through a thicket of thorny bushes, ignoring the scratches on my arms and face. And suddenly, there it was, my car, a beacon of hope in the swirling gray. Its door was slightly ajar, just as I had left it. I fumbled for my keys in my pocket. Nothing. My heart leaped into my throat. Had I dropped them? Did I leave them in the ignition? Oh, God, please tell me I left them in the ignition. I lunged to the driver's side door, threw it open, and thank God, there they were, dangling from the ignition, the dull metal glinting in, the faint ambient light. I practically threw myself into the seat, slamming the door shut, the sound echoing unnaturally loud. My hands were shaking so violently I could barely get the key to turn. I jammed it in, twisted. The engine sputtered. It whined, a weak, pathetic sound, like a dying animal. It was not catching. The cold, the old battery was all conspiring against me. Come on, you piece of junk. I whispered, my voice a desperate plea. I twisted the key again, praying. The engine coughed, and then I saw it, through the windshield, standing directly in front of my car, was a figure. It was impossibly tall, gaunt, and skeletal, silhouetted against the swirling fog. Its limbs were long and spindly, like gnarled branches, and its head was tilted, almost too far, as if observing me with an alien curiosity. Its face was obscured by shadow, a featureless void, but I could feel its gaze, a suffocating weight that pressed down on me. This was him, the old woman had spoken of. It slowly raised an arm, a long, bony appendage, and pointed a single, skeletal finger directly at me, through the windshield. It was not threatening. It was possessive, as if to say, "You are mine." My blood ran cold. My breath caught in my throat. I could not scream. I could not move. I was paralyzed by a terror, so profound it felt like my soul was being crushed. Then, with a sudden, glorious roar, the engine finally caught. It sputtered to life, vibrating through the car, a sound that was sweeter than any music I had ever heard. I did not hesitate. I slammed the shifter into reverse, my foot stomping on the gas pedal. The tires screeched, spitting gravel, and the car shot backward. Thud. A sickening, heavy impact jolted the car. I heard a grotesque, squelching sound, like something wet and fleshy being crushed. The car lurched, then continued its backward trajectory. I did not look in the rear view mirror. I could not. I just kept my foot on the gas, tearing through the cemetery, ignoring the sound of graves being mowed down, the crunch of stone, the scraping of metal. I plowed straight through the rusted iron gate, the old metal shrieking and tearing as my car slammed through it, sending sparks flying and twisted metal grinding. I did not stop. I did not even slow down. I just kept driving, maniacally, down the narrow, dark country road, the cemetery disappearing into the fog behind me. I did not know where I was going. I just knew I had to get away, as far away as possible. I drove for what felt like an eternity, my hands locked on the steering wheel, my body shaking uncontrollably. My eyes darted to every shadow, every rustle of leaves, convinced that he was still behind me, still coming. Eventually, I saw the blessed sight of distant lights, a gas station, a beacon of normalcy. I veered wildly into the parking lot, tires squealing, and slammed on the brakes. The car shuddered to a halt. I sat there for a moment, gasping, trying to breathe, trying to make sense of what had just happened. My heart was still hammering against my ribs. My entire body was trembling, and a cold sweat plastered my hair to my forehead. My phone was still dead. I tried to dial 911 anyway, just out of habit, but it was useless. I stumbled out of the car, my left vibla, and practically fell into the brightly lit convenience store. The young guy behind the counter looked up, startled, as I burst in, a wild, hysterical mess. "You have to call the police," I stammered, my voice cracking. There is something in the cemetery. An old woman. A thing. He looked at me, bewildered, probably thinking I was drunk or high. But the genuine terror in my eyes must have convinced him, because he picked up the phone. The police arrived about 15 minutes later. 2 officers. They took one look at my car, the mangled front bumper, the shredded remnants of the iron gate caught in the grill, the dark, grotesque smear across the hood, and their expressions shifted from skeptical to concerned. I tried to explain, but the words tumbled out in a nonsensical rush, punctuated by sobs and gasps. The old woman, the digging, the whisper, the skeletal figure, the crash. They listened patiently, then asked me to show them. We drove back, slowly this time, in their patrol car. The mangled gate was still there, twisted and broken, a testament to my frantic escape. But when we entered the cemetery, everything was normal, or as normal as a cemetery at 3:30 a.m. could be. The fog had mostly dissipated, revealing rows of old headstones. We drove to where I had seen the old woman and the fresh grave. Nothing, no disturbed earth, no candle, no sign of any recent digging. The ground was overgrown, just like the rest of the ancient section. No tattered black dress, no ancient woman, no skeletal figure, nothing. One of the officers, a burly man with a kind but weary face, shone his flashlight around. "Madam," he said, his voice gentle, "are you absolutely sure about what you saw?" It is awfully dark out here, and you have clearly been through an ordeal. Perhaps you were disoriented. I shook my head vehemently. No, I swear to God. I saw them. The old woman was digging into a grave with her bare hands. And then he was standing right in front of my car. They searched the area thoroughly, but found nothing. No footprints. No disturbed ground. Nothing to corroborate my story beyond the mangled gate. They eventually concluded that I must have hit an old tree stump or a large rock when I reversed. And the trauma of the accident, combined with the late hour and the eerie setting, had caused me to hallucinate. They took my statement, helped me arrange for a tow truck, and advised me to get some rest. They were polite, professional, but their eyes held that familiar skepticism. They did not believe me, but I knew what I saw, and the proof was still on my car. When the tow truck arrived, the driver pointed to the dent on my bumper. It was not just a dent. It was a deep, grotesque indentation, almost like a massive handprint, and smeared across it and up onto the hood was a long, dark streak. It looked like dried mud, but it had a strange, almost viscous quality to it, and the smell, that metallic, faintly sweet smell from the cemetery. I never went back to that town. I never used GPS the same way again. Either, I always double-check addresses, cross-reference with street views, anything to avoid another diner's delight, incident, the nightmares, though they stayed. The milky white eyes of the old woman, her raspy whisper of he is waiting, the impossibly tall, skeletal figure standing in front of my car, its bony finger pointing. I still wake up in a cold sweat, my heart pounding, convinced that I hear a slow, heavy thump scrape thump just outside my window. A few weeks after the incident, I was finally brave enough to clean out my car. It still smelled faintly of damp earth and that sickening metallic sweetness. As I was vacuuming under the passenger seat, my hand brushed against something small and hard, wedged deep in the upholstery. I pulled it out. It was a locket, an antique, tarnished silver locket, heavy in my palm. It definitely was not mine. I had never seen it before. It must have been dislodged during the crash, or perhaps during my frantic escape. My fingers trembled as I pried it open. Inside, nestled behind a faded, sepia-toned photograph of a child with dark, solemn eyes, was a small, brittle lock of dark hair. I dropped it instantly, a scream catching in my throat. The photograph, the hair, it was too much. It was a piece of their world. A chilling reminder that I had not just stumbled into a bad GPS error. I had stumbled into something ancient, something that waited for those who got lost in the dark, and it had left me with a souvenir, a chilling, silent warning that sometimes the dead do not stay buried, and some things, once disturbed, can never truly be left behind. So, next time your GPS takes you somewhere unexpected, especially late at night, maybe just take the long way home. Trust me on this one. Hey everyone, I have got a story for you that still sends shivers down my spine. Even thinking about it now, it is about a night that started innocently enough, just a casual meetup, but ended with me questioning everything I thought I knew about safety, about strangers, and about what really lurks in the shadows of forgotten places. You know that gut feeling, that little voice in the back of your head telling you to turn back. Yeah, I ignored it, and believe me, I paid for it. So, this happened a few years back, maybe 4 or 5 now. I was really into collecting vintage gaming consoles and obscure retro games. It was a pretty niche hobby. And finding rare items often meant scouring online forums and classifieds. That is how I met Mark. Or at least, that is how I thought I met Mark. We had been chatting for a few weeks on a specialized forum. He seemed like a cool guy, shared a lot of my interests, and claimed to have an incredibly rare, mint condition prototype of an old console, something called a Vectron 3000, that he was willing to sell for a surprisingly good price. Now, I am usually pretty cautious about these kinds of deals. I always suggest public places, well-lit areas, during the day. But Mark had this whole story about how he lived way out in the sticks, inherited his grandmother's old house, and rarely came into town. He said he was a bit of a recluse, which, honestly, I could kind of relate to. He sent me pictures of the console, and it looked legit. The price was too good to pass up, and my collector's brain was practically screaming, "Go for it." So, after a few days of back and forth, we agreed to meet at his place. He gave me an address that was pretty far out, maybe an hour and a half drive from my town, deep into a rural area I would never even heard of. He said to come around 8 p.m., after sunset, because he worked late and that was the only time he was free. Red flag number one. I guess, but I rationalized it. People have weird schedules, right? The day of the meetup, I packed a bag with the cash, double-checked the address on my GPS, and set off. The drive itself was uneventful at first. I passed through small towns. Then the landscape slowly morphed into endless fields and dense patches of forest. As I got closer to the address, the paved roads turned into gravel. Then just dirt tracks. My phone's signal started to get spotty, which was a little concerning. But I figured it was just a rural area. The sun had long since dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in deep purples and oranges that quickly faded to an inky black. My headlights cut through the darkness. Illuminating dust devils kicked up by my tires. The air grew cooler, carrying the scent of damp earth and pine needles. I remember feeling a slight prickle of unease. That familiar whisper, "This is a bit much," but I pushed it down. I was almost there. Finally, my GPS announced, "You have arrived at your destination." I slowed down, peering through the windshield. What I saw was not what I expected. There was no mailbox, no clear house number, just a long, unpaved driveway leading into a thick cluster of ancient, gnarled trees. Beyond them, I could just make out the silhouette of a house. It looked old, really old, like early 1900s, maybe even late 1800s, with a steeply pitched roof end, dark, vacant windows. I pulled into the driveway, my tires crunching loudly on the loose stones. The trees here were even denser, their branches forming a canopy that blocked out most of the moonlight. The house itself was set back quite a bit from the road, almost hidden. It was a 2-story structure, painted a faded, peeling gray that looked almost white in the dim light. Overgrown bushes clawed at the foundation, and the porch steps looked like they had not been repaired in decades. A general air of neglect hung heavy around the place, like it had been forgotten by time. I killed my engine, and the sudden silence was deafening. No crickets, no distant traffic, just a faint tick of my cooling engine. I scanned the house, looking for any sign of life. No lights were on, not a single one. That was odd. Mark said he would be waiting. I pulled out my phone, but as I expected, no service. Great. I sat there for a minute, debating. This felt off, really off. My gut was screaming at me to just turn around, drive away, cut my losses. But then I thought about that Vectron 3000 and the money I would driven all this way with, and the fact that Mark had seemed so normal online. Maybe he just had not gotten around to turning on the lights yet. Maybe he was just inside, waiting for me. Hesitantly, I got out of my car. The air was thick and cold, carrying a faint, musty smell, like old wood and damp earth. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my nerves. As I walked towards the house, my flashlight beam cut through the darkness. That is when I saw it. The front door. It was not just ajar. It was wide open, not invitingly, but almost aggressively, like someone had just kicked it in, or forgotten to close in a hurry. It hung open by a single hinge, creaking faintly in the non-existent breeze. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding thin and weak in the oppressive silence. No answer. Only the echo of my own voice seemed to bounce back from the dark. Open, doorway. "Mark, are you home?" Still nothing. My heart started to pound a little faster. This was beyond sketchy. This was a horror movie cliche waiting to happen. Any sensible person would have gotten back in their car and floored it. But I was not sensible. Not entirely. There was a part of me, a stupid, stubborn part, that genuinely worried something might have happened to Mark. What if he had an accident? What if he would fallen? The door being wide open like that, it just did not sit right. It felt like an invitation, but not a friendly one, more like a challenge. Against every fiber of my being, against all common sense, I walked up the creaking porch steps. They groaned under my weight, each step sounding like a gunshot in the silence. I stood at the threshold, peering into the black abyss of the entryway. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, revealing a small, dusty foyer. There was a coat rack, empty, a small, round table, also empty. The air inside was even colder than outside, and it carried a faint, unsettling smell, not quite decay, but something old, stagnant, and faintly metallic. "Mark," I called again, louder this time, trying to project some confidence I definitely did not feel. "It is Alex. I am here for the Vectron." Silence. A heavy, suffocating silence that seemed to press in on me from all sides. The only sound was a frantic thump of my own heart against my ribs. I took a tentative step inside. The floorboards immediately let out a loud, protesting creak. My flashlight beam danced around the room. To my left was a living room, shrouded in shadow. To my right, a dining room. Both were sparsely furnished, covered in thick sheets, like the house had been abandoned for years. But then, why was the door open? Why had Mark given me this address? I took another step, then another, moving deeper into the foyer. The metallic smell was stronger here, almost coppery. I noticed something on the floor, near the base of the stairs that led up to the second floor. It was a shoe, a single, muddy sneaker. It looked like a man's shoe, and it was lying on its side, as if it had been kicked off in a hurry. Or perhaps fallen off. My breath hitched. This was wrong. All wrong. I should have left. I knew I should have left. But something, some morbid curiosity, some misplaced sense of obligation, kept me moving forward. I aimed my flashlight up the stairs. They were steep, dark, and looked even older than the porch steps. "Mark." I whispered this time, my voice barely audible. And then I heard it, a faint sound, from somewhere deeper within the house. It was not a voice. It was not a creak of the house settling. It was a rhythmic, scratching sound, like fingernails dragging across wood, or something being dragged across a rough surface. Scrape, scrape, scrape. It seemed to be coming from the back of the house, perhaps from the kitchen or beyond. My blood ran cold. Every hair on my arm stood on end. My rational brain screamed, "Get out! Now!" But my feet, as if disconnected from my will, started to move towards the sound. I told myself it was probably just a rodent or a branch scraping against the house. But deep down, I knew it was not. I crept through the living room, my flashlight beam cutting through the gloom. The furniture was draped in white sheets, giving the room a ghostly appearance. Dust motes danced in the beam. I could feel the presence of something heavy and unseen, pressing down on me. The metallic smell was growing stronger. I reached a doorway leading into what looked like a kitchen. The scratching sound was definitely coming from here now. Louder, more distinct. Scrape, scrape, paw scrape. It was irregular, almost deliberate. I pushed open the kitchen door slowly. It groaned on its hinges, sending a fresh wave of unease through me. The kitchen was old, with chipped linoleum floors and yellowed appliances. A single, bare light bulb hung from the ceiling, but it was off. My flashlight illuminated a scene of disarray. A chair was overturned near a small, round table. A ceramic mug lay shattered on the floor, surrounded by a dark, sticky puddle that I prayed was spilled coffee. But the coppery smell here was overwhelming. And then I saw it. On the floor, near the overturned chair, was a dark stain, much larger than the spilled liquid from a mug. It was almost black in the dim light, but the coppery smell confirmed my worst fears. It was blood, and it was still wet. My stomach lurched. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. This was not a rodent. This was not an accident. Something terrible had happened here. Mark was in trouble. Or worse. The scratching sound had stopped. The sudden silence was even more terrifying than the noise had been. I stood frozen in the doorway, my flashlight beam trembling in my hand, fixed on the bloodstain. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of pure panic. And then, from the corner of the kitchen, I heard a faint thump. It was soft, almost imperceptible, but it was there, and it was followed by a low, guttural growl, a sound that was distinctly animalistic, but twisted, wrong. My blood turned to ice. I was not alone. My eyes darted to the corner where the sound had come from. It was mostly obscured by a large, old pantry cabinet. My flashlight beam struggled to penetrate the deep shadows. I saw a flicker of movement, something dark and low to the ground. "Who is there?" I choked out, my voice barely a whisper. The growl intensified, a low rumble that vibrated through the floorboards. And then, slowly, a figure emerged from behind the pantry. It was not Mark. It was a man, but not like any man I would ever seen. He was impossibly tall and gaunt, his frame almost skeletal beneath what looked like an old, tattered work jumpsuit. His skin was pale, almost translucent, stretched taut over prominent bones. His hair was long, greasy, and matted, hanging in clumps around a face that was a mask of unsettling features. His eyes, though, were what truly terrified me. They were sunken deep into their sockets, wide and unblinking, glowing with a faint, malevolent red light in the darkness, and they were fixed on me. He moved slowly, deliberately, his head cocked to one side as if studying me. In one hand, he clutched something as he stepped further into the light. I saw it. It was a rusty, old garden trowel, caked with dried mud and, to my horror, fresh crimson stains. And in his other hand he was dragging something. It was a body, a human body, limp and lifeless, being dragged across a linoleum floor. It was face down, but I could make out the clothing. A familiar-looking plaid shirt, the same kind of shirt Mark had been wearing in the profile picture he would send me online. My stomach emptied itself onto the dusty kitchen floor. The smell of bile mixed with the coppery stench of blood. My mind screamed, run, but my body was locked in place, paralyzed by a terror so profound. I could not even breathe. The gaunt man paused, the body still clutched in his hand, his red eyes burning into mine. A slow, chilling smile spread across his face, revealing teeth that were too long, too sharp, and stained with something dark. He raised a trowel slightly, almost in a salute. "You should not have come," he rasped, his voice a dry, papery whisper that seemed to scrape against my eardrums. "He was waiting for you." My brain finally rebooted. This was not Mark's house. This was not a deal gone wrong. This was a trap. I was next. Pure adrenaline flooded my system. The paralysis shattered. I did not think. I just reacted. I spun around, stumbling over my own feet, and bolted back the way I came. My flashlight clattered to the floor, plunging the kitchen into near darkness. But I did not care. I just needed to get out. I heard a guttural grunt from behind me, followed by the sickening thumb drag of the body being dropped, and then the quick, shuffling footsteps of the man. He was coming after me. I burst through the kitchen doorway, not bothering with the handle, just slamming my shoulder into it. It flew open, and I careened into the living room, tripping over one of the shrouded pieces of furniture. I went down hard, hitting my knee on something solid. A sharp pain shot up my leg, but I ignored it, scrambling to my feet. I could hear him behind me, his heavy, uneven footsteps thudding on the linoleum, getting closer. The front door. I just needed to get to the front door. I stumbled through the dark living room, my hands outstretched, blindly searching for the opening. The white sheets on the furniture seemed to swirl around me like ghosts, reaching out to grab me. I could hear his ragged breathing. Closed behind me now. The air around me grew colder, and I could feel a presence, a malevolent energy, right on my heels. I slammed into the doorframe of the foyer, disoriented in the darkness. My mind was a whirlwind of panic. Where was the front door? Which way was it? A cold, clammy hand clamped down on my shoulder. I cried out, a raw, primal scream torn from my throat. The grip was impossibly strong, digging into my flesh. I could feel long, sharp nails piercing my shirt, scraping against my skin. I twisted violently, thrashing, desperate to break free. The man grunted, a sound of effort, and I felt a sharp, searing pain as his nails tore through my skin. But the sheer force of my terror gave me a burst of strength. I ripped myself away, leaving a piece of my shirt and, I am sure, some skin in his grasp. I did not look back. I just ran. I saw the faint outline of the open front door, a rectangle of slightly less intense darkness. I threw myself towards it, my lungs burning, my legs pumping. I burst out onto the porch, gasping for air. The cold night air a shock to my burning lungs. I did not even bother with the steps. I launched myself off the edge of the porch, landing awkwardly on the overgrown grass below, twisting my ankle. A jolt of agonizing pain shot through my leg, but I barely registered it. I just needed to get to my car. I scrambled to my feet, limping, stumbling, blindly running towards where I thought my car was parked. The trees seemed to close in around me, their branches like skeletal arms reaching out. I could hear his footsteps behind me, surprisingly fast, surprisingly close. He was still coming. I fumbled for my car keys, my hands shaking so violently I could barely hold them. I could hear his heavy breathing right behind me now, a horrifying, wet rasp. I could almost feel his hot, fetid breath on the back of my neck. Just as I reached my car, I heard a loud thump directly behind me. I risked a glance over my shoulder. He was there, standing just a few feet away, his red eyes glowing in the darkness. He held the rusty trowel high above his head, glinting faintly in the scant moonlight that pierced the canopy. My fingers finally found the unlock button on my fob. The car, lights flashed, and the doors unlocked with a soft click. I yanked the driver's side door open, practically throwing myself inside. Fumbling for the ignition, he lunged. I screamed, pushing the key into the ignition and turning it with all my might. The engine sputtered, coughed, then roared to life just as his hand slammed against the car door, right where my head had been a second before. The impact shook the entire vehicle. I could hear the thunk of the trowel embedding itself in the metal of my car door. I did not look back. I slammed the car into reverse, my foot pressing the accelerator to the floor. Tires spun on the loose gravel, kicking up a cloud of dust. The car lurched backward, throwing me against the seat. I did not care. I just needed to get away. I could see him in my rearview mirror, a tall, dark figure standing in the cloud of dust, the trowel still stuck in my car door, his red eyes burning. Watching me go, I screeched out of the driveway, tearing down the dirt track, not caring about potholes or bumps. I drove like a madman, my heart still pounding, every muscle in my body screaming with adrenaline. I did not stop until I hit the main road, the one with actual asphalt. Even then, I kept driving, pushing the speed limit, my eyes darting to the rearview mirror every few seconds, expecting to see him there. Somehow, impossibly, behind me, it took me another hour to reach the first gas station I saw, a brightly lit beacon of civilization. My hands were still shaking so badly I could barely hold my phone. I had tried calling 911 multiple times before my shaky fingers managed to dial correctly. The police arrived quickly. I was a mess, covered in dirt, blood my own, from the scratch on my shoulder, and God knows what else from the kitchen, and shaking uncontrollably. I told them everything about Mark, the Vectron 3000, the open door, the blood, the body, the man with the red eyes and the trowel. They took me seriously enough, mostly because I was so visibly traumatized. They sent a patrol car to the address. I waited at the gas station, wrapped in a blanket the attendant had given me, sipping on a lukewarm coffee, trying to stop shaking. About an hour later, the officers returned. Their faces were grim. "Sir," one of them said, "we searched the property thoroughly. There is no one there, no body, no other individual. The house is completely empty." My blood ran cold again. But the blood, the body, he was dragging Mark, and the trowel, it is stuck in my car door. They looked at my car. Sure enough, there was a deep gouge in the metal of the driver's side door, right where the trowel had hit. But no trowel. It was gone, and the scratch on my shoulder, though painful, was just a surface wound. Nothing that suggested a struggle with a murderous maniac. We found some dried stains on the kitchen floor. The officer continued, "But they are old. Could be anything. There is no fresh evidence of a struggle. No signs of forced entry. No recent activity at all. The house looks like it has been abandoned for years. And there is certainly no one named Mark living there, according to property records. But the online profile," I stammered. "The messages," they looked at me with a mixture of pity and suspicion. They suggested I might have been disoriented, that the darkness and my own fear might have played tricks on me. They said they would file a report, but without any concrete evidence. There was not much they could do. They even suggested I might need to see a doctor for shock. I knew what I saw. I knew it was not a hallucination. The fear, the smell, the red eyes, the body, it was all real. But how could it be gone? How could a house that clearly had someone in it just minutes before be completely empty? They eventually let me go, advising me to be more careful about meeting strangers from the internet. I drove home in a daze. The gouge in my car bore a stark reminder of what had happened. For weeks, I could not sleep. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking menace. Every creak of my own house set me into a cold sweat. I checked my online accounts obsessively, trying to find Mark's profile. But it was gone, completely deleted, like he had never existed. I never went back to that house. I never will. I still do not know who that man was, or what happened to Mark. Was Mark already dead when I arrived? Was he just bait? Was it all some elaborate, twisted game? I do not have answers, but I do know this. There are places out there, hidden away, where the darkness is not just the absence of light. It is something else entirely. Something ancient and hungry. And sometimes, when you go looking for a deal that is too good to be true, you find yourself walking right into a nightmare you can never truly wake up from. And the next time my gut tells me to turn back, believe me, I am listening. Every single time. All right, gather around. Because what I am about to tell you is not some campfire story. This is real. This happened to me. And even now, years later, I still sleep with a lamp on. And I check every shadow in my apartment twice. It all started, as so many modern nightmares do, with a swipe. You know how it is. Another Friday night. Another night in. My cat, Mittens, was curled up on my lap, purring like a tiny motor, and I was mindlessly scrolling through Tinder. It had become a ritual, a sort of low-stakes gamble. Swipe left on the gym selfies, and the guys holding fish. Swipe right on, the ones who look like they might actually hold conversation. My expectations were, shall we say, subterranean. I was not looking for Prince Charming. Just someone who did not immediately send a picture of their junk. Then, I saw him. His name was Ethan. Or, at least, that is what his profile said. And honestly, he was captivating. Not in a flashy, model-type way, but in a way that made you pause. He had kind eyes, a genuine, slightly crooked smile, and a scattering of freckles across his nose that gave him an approachable, almost boyish charm. His profile picture was of him sitting on a park bench, sunlight dappling through the leaves behind him, a book open on his lap. It was a perfect shot. His bio was short, just a few lines about loving hiking, old movies, and trying new coffee shops. Nothing out of the ordinary, but it felt authentic, real. My thumb hovered. Then, with a little flutter in my chest that I had not felt in a while, I swiped right. To my surprise, it was an instant match. That little confetti animation popped up, and for a second, I felt a silly, almost childlike thrill. Maybe, just maybe, this would not be another dud. His first message came through almost immediately. Hey, Sarah. Glad we matched. You have a really warm smile. It was simple, polite, and not a cheesy pickup line. I liked that. We started chatting. It was easy, flowing conversation, not forced or awkward. He asked about my interests, shared anecdotes about his own life, and somehow managed to make even mundane topics like grocery shopping sound interesting. He was witty, intelligent, and seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say. He worked as an architect, he told me, specializing in sustainable design. He lived a few towns over, about an hour's drive from me. He mentioned He would recently move back to the area to be closer to his family after some time away. Over the next few days, our messages grew longer, more personal. We talked about our favorite bands, our weirdest childhood memories, our hopes and fears. I found myself looking forward to his messages, checking my phone constantly. He felt safe, familiar, even. It was a strange connection to forge purely through text, but it felt genuine. I even started to feel a small, hopeful spark, something I had not felt in a long time. One evening, as we were discussing local hiking trails, he mentioned a specific one, Whispering Pines, that he used to frequent as a kid. It is a beautiful trail, he wrote, but I have not been back in years. Too many memories. I guess. I remember thinking that was a little cryptic, but I brushed it off. Everyone has old haunts, places tied to forgotten feelings. Then, a few days later, while I was procrastinating on some work, I stumbled down a rabbit hole of local news archives. I was looking up an old story about a historical landmark, and one of those related articles sections popped up. My eyes scanned the headlines, mostly local events, until one caught my attention. It was an obituary, but it was not just any obituary. It was his. Local architect Ethan Hayes, 28, dies in tragic accident. My breath hitched. I felt a cold knot form in my stomach. No, that could not be right. I must have misread it. There are probably a million Ethan Hayeses in the world, right? But the picture accompanying the article, it was him. The same kind eyes, the same slightly crooked smile, the same scattering of freckles. It was the exact same person from his Tinder profile, just a slightly different angle, a more formal headshot, but there was no mistaking it. The article was dated 3 years ago. 3 years ago. My blood ran cold. The purring cat on my lap suddenly felt like a heavy, dead weight. My fingers trembled as I clicked on the article. It detailed a car accident on a winding rural road. A single vehicle incident. He had been pronounced dead at the scene. He was survived by his parents and a younger sister. There were quotes from friends, teachers, all expressing their shock and grief at the loss of such a promising young man. I sat there, staring at the screen, the words blurring, my mind reeling. This was not just a catfish. This was not some guy using old pictures. This was using the pictures of a dead man who, according to the article, had been a beloved member of the community. A wave of nausea washed over me. Who would do something like this? What kind of sick, twisted individual would create a fake profile using the identity of someone who had tragically passed away? My first instinct was anger, then disgust, then a primal fear began to creep in. I scrolled back to our Tinder conversation. His last message was still there, waiting for my reply. Hey Sarah, how's your week going? Thinking of grabbing coffee sometime next week if you are free. My heart hammered against my ribs. Coffee. With him. With this phantom. This ghost. I wanted to delete the app, throw my phone across the room, scrub my brain clean of everything I would seen. But morbid curiosity, or maybe just sheer terror, held me rooted. I needed to understand. I needed to know. I went back to the article, looking for any detail, any clue. It mentioned he was an architect, just like his profile said. It mentioned his love for hiking and his recent move back to the area before his death. Everything in his Tinder bio was a perfect reflection of the deceased Ethan Hayes. This was not just a random photograph. This was a deliberate, meticulous impersonation. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature of my apartment. It was the kind of cold that seeped into your bones, The kind that whispers of something profoundly wrong. My phone buzzed. It was another message from Ethan. Everything okay? Sarah, you went quiet. My fingers froze over the keyboard. What do you say to a ghost? Or to the person pretending to be one? Do you confront them? Do you just block them and run? I did not answer. I could not. I just stared at the picture of him again. The same kind eyes that had drawn me in now seemed to hold a chilling, knowing gaze. That night, I barely slept. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of the wind outside, sounded like a footstep, a whisper. I kept seeing his face in the darkness. That gentle smile, now twisted into something sinister in my mind. The next morning, I woke up with a pounding headache and a dry mouth. My first instinct was to delete everything, but I did not. I had to know more. This was not just a prank. This felt deeper, more disturbing. I did something I rarely do. I started digging on social media. I searched for Ethan Hayes in the local area. It was not hard to find his memorial page, set up by friends and family. It was filled with tributes, old photos, memories, and there, among them, were more pictures of him. Pictures of him with friends, pictures of him on hiking trails, pictures of him at graduation, and then a photo that made my blood run cold all over again. It was the exact park bench from his Tinder profile picture, the exact angle, the exact dappled sunlight. It was a photo someone else had taken of him. The book on his lap. I could just make out the title in the memorial photo. It was a collection of classic horror stories. Not something I would have guessed from his otherwise wholesome profile. The person behind the profile was not just using his photos. They were using specific photos. Photos that showed he was loved, that showed his life. It was a complete, horrifying appropriation. I felt like I was losing my mind. Was this some elaborate scam? Was someone trying to psychologically mess with me? But why me? I was not rich. I was not famous. I was just me. I decided to try a different approach. Instead of confronting Ethan, I decided to play along, just for a little while, to see what I could uncover. It was a stupid, dangerous decision. I know, but I felt compelled. I needed answers. I messaged him back, trying to sound as normal as possible. Sorry, got caught up with work. Coffee sound great. What were you thinking? His reply was immediate. Great. How about that cute little place on Main Street? The Daily Grind. They make a killer latte. My heart skipped a beat. The Daily Grind was my favorite coffee shop. It was not listed anywhere on my profile. I had not mentioned it in our chats. It was just my spot. Oh, yeah, I love that place. I typed, trying to keep my voice steady, even though I was alone in my apartment. How did you know I liked it? A pause. Then, his reply just a lucky guess. I suppose. I have heard good things about it myself. A lucky guess. My blood ran cold. This was not a guess. This was information. Information he should not have. I started to feel a prickle on the back of my neck. I looked around my apartment, suddenly feeling exposed. Had he seen me there? Was he watching me? The thought was absurd, terrifying. I tried to shake it off. Maybe it was a common coffee shop. Maybe he would seen me there once, without me noticing. I tried to rationalize, but the chilling certainty that something was deeply wrong gnawed at me. We set a tentative date for coffee next Tuesday. I had no intention of going, but I needed to keep him talking. I needed to see what else he knew over the next few days. The messages grew increasingly unsettling. He would reference things I would done that day, things I had not posted anywhere online. Rough day at work. Huh. Hope that late night rerun of The Office helped you unwind. I had indeed watched The Office late last night, after a particularly frustrating day. I had not told him. I had not posted it. Another time your cat is looking particularly fluffy today. Hope she is enjoying her nap. Mittens was, in fact, napping on my windowsill, bathed in a patch of sunlight. How could he know that? My curtains were drawn. My windows were on the second floor. I started to feel a suffocating sense of paranoia. Every shadow seemed to move. Every reflection in a window felt like it contained another pair of eyes. I started checking my locks obsessively, peering through the peephole before opening my door. Even for the mailman, I felt like I was living in a surveillance state, and I was the only one who knew it. I tried to trace his IP address, but it was always masked, bouncing through different servers. I tried to find any other social media, profiles linked to his name, but there was nothing, just a memorial page. The man I was messaging was a ghost, and the person pretending to be him was a phantom. I started to wonder if I was going crazy. Was I imagining things? Was I just connecting dots that were not there, driven by the initial shock of finding the obituary? But the details were too specific. The coffee shop, the office, Mittens. Then he sent me a photo. It was not a selfie. It was a picture of a single white rose, lying on a weathered stone, and beneath it, carved into the stone, was the name Ethan Hayes, with a birth date and a death date, a tombstone. My blood ran cold. He had sent me a picture of his own grave. My hand shook so violently I almost dropped my phone. This was not just a catfish. This was not just a prank. This was deeply, profoundly sick. What is this? I typed, my fingers clumsy with fear. His reply came swiftly. Just visiting an old friend. He always loved white roses. An old friend. He was calling the person whose identity he had stolen, whose grave he was apparently standing over. An old friend. The sheer audacity, the chilling disrespect, made my stomach churn. Who are you? I demanded, my fear turning into a desperate, furious need for answers. Why are you doing this? A long pause, longer than usual. I could feel my heart pounding in my ears. I imagined him on the other side, a twisted smile on his face, enjoying my terror. Then, the message came, and it was not what I expected. I am Ethan. Who else would I be? This was not an admission. It was a denial, a terrifying, absolute denial of the truth I knew. He was not just pretending to be Ethan. He believed he was Ethan. Or he wanted me to believe it. I typed furiously. No, you are not. Ethan Hayes died 3 years ago. I saw his obituary. I saw his memorial page. Who are you? Really? Another pause. This one felt even longer, heavier. I could almost feel his presence. A cold breath on my neck. You are, right? Sarah, he finally replied. I did. But some things, they do not stay buried. My blood ran colder than ever before. This was not a person talking anymore. This was something else. Something that should not be. What do you mean? I typed, my voice barely a whisper, even though I was alone. I mean, he wrote, that I have been watching you for a long time. You remind me of someone I loved. My mind raced. Who? Who could I possibly remind him of? Someone from his past life. The real Ethan's past life. This was beyond creepy. This was supernatural. Or the work of a deeply disturbed individual. I did not know which was worse. I do not know you. I wrote, tried to project a defiance I did not feel. You are a stranger. Oh, but I do know you. Sarah, he replied, I know your favorite coffee shop, your cat's name, the way you hum when you are doing dishes. I know the small scar on your left knee from when you fell off your bike as a kid. I know the way your eyes crinkle when you genuinely laugh. The scar on my left knee. It was small, almost invisible, hidden beneath my jeans. No one knew about it except my parents and a childhood friend. He could not have seen it. Not unless. My mind screamed. He had to have been in my apartment, or watching me for an unimaginable amount of time. The thought sent a jolt of pure terror through me. I scrambled for my phone, my fingers fumbling. I needed to call the police. I needed to block him. I needed to disconnect myself from this nightmare. But before I could, another message popped up. Do not call anyone. Sarah, it won't help. I just want to meet you. Just once. At the daily grind. Tomorrow, 10 a.m., I will be wearing a blue jacket, just like the one in my profile picture. He was pushing for the meeting I had no intention of attending. But the way he said it won't help. It sounded like a threat, a promise. I did not reply. I just stared at the message, paralyzed by fear. He was giving me a choice, but it felt like no choice at all. That night, I did not just sleep with the lamp on, I slept with every light in my apartment blazing. I barricaded my door with a chair, and I kept a heavy book by my bed, just in case. Every shadow seemed to arrive. Every sound was amplified. I felt utterly, completely alone and vulnerable. I considered going to the police, but what would I say? A dead man on Tinder is stalking me. They would think I was crazy. And what proof did I have? Screenshots of a Tinder chat and an old obituary. They would tell me to block him and move on. The next morning, I was a wreck. I had not slept a wink, but I had a plan. A stupid, dangerous plan, but a plan nonetheless. I was not going to the daily grind, but I was going to drive by it. I needed to see if anyone was there. If he was there, at 9:45 a.m., I was in my car, parked a block away from the daily grind, my heart pounding like a drum solo. I gripped the steering wheel so hard my knuckles were white. My eyes were glued to the entrance of the coffee shop. People came and went, grabbing their morning coffee. Oblivious, I scanned every face, looking for a blue jacket, for anyone who looked even remotely like the pictures of Ethan Hayes. 10 o'clock a.m. Nothing. 10:05 a.m. Still nothing. My breath hitched. Maybe he was not real. Maybe it was all a sick joke, and I had fallen for it. Maybe he was just trying to scare me. Then, at 10:10 a.m., a man walked out of the daily grind. He was wearing a blue jacket. He was tall, with dark hair, and as he turned to look down the street, my heart stopped. It was not Ethan, not the Ethan from the pictures, the Ethan from the obituary. This man was older, perhaps in his late 40s, with a gaunt face and deep-set eyes. He looked tired, almost haunted. He had a coffee cup in his hand, and he paused, looking directly at my car. My breath caught in my throat. Had he seen me? Was this him? This frail, sad-looking man. He did not move. He just stood there, staring, not at me, but at my car, as if he knew I was there, but did not care to acknowledge me directly. It was a chilling, detached gaze. Then, he raised his coffee cup slightly, in a gesture that felt both like a greeting and a farewell. A slow, unsettling smile spread across his face. It was not Ethan's kind, crooked smile. It was a grimace, a hollow, almost predatory grin that sent shivers down my spine. And then, I saw it. On the back of his blue jacket, embroidered in white thread, was a familiar symbol. It was a small, stylized pine tree with two tiny, almost invisible, birds perched on its branches. The logo of Whispering Pines. The hiking trail Ethan had mentioned. The trail, he would said, held too many memories. My foot instinctively pressed the accelerator. I did not care if he saw me. I just needed to get away. I sped off, my tires squealing, leaving him standing there, watching me disappear down the street. I drove home in a blur of terror, my mind racing. Who was that man? Was he the one behind the profile? Was he somehow connected to the real Ethan Hayes? Was he a relative, a friend, a deranged fan? As soon as I got home, I deleted Tinder. I blocked the number, changed my social media privacy settings, and considered changing my phone number altogether. But the images, the messages, the feeling of being watched, they were burned into my mind. I never heard from Ethan again. The messages stopped. The feeling of being watched, however, never truly went away. For weeks, I jumped at every shadow, every unexpected sound. I changed my route to work, avoided the daily grind, and became a recluse in my own home. I tried to research the man I saw, the gaunt man in the blue jacket, but I had no name, no real description beyond gaunt man in blue jacket. It was like chasing smoke. Months passed. The initial terror subsided, replaced by a lingering unease. I tried to move on, to forget, but every now and then, I would see a blue jacket in a crowd, or catch a glimpse of a profile picture that seemed just a little too perfect, and the cold dread would return. One day, about a year after the incident, I was at the grocery store, trying to put the whole thing behind me. I was reaching for a box of cereal when I heard it. A voice, low and gravelly, right behind me. You really should try the organic brand. Sarah, it is much better for you. I froze. My blood ran cold, just like it had that day I saw the obituary. I knew that voice. It was the voice of the man from the daily grind, the gaunt man in the blue jacket. I did not turn around. I could not. My heart hammered against my ribs. A trapped bird desperate to escape. I could feel his presence, close behind me, too close. I could almost feel his breath on my neck. Some things, the voice continued, a chilling smile evident in its tone. They just do not stay buried, do they? I dropped the cereal box and bolted. I ran out of that grocery store like my life depended on it, not looking back, not caring who saw me. I got in my car and sped away, my hands shaking so violently I could barely steer. I never went back to that grocery store. I moved apartments a month later, to a different part of the city, hoping to escape the lingering feeling of his eyes on me. I changed my number, my email, my entire online presence. But sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and the shadows stretch long across my bedroom floor, I hear a faint whisper. It sounds like my name, Sarah, and I wonder if he is still out there. The man who wears a dead man's face, the man who knows my deepest secrets. I wonder if he is still watching, waiting, because some things, as he so chillingly put it, just do not stay buried. And sometimes, the ghosts we encounter are not just spirits, but something far more terrifying, the living who refuse to let the dead rest, and who, in their obsession, become something monstrous themselves. And I know, deep down, that no matter how many locks I put on my door, no matter how far I run, he will always be out there. A shadow, a whisper, a reminder that sometimes the most innocent swipe can lead you straight into a nightmare you can never truly wake up from. All right, gather around, because what I am about to tell you, it is not just a story. It is a chunk of my life that I still can't quite process. A series of events that clawed their way into my reality and left me a different person. You know how sometimes you hear about these things, these bizarre, unexplainable horrors, and you think, nah, that only happens in movies. Yeah, well, I used to think that too. So, let us rewind a bit, just to get everyone on the same page. My name is Alex, and not too long ago, I was just your average 20-something, swiping through Tinder on a Friday night, looking for I do not know, a connection, a distraction, whatever it was. I found it in Ethan, an architect with kind eyes and a smile that seemed to promise easy conversation. And that is exactly what we had. Our messages flowed. We talked about everything from our favorite indie bands to the best way to make a grilled cheese. I started to feel that little flutter, that spark of hope you get when you think you might be onto something good. But then, that spark, it did not just fizzle out. It turned into a block of ice. A cold, hard dread that settled deep in my gut. I stumbled upon his obituary online. Ethan Hayes, dead 3 years ago in a car accident. The man I was messaging, the one I felt a connection with, was using a dead man's identity. And that is when things went from creepy to outright terrifying. His messages grew unervingly specific. He knew my favorite coffee shop, the exact time my cat, Mittens, took her afternoon naps, even a small, hidden scar on my knee from a bike accident when I was 7. He sent me a photo of his tombstone, the cold, gray stone with Ethan Hayes' name etched into it, and then chillingly messaged, "Some things, do not stay buried." My phone buzzed constantly with his messages, each one a fresh wave of nausea. He was pushing to meet, to finally see me in person. And despite every fiber of my being screaming no, a morbid curiosity, or maybe just a desperate need for answers, drove me to agree. We picked a date, a time, and a place to daily grind. That cozy little coffee shop, just a few blocks from my apartment. The day came, and I was a wreck. My hands were shaking so bad, I almost spilled my coffee on myself just trying to get out the door. My heart was a drum solo against my ribs. I drove by our planned coffee date, just to scout it out, to see if he was really there. And he was sitting at a small table by the window, exactly where we would said we would meet. He looked just like his pictures. Same dark hair, same kind eyes, though from this distance, through the rain-streaked glass of my car window, they seemed to hold a different kind of intensity. He was scrolling on his phone, occasionally glancing up, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips. My stomach did a flip-flop. This was not some catfish with a bad photo. This was him. Or at least, the person who looked exactly like Ethan Hayes. It was like seeing a ghost, but a ghost that could text you. Every instinct screamed at me to just hit the gas, drive away, and never look back, to block him, change my number, move to a different state. But a part of me, the stupid, brave, or perhaps just plain idiotic part, needed to know, needed to understand. So I parked a block away, took a deep, shaky breath, and walked towards the daily grind. The bell above the door jingled a little too loudly as I pushed it open, and the scent of roasted beans and warm pastries hit me. My eyes immediately found him. He looked up, and that faint smile widened. Genuine this time. He stood up as I approached, pulling out the chair opposite him. "Alex," he asked, his voice a low, pleasant rumble, exactly as I would imagined it. It sent a fresh shiver down my spine. Ethan, I managed, my voice a little hoarse. I sat down, trying to appear calm, trying to act like this was just a normal first date. But my hands, clasped together in my lap, were clammy, and my knees felt like jelly. He gestured to the menu board. "What can I get you?" I already ordered myself a latte. "Oh, just a black coffee. Please," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. He went up to the counter, and I watched him. Every movement, normal. Human. Too normal. Too human for a man who was supposed to be dead. He paid, came back, and set the coffee down in front of me. So, he began, leaning back, those kind eyes fixed on me. "It is good to finally meet you in person." "Yeah, you too," I lied, forcing a weak smile. My mind was racing. How do I even begin to address this? Do I just blurt it out? "Hey, so, funny thing, I found your obituary online." "No, that is insane." We fell into a polite, awkward conversation. He asked about my work, my cat, my interests, all the things we would already discussed over text. He even brought up a specific detail. "So, how's Mittens doing with her new feather toy? Did she finally tear it apart?" A detail I would mention in a fleeting text days ago. It was a subtle reminder that he knew things, intimate things, and it made my skin crawl. I tried to probe, subtly. "So, you have lived in this city a while, right?" He nodded. "Most of my life. Grew up here, went to college here. It is home." His eyes seemed to glaze over for a second, a strange, distant look, though sometimes it feels like I have been away for a long time. And then I come back, and it is like nothing's changed. That sent a jolt through me, away for a long time, like 3 years, like being dead. I quickly took a gulp of my coffee, nearly scalding my tongue. He chuckled. "Careful there. Do not want to burn yourself." His gaze was unnervingly warm, like he genuinely cared. It was a terrifying dissonance. We talked for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 20 minutes. I was trying to formulate an escape plan, trying to figure out how to gracefully get out of there without setting off any alarms. Every nerve ending in my body was screaming at me. This was not right. This was not safe. Then, my phone buzzed. It was a text message. I would set it to vibrate, trying to be polite. But now I almost welcomed the distraction. I discreetly picked it up, shielding the screen from his view. The message read, "Leave now. That is not who you think it is." My blood ran cold. My heart did not just pound, it seized. The world seemed to tilt. My eyes darted up, scanning the coffee shop. Who sent this? Was someone watching? Was this a friend trying to warn me? Or was it him? A twisted game. I looked at Ethan. He was taking a sip of his latte, seemingly oblivious. But the hairs on the back of my neck were standing up. That message, it confirmed everything I suspected, everything I feared. This was not just a prank. This was something far, far worse. "Everything all right?" "Alex?" he asked, his head tilted slightly, a hint of concern in his voice. Or was it something else? Curiosity? Anticipation? I swallowed hard. "Yeah, just a text from work." Something came up. My voice was shaky, betraying my attempt at nonchalance. He smiled, a little too wide, a little too knowing. "Oh, anything urgent?" "Yeah, actually," I said, trying to project a sense of urgency I genuinely felt. I really need to go. Something about a deadline. You know how it is. I started gathering my purse, my movements jerky and uncoordinated. He did not move. His smile remained, but his eyes, they were different now. Darker, a flash of something I could not quite identify, but it made my stomach clench. Already, we just got here. I was hoping we could talk a bit longer. There's so much more. I want to tell you things I have not been able to share with anyone in a long time. The way he said long time sent. Another wave of terror through me. It was not a casual comment. It felt loaded, like he was referring to those 3 years he would been supposedly dead. I really can't. I insisted, standing up abruptly, almost knocking over my chair. I am so sorry. Ethan, but I have to go. It is really important. He finally stood up, too, blocking my path slightly. He was not touching me, but his presence was suddenly immense, suffocating. Are you sure? Alex, you seem agitated. Is it something I said? His voice was still soft, but there was an edge to it now, a subtle shift that made it feel like a velvet-covered threat. No, not at all. Just work stuff. I stammered, trying to sidestep him. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought everyone in the coffee shop could hear it. I was convinced he knew I was lying. He knew about the text. He knew I was scared. He did not move. He just looked at me, his gaze intense, unwavering. You know, I have waited a long time for this. Alex, for someone like you, the words were meant to be endearing, romantic even. But coming from him, knowing what I knew, they were utterly chilling. I felt a primal urge to scream, to run. I really have to go. I repeated, my voice barely a whisper. I pushed past him, my shoulder brushing his arm. It felt cold, unnaturally so, even through my sweater. I did not look back. I just walked, as quickly and calmly as I could manage, towards the door. The jingle of the bell as I exited sounded like a freedom chime. I practically ran to my car, fumbling with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I dropped them twice. Finally, I got the door open, practically dove inside, and locked it. My breath hitched in my throat as I frantically started the engine. I glanced up, my eyes darting to the coffee shop window. He was standing there, just inside the door, watching me. His face was unreadable, but his eyes, they were dark, predatory, a shiver, colder than any winter wind, coursed through me. He gave a slow, deliberate wave, not a friendly wave, a wave that said, I see you, I know where you are going, and I am coming for you. I peeled out of the parking spot, leaving a strip of rubber on the wet asphalt. I did not care if I got a ticket. I just needed to get away. I drove aimlessly at first, just putting distance between myself and the daily grind. My mind was a whirlwind of panic and questions. Who sent that text? How did they know? And what the hell was I going to do? I eventually decided to head home, figuring I was safe there, at least for a little while. But as I turned onto my street, my heart plummeted into my stomach. A dark sedan, one I did not recognize, was parked a few houses down from mine. It was too much of a coincidence. I kept driving, past my house, around the block. The sedan was still there, parked, waiting. I did not go home. I drove straight to the police station. My hands were still shaking, my voice hoarse from the terror. I explained everything to the desk sergeant, a tired-looking woman who listened with a skeptical expression. So, let me get this straight, she said, tapping her pen on a notepad. You met a man on Tinder, found his obituary, and now you think he is a ghost who is stalking you. No, I almost shouted, my frustration bubbling over. Not a ghost. Someone using a dead man's identity. And he knew things, personal things. And then I got a text telling me to leave. And he was watching me. And now there is a strange car outside my house. She sighed, rubbing her temples. Look, I understand you are scared, miss, but we can't just open an investigation based on a Tinder date and a cryptic text message. People use fake profiles all the time. As for the car, it could be anyone, a neighbor, a visitor, unless he has explicitly threatened you or broken the law. There is not much we can do. I felt a wave of despair wash over me. He sent me a photo of the real Ethan's tombstone and messaged, "Some things that do not stay buried. Is not that a threat?" She raised an eyebrow. "It is unsettling." "Yes, but it is vague. It does not explicitly say he is going to harm you. We need more. Miss Alex Miller. We need more. Miss Miller, if he breaks into your home or physically assaults you, then we can act. For now, I suggest you block him. Change your number. And maybe stay with a friend for a few days." I left the station feeling utterly helpless. My terror compounded by a crushing sense of isolation. No one believed me. No one could help. I was on my own. I could not go home. I drove to a cheap motel on the outskirts of town, paid in cash, and spent the night huddled in bed, jumping at every creak and shadow. My phone was a lifeline, but also a source of dread. I checked it constantly. No new messages from Ethan, but also no messages from the anonymous texter. The next morning, after fitful, nightmare-ridden sleep, I knew I could not just hide. I needed answers, and the only lead I had was that mysterious text message. I tried texting back, "Who are you? How do you know?" Minutes stretched into an hour. Then, finally, a reply. I knew Ethan, the real Ethan. My heart hammered. "Who are you?" I typed, my fingers trembling. "A friend. Someone who cares about what happened to him. And what is happening now? What is happening now? He is trying to replace him. To be him." My blood ran cold. "Who is he?" "The man I met. His name is Marcus. Marcus Thorne. He was obsessed with Ethan. Worked with him at the architecture firm. He was unhinged. When Ethan died, Marcus disappeared. Everyone thought he went off the deep end, but he just went underground. And now he is back. And he has picked you because you were the kind of person Ethan would have liked. He is trying to live Ethan's life. Marcus Thorne. The name itself felt like a curse. An architect, like Ethan. It made a horrifying kind of sense. He had access to Ethan's life, his work, maybe even personal details. How do you know all this? I typed, desperate for more information. I was close to Ethan, and I saw Marcus watching you at the daily grind. He has been watching you for a while. Has not he? Since you matched with Ethan on Tinder. My stomach lurched. He would have been watching me before the coffee date. He would have been watching me since the beginning. Since I swiped right. Why did not you warn me sooner? I did not know how. I only recognized you from the pictures Ethan had on his phone. The ones Marcus must have found. When I saw you walk into the coffee shop with him, I knew I had to do something. I knew he was going to try to keep you there. What do? I asked, my voice barely audible as I spoke to my phone. The police do not believe me. He is dangerous. Alex, he truly believes he is Ethan. He is deluded, and he won't stop until he has completely taken over Ethan's life. And that includes you. But why me? Ethan was about to propose to someone before he died. He He was deeply in love. Marcus knew it. He wants that. He wants her. And he has decided you're the closest thing. A wave of nausea washed over me. This was not just a stalker. This was a man trying to steal an entire life, including a love story that was not his. And I was an unwitting pawn in his sick fantasy. Who was she? The woman Ethan was going to propose to. Her name was Sarah. She moved away after Ethan died. Could not bear to stay. But Marcus, he never let go of the idea. He has been trying to find her, I think, or someone, like her, someone to complete his twisted vision. The conversation ended there. I tried texting back, but got no response. The anonymous texter was gone, leaving me with a terrifying puzzle. I spent the next few days in a fog of fear. I did not go back to my apartment. I stayed at a friend's place, telling her a watered-down version of events. Enough to explain why I was a nervous wreck. She was supportive, but I could tell she thought I was overreacting. But the fear was real, and it was not just in my head. One evening, my friend was out, and I was alone in her apartment, trying to distract myself with a movie. That is when my phone buzzed. It was a picture message. My blood ran cold. It was a photo of Mittens, my cat, curled up on my favorite armchair in my living room. Below the photo, a message missing you. Alex, Mittens misses you too. She is waiting for you to come home. He was in my apartment. He had broken in. Panic seized me. I called the police again. Frantic. This time, they took it a little more seriously. Given the photographic evidence of a break-in, they sent an officer to my apartment. He found the back window forced open. Nothing was stolen, but things were rearranged. My toothbrush was gone from the bathroom. A pair of my pajamas was missing from my drawer, and a small, framed photo of me and Mittens was placed prominently on my bedside table. Facing the door, the officer, a young man named Officer Miller, no relation, thankfully, looked grim. He is trying to establish residence. Miss Miller, to make it seem like he lives there. This is definitely harassment, possibly stalking. We will put out an APB on Marcus Thorne, but without a current address. It is going to be tough. I felt a sliver of relief that they finally believed me, but it was quickly overshadowed by the horrifying realization that my home was no longer safe. My sanctuary had been violated. I could not go back there. Not ever. I had to get my things. My cat, but I could not do it alone. Officer Miller suggested I wait until they had more leads, but I could not. Mittens was there. I called my friend, explained the full, horrifying truth this time. She was shocked, but her concern for me and Mittens outweighed her disbelief. She agreed to come with me, armed with a baseball bat, just in case. We went back to my apartment the next day, in broad daylight. Officer Miller had left a patrol car parked outside, just as a deterrent. We approached cautiously, my heart in my throat. The back window was still open. Mittens. I called out, my voice trembling. A soft meow. Relief flooded me. She was okay. We went inside. The apartment felt different. Not just violated, but occupied. A faint, unfamiliar cologne hung in the air. On the kitchen counter, there was a half-eaten bowl of cereal. Not mine. On my coffee table, a book I would never seen before. An architecture textbook. He would have been living there, in my home. I found Mittens hiding under my bed, shaking. I scooped her up, holding her tight, burying my face in her fur. My friend, Sarah, was moving through the apartment, her face pale. Alex, she whispered, her voice tight with disgust. You need to see this. She was standing in my bedroom, On my bed, neatly folded, was a man's shirt, a dress shirt, and on my pillow, next to where my head would normally rest, was a single, white rose. A note was tucked into the rose. My hands shook as I unfolded it. I know you are scared, Alex, but do not be. We belong together. This is our home now. Come back to me. Come back to Ethan. My blood ran cold. He knew I would be back. He was playing a game, a twisted, terrifying game. He wanted me to see this. He wanted me to feel his presence. We need to get out of here, Sarah said, her voice firm. Now, we quickly grabbed a few essentials, packed mittens into her carrier, and got out. As we drove away, I saw the dark sedan parked down the street again. He was there. He was always there. The next few weeks were a blur of paranoia. I changed my phone number, moved to a different city, staying with distant relatives. I tried to erase every trace of myself from the internet, but the fear was a constant companion. Every shadow, every unfamiliar car, every late night noise sent me into a cold sweat. Then, one day, I got a package in the mail. No return address. My hands trembled as I opened it. Inside was a small, intricately carved wooden bird, a cardinal. It was beautiful, but it filled me with dread. It was identical to a carving I would seen in a picture of Ethan Hayes' childhood bedroom, a picture I would found on an old social media profile of his. And with the bird, a card, in elegant script, it read some things they do not stay buried, and some loves they last forever. I will find you, Alex, because you are mine, and I am Ethan. My heart stopped. He found me, even after all the precautions, all the moving. He found me. He was relentless. I called Officer Miller again. My voice, a frantic whisper. He was sympathetic, but still, his hands were tied. We are trying. Alex, we are really trying. But he is a ghost. No paper trail. No confirmed sightings. It is like he vanished after Ethan died, only to reappear as him. I knew then that I could not rely on the police. I had to confront him, or he would haunt me forever. I remember the anonymous texter's words. He wants to replace him, to be him. And then, Ethan was about to propose to someone before he died. Her name was Sarah. The texter knew a lot. Maybe they could help. Maybe they knew where Marcus might go, what his next move would be. I texted the old number, even though I had not gotten a response in weeks. He found me. He sent me a cardinal carving. He knows where I am. Please, you have to help me. You knew Ethan. You know Marcus. Where would he go? Minutes passed. Then, a reply: the old Hayes family cabin. Upstate. It is where Ethan was going to propose to Sarah. He will be there, waiting for you to become her. The old Hayes family cabin. A place of love, now twisted into a lair of obsession. It was a long drive, but I knew I had to go. I could not live like this anymore. I had to face him. I packed a small bag, making sure to include a heavy wrench I kept in my car for emergencies. Not much, but better than nothing. I drove through the night, the fear a cold knot in my stomach, but beneath it, a desperate resolve. The cabin was nestled deep in the woods, a rustic, charming place that looked idyllic under the pale moonlight. But to me, it felt like a trap. The windows glowed with a faint, warm light. He was there. I parked my car a distance away, hidden by the trees, and approached on foot. The air was crisp, silent, save for the rustling of leaves and the frantic pounding of my own heart. As I got closer, I saw him through one of the windows. He was sitting by a roaring fireplace, a glass of wine in his hand, staring into the flames. He looked content, like he was living his dream, Ethan's dream. I took a deep breath, clutching the wrench in my hand, and pushed open the unlocked front door. It creaked loudly, announcing my arrival. He turned, a slow, deliberate movement. His eyes, in the flickering firelight, gleamed with an unsettling joy. "Alex," he said, his voice soft, full of a terrifying affection. "You came home. I knew you would. This is not my home." "Marcus," I said, my voice shaking, but firm. "And you are not Ethan." His smile faltered. "Just for a second. Do not say that. Alex, you know I am. I always have been. We belong together. Just like Ethan and Sarah were meant to be." He stood up, slowly, deliberately. He was taller than I remembered. Or perhaps it was just a looming terror. "Sarah is not here, Marcus, and I am not Sarah. You need help." He took a step toward me. "I am Ethan. Alex, I always was. He gotta live it first. But now it is my turn. Our turn." He held out his hand. A ring box nestled in his palm. A diamond ring, glittering in the firelight. "I was gonna ask you, Alex, right here," just like he was going to ask her. My stomach churned. This was it. The culmination of his delusion. He was not just living Ethan's life. He was trying to complete it. "You are sick, Marcus," I said, taking a step back. "You need to let go. Ethan is dead." His eyes narrowed, and the kind facade finally cracked. The warmth vanished, replaced by a cold, hard glare. "He is not dead. He is here." He pointed to his chest. "He lives, through me, and you are supposed to complete us." He lunged. I did not hesitate. I swung the wrench, not aiming to kill, just to create distance, to defend myself. It connected with his arm with a sickening thud. He cried out, stumbling back, clutching his arm. The ring box clattered to the floor, the diamond glinting mockingly. "You do not understand." "Alex," he snarled, his eyes burning with a manic rage. "You are ruining everything." He came at me again, faster this time, pain fueling his anger. I dodged, scrambling backward, tripping over a rug. He was on me in an instant, his hands closing around my throat. His grip was surprisingly strong, and I gasped, clawing at his fingers, the air rapidly leaving my lungs. His face was inches from mine, contorted in a terrifying mask of fury and desperation. "You will be Sarah. You will be mine," he hissed, his breath hot on my face. Black spots danced in my vision. My head felt light. I thrashed, desperately trying to break free. My own terror giving me a surge of adrenaline. My hand flailed, searching for anything. My fingers closed around something hard and cold, the base of an old, heavy lamp, with every ounce of strength I had left. I swung it, blindly, desperately. It connected with the side of his head with a sickening crack. His grip loosened, his eyes widened, a flicker of surprise, then emptiness. He swayed, then collapsed backward, releasing me. I fell to the floor, gasping, coughing, sucking in huge gulps of air, my throat raw and burning. He lay still, a dark stain spread on the rug beneath his head. I lay there for what felt like an eternity, my body shaking uncontrollably, the taste of fear and copper in my mouth. Was he dead? Had I killed him? The thought was horrifying, but also liberating. After a few minutes, when my breathing finally started to regulate, I slowly, Cautiously, crawled over to him. I checked for a pulse. Nothing. His skin was already growing cold. Marcus Thorne, the man who wanted to be Ethan Hayes, was dead. I stumbled outside, grabbing my phone. My hands were still shaking, but I managed to dial 911. The dispatcher's voice was calm, a stark contrast to the chaos in my head. I explained what happened, the words tumbling out in a rush. They told me to stay put. That help was on the way. The police arrived, followed by an ambulance. It was a blur of flashing lights, stern questions, and a chilling confirmation that Marcus Thorne was indeed deceased. They found the ring, the note, the evidence of his obsession. The anonymous texter, it turned out, was the real Ethan's sister, haunted by Marcus's disturbing behavior after her brother's death, and vigilant enough to recognize his game when she saw it playing out. She would have been too afraid to come forward fully, but had done what she could to warn me. I was cleared of any wrongdoing. It was self-defense. Plain and simple. But even with the legal nightmare over, the real horror lingered. I never went back to my old apartment. I sold it, along with almost everything I owned. I started over, truly started over, in a new city, far away from the woods, far away from coffee shops that could hold such dark memories. Mittens is with me, curled up on my lap as I tell you this, a comforting weight. But I am not the same Alex. I look at people differently now, with a cautious scrutiny. I am wary of kindness that feels too easy. Smiles are too wide. I do not swipe on dating apps anymore. The world feels a little colder, a little more dangerous, because I know now that the monsters are not always under the bed. Sometimes, they are just a swipe away, waiting to, hey everyone, Alex here. And tonight, I want to tell you a story that still makes my skin crawl. It is about how quickly a normal, hopeful evening can twist into something absolutely terrifying. How the person sitting across from you, laughing and smiling, can be an utter monster hiding in plain sight. You know how it is with online dating, right? It is a minefield. You sift through profiles, swipe left on the bazaar, the shirtless mirror selfies, the guys holding fish, and every now and then, you stumble across someone who seems promising, like a beacon of normalcy in the vast ocean of weird. That is how it was with Mark. His profile was impeccable. Professional photos, not too staged. Just good quality. He was an architect, like Ethan, actually, which was a weird coincidence I did not think much of at the time. He had a great smile, kind eyes, and his bio was witty, intelligent, and actually made me laugh out loud a couple of times. He loved hiking, obscure indie films, and, get this, he volunteered at an animal shelter. I mean, come on, Mr. Perfect, right? We matched, and our initial messages were great. He was engaging, articulate, and seemed genuinely interested in getting to know me. No weird pickup lines. No instant requests for nudes. Just good, old-fashioned conversation. We talked for about a week, and by the time he asked me out for dinner, I was actually excited. Not just, oh, another date excited, but this could actually be something excited. It had been a while since I felt that. We picked a nice Italian place downtown. Not too fancy, but not a dive either. Somewhere you could actually hear each other talk. I remember getting ready that evening, feeling a lightness I had not felt in ages. I picked out a dress I liked, did my hair, and even put on a little extra makeup. I wanted to make a good impression. When I walked in, he was already there, standing up as I approached the table. And let me tell you, he looked even better in person, taller than I expected, with a confident but not arrogant demeanor. He had a charming smile, and his eyes, those kind eyes from his photo, seemed to sparkle when he looked at me. He complimented my dress, pulled out my chair, and for a moment, I actually thought, okay, Alex, maybe you finally hit the jackpot. The dinner started off wonderfully. We talked about everything. Our jobs, our hobbies, our shared love for travel, our favorite books. He listened intently, asked thoughtful questions, and seemed genuinely engaged. He had a way of making me feel like I was the only person in the room. He told me stories about his architectural projects, about a trip he took to Italy, about a particularly mischievous cat at the animal shelter he volunteered at. He made me laugh, a real, genuine laugh that came from my gut. I was completely disarmed. My usual dating cynicism, the one that makes me keep my guard up, was slowly melting away. He was charming, intelligent, funny, and incredibly attentive. It felt easy, natural, like we would known each other longer than just a few hours. About halfway through our main course, he excused himself to use the restroom. "Be right back," he said, flashing me that dazzling smile. I nodded, took a sip of my wine, and pulled out my phone to quickly check a text message from a friend. My purse was on the empty chair beside me, just as it had been all evening. I always keep it zipped up, but I would open it earlier to get my phone out, and I must have forgotten to zip it back. A small oversight, a tiny, insignificant detail that would soon become a chilling harbinger of the nightmare to come. As I scrolled through my texts, a small, almost imperceptible detail caught my eye. The flap of my wallet, which I always kept tucked securely inside my purse, looked slightly out of place. It was barely noticeable, just a fraction of an inch further out than I remembered. My heart gave a tiny, almost imperceptible flutter. No, I thought, do not be paranoid. Alex, it is nothing but that little seed of unease, once planted, began to sprout. I tried to dismiss it, to focus on my friend's text, but my eyes kept darting back to my purse, to that slightly askew wallet flap. My stomach tightened. It was a gut feeling. You know, that primal, instinctual alarm bell that screams, something is wrong. I reached for my purse, my hand trembling slightly. I pulled out my wallet, pretending to look for something, and that is when I saw it. Or rather, what I did not see, my Visa card, the one I use for most of my online purchases and everyday expenses, was gone. Just gone. The slot where it usually sat was empty. My breath hitched in my throat. Panic, cold and sharp, shot through me. My mind raced. Did I leave it at home? No. I distinctly remember putting it in my wallet this morning. Did it fall out? I frantically rummaged through my purse, pulling out everything: my keys, my lipstick, a crumpled receipt. Nothing. The card was nowhere to be found. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst through my ribs. My palms were sweating. My vision blurred slightly. This was not just a misplaced card. This was theft. Right here, right now. And the only person who had been anywhere near my purse was Mark. The thought hit me like a physical blow. Mark, the charming, witty, kind-eyed architect, the man who had been making me laugh just moments ago. Could he possibly? No, it was absurd. It had to be a mistake. A terrible, horrifying mistake. Just then, I saw him walking back from the restrooms, that easy smile still on his face. He looked so normal, so innocent, so utterly incapable of something like this. He sat back down, picking up the thread of our conversation as if nothing had happened. So, about that trip to Italy, he began. You absolutely have to see the Amalfi Coast. I could barely hear him over the roaring in my ears. My mind was a whirlwind of frantic questions. Do I confront him? What if I am wrong? What if it is just misplaced and I accuse him of something terrible? But what if I am right? What kind of monster would do that on a first date? The thought was so repulsive, so unthinkable, that I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. I forced myself to smile, to nod, to make appropriate noises of agreement, even though my insides were screaming. Every fiber of my being was screaming, get out. But I could not just stand up and run. Not without making a scene. Not without confirming my worst fears. The waiter brought the bill. Mark, ever the gentleman. Reach for it. My treat, he said with a confident smile. It has been a wonderful evening. My blood ran cold. Of course, I thought he wants to pay with my card. Probably I had to act fast. Oh, no, let me, I stammered, my voice sounding strained even to my own ears. I actually forgot my wallet at home. Can you believe it? So silly of me. I guess I will have to Venmo you. Or something. The lie felt clumsy, transparent, but it was all I could come up with on the spot. His smile faltered for a fraction of a second. A tiny, almost imperceptible flicker in his eyes. Was it surprise, annoyance, or something darker? I could not tell. He recovered quickly. No worries at all. He said smoothly, my pleasure. Do not even think about it. He pulled out his own, wallet of sleek, expensive-looking leather one, and handed his card to the waiter. I breathed a silent sigh of relief, but the relief was immediately replaced by a fresh wave of terror. He did not even bat an eye at my excuse. He was too smooth, too collected, and that, more than anything, confirmed my suspicions. He knew, he absolutely knew. The rest of the dinner was a blur. I made an excuse about having an early morning and needing to get home. He walked me to my car, still charming, still smiling, asking if I would like to go out again. I would love to. I lied, my voice barely a whisper. I will text you. I practically dove into my car, locked the doors, and sped away, not daring to look in my rear-view mirror until I was several blocks away. The moment I got home, I threw my keys on the counter, my hands shaking so violently I could barely unlock my phone. I pulled up my banking app, and there it was, not just one charge, but several. The first one was small, a coffee from a gas station, about 5 miles from the restaurant, dated just an hour before our dinner. Then a larger one, a purchase from a discount electronics store, and then the kicker, a cash advance from an ATM, all on my Visa card, my stolen Visa card. He had not just taken it during dinner. He would use it before he even met me. He had already planned this. The dinner was just a distraction. My blood ran cold. This was not some opportunistic thief. This was premeditated. He had targeted me, used my profile, lured me out, and then used the pretense of a date to gain access to my belongings. I immediately canceled the card, reported the fraudulent charges, and then, with a trembling finger, I dialed the police. I explained everything, trying to keep my voice steady, but the tremor was undeniable. The officer on the other end was less than helpful. Madam, it sounds like a stolen credit card, he said, his voice flat, clearly bored. We will open a report, but without any direct evidence of physical threat. It is pretty standard. Online dating. You know, it is a risk. He made it sound like it was my fault. Like I deserved it for daring to use a dating app. I argued. I pleaded. I tried to convey the chilling feeling of violation. The absolute terror of realizing the man I just spent 2 hours with was a calculating thief. But he just kept repeating the same lines. We will look into it. Change your passwords. Be more careful next time. I hung up, feeling completely helpless and utterly exposed. Not only had my car been stolen, but the police were not taking it seriously. And Mark, he was still out there. The next few days were a blur of paranoia and anxiety. I changed all my passwords, activated two-factor authentication on everything, and called all 3 credit bureaus to freeze my credit. But the sense of dread lingered. The feeling that he was not just a thief, but something much, much worse. And then the text started. Hey, Alex, I had a really great time the other night. When are you free for that second date? It was from Mark. His number was still saved in my phone. I stared at it, my finger hovering over the block button. I did not respond. A few hours later, another one. Everything okay? Have not heard from you. Then, I was really looking forward to seeing you again. I thought we had a connection. His tone started to shift, from charming to slightly insistent, then to subtly possessive. I know you are busy, but I really think we should talk. I am worried about you. Worried about me. The audacity. I finally blocked his number, but that did not stop him. He started calling from unknown numbers, just once or twice a day at first. I would let it go to voicemail. No message, just a silent call. Then, sometimes, I would answer by accident, thinking it was someone else, and all I would hear was breathing. Heavy, deliberate breathing. Then a click. He was not saying anything, just letting me know he was there. The feeling of being watched became unbearable. I started noticing a dark sedan parked down the street from my apartment building. Not always the same one, but similar. I would glance out my window, and sometimes I would see a figure sitting inside, just watching. When I would try to get a better look, they would either duck down or the car would slowly drive away. I told myself it was my imagination, paranoia fueled by the incident, but the feeling was persistent, like an icy hand clutching my heart. Then the small things started happening in my apartment. Things that, individually, could be dismissed as me being forgetful or clumsy, but together, they painted a chilling picture. One morning, I went to grab my spare key from the small dish by the door. It was not there. I searched everywhere, convinced I must have put it somewhere else. I never found it. A few days later, I came home to find my mail slot slightly ajar, even though I distinctly remembered closing it tightly that morning. Nothing was missing from the mail, but the violation was palpable. Then, the truly unsettling stuff. I have a small collection of vintage postcards on my fridge, held up by magnets. One day, I noticed they were rearranged. Not drastically, just different. A postcard from Paris, which I always kept on the far right, was now in the middle. The magnets were slightly off kilter. It was so subtle that I almost convinced myself I was losing my mind. Did I do that? Was I just distracted? But the next day, it happened again. A small ceramic bird, figurine, which always sat on my bedside table, was now facing the opposite direction. And my favorite mug, the one with the chipped rim, was no longer in the drying rack where I would left it, but back in the cupboard, nestled amongst the other mugs. He was not just watching me. He was entering my apartment, and he was doing it in a way that made me question my sanity, making me doubt my own memory. He was playing with me. The terror was a cold, constant companion. My home, my sanctuary. No, longer felt safe. Every creak of the floorboards, every shadow, every rustle outside my window sent a jolt of fear through me. I slept with a kitchen knife under my pillow, and I barely slept at all. I went back to the police, armed with the new evidence: the suspicious car, the missing key, the rearranged items. I told them he was stalking me, breaking into my apartment. But again, their response was frustratingly slow and dismissive. "Madam, we need more concrete evidence of a break-in," the new officer said, looking at me with a mixture of pity and skepticism. "A forced entry. Without that, it is just your word against, well, against nothing. Really, these things you are describing, they could be anything." I felt like I was screaming into a void. They did not understand. They could not grasp the insidious, psychological horror of it. This was not about a stolen card anymore. It was about a man who had inserted himself into my life, violated my space, and was slowly, deliberately, unraveling my sense of safety. I decided to do my own digging. I went back to his dating profile, screenshotting everything. Then I tried to find him online. His architectural firm was real, but his name was not on their staff page. I tried searching for Mark, his last name, on LinkedIn, YouTube, Instagram. Nothing. It was like he did not exist outside of that dating app profile. Every detail he had given me, every story, felt like a carefully constructed lie. He was a ghost, a phantom, except he was terrifyingly real. And then, the photo arrived. It came as a text message from an unknown number. My phone buzzed on the counter, and I picked it up, my heart already in my throat. It was a picture of Mittens. My cat, my sweet, fluffy Mittens, curled up on my couch, fast asleep underneath the photo. A single, chilling message: "She misses you. I miss you. Coming home soon." I dropped my phone. The sound echoed in the silent apartment. My blood ran, cold, colder than it had ever been. He was not just in my apartment. He was in my apartment with my cat. He was living in my space, breathing my air, touching my things. And he was sending me proof. The terror was absolute, paralyzing. I was not just being watched. I was being invaded. He was making himself at home. And he was coming back. I grabbed my go bag, the one I would packed in a fit of paranoia weeks ago, and ran. I did not stop to think. I did not look back. I just fled. I called a friend, sobbing, incoherent, telling her I needed to stay with her. She lived an hour away, in a secure building. It was the only place I could think of that felt remotely safe. I spent the next few days in a state of hypervigilance, jumping at every shadow, every sound. My friend was incredibly supportive, but I could tell she was worried about my mental state. I kept checking my phone, dreading another message. None came. For a few days, there was silence, a terrifying, oppressive silence that was almost worse than the threats. It felt like the calm before the storm. Then, one evening, as I was trying to relax with a cup of tea, my phone buzzed. It was a text from an unknown number. I hesitated, my finger hovering over the screen, my heart pounding. I knew it was him. I opened it. It was not a photo this time. It was a video, a short, grainy video. It showed the inside of my apartment, my living room. The camera panned slowly, deliberately, across my furniture, my books, the small framed photos on my mantelpiece. It lingered on the empty spot where Mittens usually slept. Then, it zoomed in on my bedroom door, and through the slightly ajar door, I could see my bed, my unmade bed, The one I would fled from in such a hurry. And on my pillow, there was a single red rose, a fresh, vibrant red rose. The video ended there, but another text immediately followed. You left in such a hurry. Alex, I thought we were building something special. Do not worry. I will take care of Mittens until you come home. She is a sweet girl, just like you, and you will come home because you are mine, and I am waiting. My blood ran cold. He had set up a shrine to me. He was waiting for me, and he had Mittens. My sweet, innocent cat was in the hands of this monster. I could not breathe. I could not think. All I could feel was pure, unadulterated terror. He was not just stalking me, he was trying to replace me in my own life, to take over my home, my pet, my very existence. He wanted to own me, body and soul. I knew then that I could not run forever. I could not hide. He was not going to stop. He was obsessed, and he was getting bolder. He was practically living in my apartment, waiting for me to return. I went back to the police one last time, my friend accompanying me. This time, with the video and the messages, they finally started to take it seriously. They classified it as a stalking case, a potential home invasion. They advised me not to return to my apartment, that they would send officers to investigate, but they could not guarantee my safety, not until they found him, and they did not even know his real name. I felt a surge of desperate anger. They were too slow, too bureaucratic. He was going to hurt Mittens. He was going to hurt me. That night, I made a decision, a terrifying, desperate decision. I was not going to wait for the police. I was going to get Mittens, and I was going to confront him. I know, it sounds insane, reckless, but I was beyond reasoning. My cat was my family, and this man had violated everything I held dear. I felt a surge of cold fury, replacing the paralyzing fear. I was done being a victim. I bought a large, sturdy flashlight at a hardware store. It was heavy, made of metal, not just for light, but for defense. I borrowed my friend's car, a beat-up sedan that would not be easily recognizable. I drove back to my apartment, the darkness pressing in around me, my heart hammering against my ribs. Every muscle in my body was tense, ready for a fight. As I approached my building, I saw it, the dark sedan, parked down the street, just as it had been so many times before. The phantom car. It was him. I parked a block away, killed the engine, and sat there for a moment, flashlight clutched in my hand, taking deep, shaky breaths. The apartment building was dark, most of the lights off in the late hour. I slipped out of the car, moving stealthily through the shadows, my eyes fixed on my building. The front door was usually locked, requiring a key fob, but as I got closer, I saw it. The door was slightly ajar. He wanted me to come in. He was waiting. A shiver ran down my spine, but I pushed through it. This was it. I crept inside, the air heavy with a chilling silence. Every step echoed in the empty hallway. I could hear my own breathing, ragged and loud in my ears. I reached my apartment door. It was unlocked. Of course it was. I pushed it open slowly, just enough to peer inside. The living room was dark, illuminated only by the faint glow of the streetlights filtering through the blinds. The air was thick with a cloying, sweet scent, roses, Mittens. I whispered, my voice barely audible. No response. I stepped inside, flashlight held high, its beam cutting through the gloom. The first thing I saw was a rose on my pillow, exactly as in the video. And then I saw him. He was sitting on my couch, in the exact spot where I usually sat. He was facing the door, as if he knew I would come. He was not smiling. His face was pale, his eyes wide and unblinking, fixed on me, and in his lap, curled up and sleeping soundly, was Mittens, my sweet cat. "Alex," he said, his voice soft, almost a whisper, but it sent shivers down my spine. "You came home. I knew you would." He looked different, not the charming Mark from the date. His hair was disheveled, his clothes rumpled. There was a manic gleam in his eyes, a disturbing intensity that made my stomach churn. "Let go of my cat," I said, my voice trembling but firm. I gripped the flashlight tighter. He chuckled, a low, guttural sound that was utterly devoid of humor. "She is very comfortable here. She likes me. We have been getting to know each other." He stroked Mitten's fur, and the cat stirred, purring softly. My heart ached. "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice rising. "Why are you doing this?" His gaze hardened. "I am Mark, the man you went on a date with. The man who has been waiting for you to come back to your senses. We are meant to be. Alex, I felt at the moment I saw your profile. You are perfect. You are everything I have been looking for. You stole my credit card." I accused, my voice raw with anger. "You broke into my apartment. You stalked me." He sighed. "A theatrical, put upon sound. Those were just necessary steps. To get your attention. To make you see. You were pulling away. I could not have that. I needed you to understand how serious I am about us. There is no us." I yelled, my fear momentarily eclipsed by rage. "You are a sick, twisted psychopath." His face contorted, his kind eyes now blazing with a terrifying intensity. "Do not say that. Alex, do not ruin this. We are going to be so happy here. Just you, me, and Mittens. Our perfect little family." He slowly stood up, still cradling Mittens. "Give me my cat," I demanded, taking a step forward. He shook his head, a chilling smile spreading across his face. "No, she is part of our family now. And you are home. We can finally start our lives. Together." He took a step toward me. "I have been watching you for a long time. Alex, since before the app. I know everything about you. Your routines, your habits, your favorite coffee. I know you like to read by the window in the evenings. I know you leave your spare key under the mat when you go for a run." My blood ran cold. He had not just stolen my key. He had known exactly where I left it. He had been watching me, observing me, for weeks, maybe months. The dating app was just a final, elaborate ploy. He took another step, his eyes fixed on mine, burning with an unnatural light. Mittens, sensing the tension, squirmed in his arms, letting out a soft meow. "Do not come any closer," I warned, raising the flashlight. He ignored me, his smile widening, revealing a flash of teeth. "It is okay. Alex, you are safe now. With me." He lunged. It was a blur of motion. He was surprisingly fast. I reacted on instinct, swinging the heavy flashlight with all my might. It connected with a sickening thud against his head. He grunted, stumbled back, and Mittens, startled, leaped from his arms, darting under the couch. He roared, a sound of pure rage, and lunged again. This time, he grabbed my arm, his fingers digging into my flesh. I screamed, struggling against his grip. He was stronger than me, fueled by a terrifying, deranged energy. He pushed me against the wall, my head hitting the plaster With a dull thud, stars exploded behind my eyes. I fought back, kicking, clawing, trying to break free. He was trying to pin me, his face inches from mine, his breath hot and foul. "You are mine," Alex, he snarled, his eyes wild. "You belong to me." I brought my knee up, connecting hard with his groin. He gasped, his grip loosening for a split second. It was all I needed. I twisted free, bringing the flashlight down again, this time aiming for, "Hey, everyone, Alex here. And if you are just tuning in, you might want to check out the first part of this, Nightmare, because it is a lot. But for those of you who've been with me through this terrifying journey, you know I left off at the absolute peak of my terror. Mark, the charming architect who turned out to be a calculated thief and a relentless stalker, had been systematically invading my life, my home, my very sanity. He would move my postcards, shifted a figurine, and I knew, deep in my bones, that he was entering my apartment. But nothing at all, could have prepared me for the photo he sent next. It was a picture of my cat, my sweet, innocent, fluffy little socks. He was curled up in his favorite sunbeam spot on my living room rug, fast asleep, completely oblivious to the monster who had just been inches from him. The photo was not blurry. It was not dark. It was perfectly clear, framed almost artfully, and the angle meant Mark had been standing right over him, in my living room, in my home. While I was gone, my blood ran cold. I dropped my phone on the kitchen counter, the ceramic clattering against the screen, but I barely registered the sound. All I could see was Sox's little sleeping face, and all I could hear was the echo of Mark's footsteps in my empty apartment. My chest tightened, a suffocating band of pure, unadulterated fear. He had not just been in my apartment. He had been close enough to my beloved pet to take a picture. He had been watching him, watching my cat. I scooped up Sox, holding him so tight he let out a little confused meow. I buried my face in his fur, trembling, trying to absorb some of his innocent warmth, some of his calm. But it was useless. The image was seared into my brain. This was not just about my credit card anymore. This was not just about my privacy. This was about a direct threat to the one creature I loved more than anything in the world. And it was a threat that he had delivered with chilling precision. That night, I did not sleep a wink. I sat on the couch, socks in my lap, a kitchen knife clutched in my hand, staring at the darkened living room. Every creak of the old building, every whisper of the wind outside, sent my heart into a frantic drum solo. I knew he was out there. I knew he was watching. The dark sedan had been parked down the street again that evening, a silent, ominous sentinel. I was living in a cage, and the bars were invisible, but they were there, tightening around me with every passing hour. I tried calling the police again, my voice hoarse, shaking. I explained the cat photo, the moved items, the stolen key, the stalking. The officer on the phone, a different one this time, listened patiently enough, but his tone was weary, almost dismissive. "MS, Hayes," he said, "we understand this is upsetting, but there is still no forced entry. We can't prove he is the one sending these texts, and a photo of a cat, while unsettling, is not a direct threat of violence until he actually does something tangible, something we can prosecute. Our hands are tied. He is doing something." I practically screamed into the phone, tears of frustration streaming down my face. "He is terrorizing me. He is in my house. He is taking pictures of my cat. We will log your complaint." "MS, Hayes," he said, his voice flat, but without more evidence. There is not much we can do. Have you considered staying with a friend or family member for a while? Staying with a friend. How could I explain this to anyone? My friends already thought I was being overly dramatic. He just stole your credit card. Alex, why are you making such a big deal out of it? They would say, just cancel the card. Move on. They did not understand. How could they? They had not seen the look in Mark's eyes, had not felt the chilling certainty that he was not just a thief, but something far, far worse. The next few days were a blur of paranoia and fear. I bought a cheap security camera, one of those Wi-Fi enabled ones, and set it up in my living room, pointing towards the front door. I also rigged a small, almost invisible tripwire with fishing line and a stack of empty soda cans behind the door. It was childish, desperate, but I needed to feel like I was doing something. It took exactly 2 days for Mark to acknowledge my efforts. I came home from work, my nerves frayed, and immediately checked the camera feed on my phone. Nothing, no alerts. My soda can trap was still intact. I let out a shaky breath, a tiny sliver of hope blooming in my chest. Maybe, just maybe, he would gotten bored. Maybe he would moved on. Then I walked into my kitchen. My favorite mug, the one with the chipped rim that I always use for my morning coffee, was sitting on the counter, but it was not empty. It was filled to the brim with a single, pristine, white rose, and nestled among the petals, almost hidden, was a small, folded piece of paper. My hand shook so badly I almost dropped the mug. I carefully extracted the paper. It was a Polaroid photo, and on it was a picture of me walking into my apartment building just that morning. My hair was a mess. I was carrying my work bag, and I looked tired and stressed. But that was not the worst part. The worst part was that the picture had been taken from inside my building, through the glass of the lobby door. He had been inside the building, waiting for me to leave. Or perhaps he had been watching me leave, and then slipped in immediately after. And on the back of the Polaroid, in neat, elegant script, were 2 words, welcome home. I screamed, a raw, guttural sound that tore from my throat. Socks, who had been lazily stretching nearby, shot under the couch. Startled, I stumbled backward, clutching the photo and the rose-filled mug, my mind racing. The camera, my security camera. I pulled out my phone, my fingers fumbling. I checked the alerts. Nothing. I reviewed the footage. It was all there, a seamless stream of my empty living room. He had either bypassed it, disabled it, or he had known exactly where I would place it and avoided its field of view entirely. The soda can trap, too, was undisturbed. He had not come through the front door. But how? How was he getting in? I would change the locks after the initial credit card incident. Before I even suspected he was entering my apartment, I would done it myself. A standard deadbolt, but he had a spare key. I knew that. Had he made a copy of my new key? How? When? The only time my keys were out of my sight was when they were in my purse, and my purse was always with me, or in my locker at work. Unless he had taken them, made a copy, and returned them without me ever noticing. The thought sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. This was not just a stalker. This was a master manipulator. A ghost. A phantom who could slip in and out of my life. My home, without a trace, leaving only calling cards of terror. The rose in the mug seemed to mock me, its pristine white petals a stark contrast to the blackness, blooming in my soul. I threw the mug, rose and all, against the wall, ceramic shattering. water and petals splattering across the pristine white paint. I did not care. I just wanted it gone. I wanted him gone. The intrusions became more frequent, more personal, more brazen. He was not just moving things anymore. He was making his presence known in ways that were designed to break me down, piece by agonizing piece. One morning, I found a single black feather on my pillow. I do not own any feather pillows. I checked my window screen, it was intact. There were no birds that could have flown in. It was a message. Another time, I came home to find my favorite book, a worn copy of Rebecca, open to a random page on my nightstand. The page was underlined. A single sentence highlighted: a husband is not a house. There you are wrong. He is a person, and he can be with you wherever you go. It was a chilling reference, a subtle hint that he saw himself as my constant companion, an inescapable shadow. He never left fingerprints, never left a trace of forced entry. It was like he simply materialized inside my apartment. I started leaving small, almost imperceptible markers of hair on a door jamb, a specific book slightly ajar, a tiny piece of tape on a window. Every time I returned, the markers were either undisturbed, or they were gone, replaced by his own chilling signature. The hair would be on the other side of the door jamb. The book would be closed. The tape would be missing. He was playing a game with me, a twisted, psychological torment, and I was losing, badly. My sleep schedule was non-existent. I would doze off for an hour or two, only to jolt awake, convinced I would heard a floorboard creak, a whisper, a breath. I lost weight. My eyes developed dark circles that no amount of concealer could hide. My colleagues at work started giving me worried glances. My boss asked if everything was all right, if I needed to take some time off. I just mumbled something about stress, about a bad breakup. How could I tell them the truth? That I was being hunted by a ghost who lived in my home. I started carrying a can of pepper spray everywhere, even inside my apartment. I slept with it under my pillow, alongside the kitchen knife. Socks, sensing my distress, became even more clingy, constantly rubbing against my legs, purring loudly, as if trying to soothe me. He was my only comfort, my only anchor in a world that had suddenly tilted off its axis. One evening, I was in the shower, trying to wash away the grime of fear that seemed to cling to my skin. The warm water was a brief, blissful escape. I had locked the bathroom door, a habit I had developed, even though I knew it was futile. Mark had a key. He could get in anywhere. As I was rinsing my hair, I heard it, a faint, almost imperceptible click. It was the sound of my bedroom door closing. My blood froze. I turned off the water, my heart hammering against my ribs. Silence, dead silence. I stood there, dripping wet, listening, straining every nerve. Then, a soft, melodic hum. It was a tune I knew, a lullaby, one my mother used to sing to me when I was a child. It was coming from my bedroom. Panic seized me. My mind screamed, "He is here. He is in my bedroom." I grabbed a towel, wrapped it around myself, and fumbled for the doorknob. It was locked. I unlocked it, my hand shaking so violently I almost could not grip it. I burst out of the bathroom, pepper spray clutched in my hand, my eyes wide with terror. My bedroom was empty. The window was closed. The closet door was shut. Nothing was out of place. But on my bed, carefully arranged on my pillow, was a small, antique music box. It was open, and the tiny ballerina inside was twirling, playing the exact lullaby I had heard. I stumbled back, gasping for air. He had been here. He had been in my bedroom. while I was in the shower. He had known I was in the shower. He had heard me. He had probably stood there, listening to the water, knowing I was vulnerable, and then, with chilling audacity, had entered my room, placed a music box, and started playing the lullaby. The sheer insolence, the complete disregard for my privacy, my safety. It was a level of psychological warfare I could not comprehend. I did not even touch the music box. I just backed away, my eyes glued to it, as if it were a venomous snake. The tiny, tinkling melody filled the silent apartment, a mocking, sinister serenade. I fled the bedroom, slamming the door shut, and collapsed on the living room floor, sobbing uncontrollably. Socks, sensing my distress, came out from under the couch and rubbed his head against my face, purring, a tiny beacon of warmth in the suffocating darkness. I could not live like this anymore. This was not living. This was existing in a perpetual state of terror. I had to leave. I had to get out. But how? He was watching me. He knew my schedule. He knew my apartment. He knew everything. I decided I would make a break for it during the day. I would pack a small bag, just essentials, and I would leave. I would not tell anyone where I was going. I would just disappear. The next morning, I pretended everything was normal. I went through my usual routine, made my coffee in a different mug, of course, fed Socks, and got ready for work. I even put on a brave face, trying to project an air of calm, hoping that if he was watching, he would think I was finally breaking. As I was about to leave for work, my phone buzzed. It was a text from an unknown number. I hesitated, then opened it. It was a picture of my packed duffel bag, sitting exactly where I had left it by the front door, and the message beneath it read, going somewhere, "Alex, do not forget your little friend." My heart stopped. He was not just watching me. He was inside. He had seen my bag. He knew my plan. And he had just threatened Socks. The fear that had been a dull ache for weeks suddenly erupted into a blinding rage. I was not just scared anymore. I was furious. He had taken everything from me, my peace, my safety, my sanity, and now he was threatening my cat. That was the line. That was the absolute, uncrossable line. I stared at the picture in my duffel bag, then at Socks, who was rubbing against my legs, purring. I could not leave him. I could not abandon him to this monster, and I could not stay here, waiting for Mark to make his next move. I had to fight back, or at least, I had to try. I knew one thing for sure: Mark was meticulous. He was an architect. He planned things, and he loved to play games. So, I decided to play his game, but on my terms. I opened my front door, left my duffel bag where it was, and walked out, carefully locking the door behind me. I went to work as usual, but my mind was racing, formulating a desperate plan. I spent my lunch break at a hardware store, buying a heavy-duty, commercial-grade deadbolt, a new set of keys, and a small, powerful motion-activated alarm. I also bought a can of industrial-strength pepper spray, the kind that can incapacitate a bear. When I got home, the duffel bag was still there. The apartment seemed normal, too normal. I knew he had been there. He was just waiting. I ignored the bag. I ignored the chilling certainty of his presence. Instead, I went straight to my front door. With trembling hands, I unscrewed the old deadbolt and installed a new one. This one was different. It had a reinforced strike plate, a longer bolt, and a complex keying system. It was not foolproof, but it was better. I then installed a motion-activated alarm near the door. setting it to a silent alert on my phone. Next, I went into the living room. I moved my couch, pushed my coffee table aside. I took out my phone and recorded a video. "Mark," I said, my voice shaking but firm, "I know you are watching. I know you are in here. You want to play games? Fine, let us play." I then walked around my apartment, pointing out the new lock, the alarm. I showed him the industrial pepper spray. "I am not leaving," I said, my voice gaining strength. "This is my home, and if you ever come near my cat again, I swear to God, you will regret it." I sent the video to the unknown number. Then, I did something even more drastic. I packed a small bag for socks, with his food, his favorite blanket, and his carrier. I called my sister, Sarah, who lived a few towns over. "Sarah," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, "I need you to do me a huge favor. Can you take socks for a few days? I need to get away. And I can't take him where I am going." I did not tell her about Mark. I just said I needed a break. She, bless her heart, did not ask too many questions. She just said, "Of course. Alex, bring him over." That evening, I drove Socks to Sarah's house. It was one of the hardest things I would ever done. Seeing his little face look up at me, confused, as I left him there, but I knew he would be safe with Sarah. And I knew that without him there, I could finally face Mark. Head on, I drove back to my apartment, the silence in my car deafening. The dark sedan was there again, parked in its usual spot. I knew he was watching me. He knew Socks was gone. I walked into my apartment, the new deadbolt clicking securely behind me. I checked my phone. No alerts from the motion sensor. No new messages. Silence. The calm before the storm. I did not sleep that night. I sat in my living room, the industrial pepper spray on the table beside me, the kitchen knife within reach. I stared at the door, waiting. I knew he would not come to the front door. He was too smart for that. But he would try. He would try to get in. Hours passed. The sky outside began to lighten, a pale gray bleeding into the black. I was exhausted, my eyes burning, but I could not close them. Suddenly, my phone buzzed. It was an alert from my motion sensor. Motion detected at window. My blood ran cold. The window, my living room window. It was on the first floor, but it had a sturdy lock. I crept towards it, my heart pounding like a drum. I peered through the blinds, my breath hitched in my throat. There, outside my window, was Mark. He was standing perfectly still, his hands in his pockets, staring directly at me through the glass. A chilling, slow smile spread across his face. He was not trying to break in. He was just watching. He had seen me install the new lock, the alarm. He knew I was waiting for him, and he was letting me know that he was still in control. He raised a hand, slowly, deliberately, and then, with his index finger, he traced something on the outside of the window pane. A heart, a twisted, mocking heart, and beneath it, he mouthed 2 words, "I will wait." The terror was absolute. He was not going to give up. He was not going to leave. He was going to stay, watching, waiting, playing his twisted game until I broke. He was not just a stalker. He was a predator, and I was his prey. I did not scream. I did not cry. I just stood there, staring at him as the sun finally rose, casting long, eerie shadows across my living room. Mark, the architect, the charming online match, the thief, the ghost, the monster, was still out there, And I knew, with a chilling certainty, that this nightmare was far from over. I never saw Mark again, not in the flesh, but the feeling of being watched, the constant paranoia, the fear that he could be anywhere, doing anything that never left me. I moved, of course. I packed up my entire life, sold my apartment at a loss, and moved to a different state, changed my phone number, deleted all my social media. I even changed my name, just in case. Socks is safe, living happily with Sarah, who eventually learned the whole story and was horrified. I visit him often, but I never stay for long. I am always looking over my shoulder, always checking the locks, always scanning the faces in a crowd, because you see, Mark did not just steal my credit card or my peace of mind. He stole my sense of safety, my trust in the world, my ability to ever truly feel at home again. And sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and the shadows play tricks on my eyes, I swear I can still hear that faint, melodic hum of the music box. And I wonder if somewhere out there, Mark is still waiting, still watching, still tracing hearts on windows, just waiting for the perfect moment to say, "Welcome home." You know that feeling, right? That cold, creeping dread that settles in your bones, telling you something is fundamentally, irrevocably wrong. It is not just feared as a violation, like someone's opened up your chest, reached in, and started squeezing your heart, just to see how long you can gasp before you break. That is where I was. That is where Mark had left me. The last few weeks had been a blur of terror. First, the photo of Socks, my cat, asleep in my living room. Mark had been inside my apartment, inches from my beloved pet. While I was out, the police, bless their bureaucratic hearts, shrugged it off. No forced entry. No crime. Just a girl with an overactive imagination. Yeah, right. So I tried to fight back. Security camera. Tripwire. Pathetic. I know. But what else was there? Mark. Of course. Outsmarted them. A single, perfect rose left on my kitchen counter. A Polaroid of me entering my building, with "Welcome Home" scrawled on the back. It was not a threat, it was a promise. A promise that he was always watching. Always there. Then came the little gifts. A black feather, sleek and unsettling. On my pillow, a copy of my favorite childhood book, The Secret Garden, left open on my nightstand. A passage about hidden places and forgotten memories highlighted. And then the music box, a delicate, antique thing, playing a haunting, familiar melody. It was a lullaby my grandmother used to sing to me. How could he possibly know that? It was not on my social media. Was not something I would ever talk about with anyone outside my family. The music box was not just a gift, it was a chilling declaration. He was not just breaking into my apartment. He was breaking into my past, into the most private corners of my memory. I was living on a knife edge. Every shadow was Mark. Every creak of the floorboards was him. Every rustle outside my window was his breath. Sleep was a luxury I could not afford. A battlefield where my own mind turned against me, replaying every terrifying incident, every moment of helplessness. My apartment, once my sanctuary, had become my cage. My friends, bless their hearts, tried. They called. They texted. They even tried to drag me out for coffee. But how do you explain this kind of terror to someone who has not lived it? How do you tell them that the world feels like it is shrinking around you, and every step you take feels like you are walking deeper into a trap? You need to get out. Sarah, my best friend, insisted one evening over a video call. Her face, usually so bright, was etched with concern. You can't just barricade yourself in there forever. You need a distraction. You need normalcy. Normalcy. The word felt alien, like a relic from forgotten life. But she had a point. I was spiraling. My apartment felt like a tomb, and I was slowly becoming a ghost within it. Maybe, just maybe, a change of scenery. A conversation with someone new could offer a momentary reprieve from the relentless fear. A tiny crack in the wall of my dread, letting in just a sliver of light. Online dating, she suggested, her voice hesitant. Just for fun. No pressure. Meet someone for a drink. Talk about something other than. You know, I grimaced. The thought of putting myself out there, of being vulnerable to a stranger, felt terrifying in a whole new way. But the alternative, staying trapped in my own head, waiting for Mark to make his next move, felt even worse. So, with a deep breath and a desperate flicker of hope, I downloaded the app. The first few days were a blur of generic profiles and polite, utterly forgettable messages. It was exactly what I expected, a tedious exercise in small talk and superficiality. I scrolled through countless pictures, swiped left more often than right, my fingers numb, my mind still half listening for phantom noises outside my door. It felt like a chore, a hollow attempt at pretending my life was not crumbling. Then, Alex popped up. His profile picture was a candid shot of him laughing, hiking in a sun-drenched forest. He had kind eyes, a genuine smile, and a bio that was witty without being try-hard. He worked in software, liked indie films, and volunteered at an animal shelter. He seemed normal, refreshingly, wonderfully normal. We matched. His first message was simple, engaging, and did not immediately devolve into creepy flirtation. We chatted for a few days, and a strange, unfamiliar lightness began to bubble up inside me. He was easy to talk to, intelligent, and seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say. For the first time in weeks, I found myself laughing, genuinely laughing, at something other than the absurdity of my own situation. It was a fragile, fleeting feeling, but it was there. Eventually, he asked me out. Coffee, a quiet cafe downtown. My first instinct was to say no. The fear, the paranoia, it all rushed back. But then I remembered Sarah's words, the desperate need for normalcy, and Alex seemed safe. He was not aggressive, was not pushy. He was just a guy. So I said yes. The night of the date, I was a wreck. I spent an hour trying on different outfits, my hands shaking as I applied a little makeup. It felt like I was preparing for an audition, not a casual coffee date. Every instinct screamed at me to stay home, to lock the door and never open again. But I forced myself out, one foot in front of the other, clinging to the hope that this one night, this one fleeting interaction, could momentarily erase the shadow of Mark. Alex was already there when I arrived, sitting at a small table by the window. He stood up as I approached, a warm smile on his face. "Hey," he said, his voice as friendly in person as it was online. "You made it. I was starting to think you would bail." I managed a weak smile. Almost did. Just long day. We ordered our coffees, and the conversation flowed easily. We talked about our jobs, our hobbies, the usual first date pleasantries. He was charming, attentive, and surprisingly insightful. He listened when I spoke, asked thoughtful questions, and made me feel seen, not in the invasive, terrifying way Mark made me feel seen, but in a comfortable, human way. For a blissful hour, I almost forgot about Mark, about the chilling intrusions, about the constant knot of fear in my stomach. I almost felt like myself again. Then, he said something that made the pleasant hum in my chest falter, replaced by a sudden, icy jolt. "It is funny," Alex said, stirring his coffee, a casual smile still on his face. "When you mentioned you grew up in a small town, I immediately pictured it. The one with the old abandoned mill, right just outside of Willow Creek." My breath hitched. Yeah, I managed, trying to keep my voice even. "How did you know about the mill?" He chuckled. "A light, easy sound." "Oh, I think I saw it mentioned on your profile. Or maybe you said it in a message. It is pretty distinctive. The mill, I am a bit of a history buff, so it stuck with me. My profile mentioned I grew up in a small town, but it did not name the town, let alone the mill. I did not correct him. It was a small detail, easily overlooked, easily misremembered. But a tiny seed of unease had been planted. I pushed it down. Paranoia. I told myself, "You are just jumpy because of Mark." The conversation continued, drifting to childhood memories. I mentioned my cat, Socks, and how much I loved animals. "Yeah," Alex said, nodding. "I figured. You always wanted a pet rabbit as a kid. Did not you? But your mom was allergic, so it was always a no-go." My blood ran cold. The coffee cup clattered slightly as I set it down. My mom was allergic to rabbits. I had always wanted one. It was a detail I would told exactly two people in my entire life, my childhood best friend, Emily, and my mom. It was not on any social media. It was not in any online profile. It was not something I would ever bring up to a near stranger on a first date. My heart began to pound, a frantic drum against my ribs. How did you know that?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. I tried to sound casual, but I knew I failed. My eyes were wide, fixed on his. Alex's smile did not waver, but something in his eyes seemed to shift, almost imperceptibly. A flicker, like a shadow passing over a flame. "Oh, that," he shrugged, taking a sip of his coffee. "I do not know. It just came to me. Maybe you mentioned it in passing. Or I heard it from a mutual friend. I did not have any mutual friends with Alex. We would met on an app. And I certainly had not mentioned my childhood rabbit obsession in passing. My mind raced, frantically searching for an explanation. Any explanation that did not involve the terrifying conclusion already forming in my gut. "No," I said, my voice firmer now, laced with a tremor I could not hide. "I definitely did not mention it. And we do not have mutual friends." He set his cup down, his gaze steady. "Okay, well, I guess I must have picked it up somewhere. It is a small world. Information gets around." His tone was light, dismissive, but it did not reassure me. It felt practiced. I tried to regain my composure, to force a smile, to steer the conversation back to safe territory. But the damage was done. The fragile normalcy I would build around myself for the evening had shattered, revealing the familiar, terrifying face of Mark. Then Alex leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping a little, as if sharing a secret. It is funny. I was thinking about it the other day. How resilient kids are. Like that time you broke your arm, falling out of the old oak tree in your backyard when you were 7. Must have been scary. But you bounced back, right? The air left my lungs in a ragged gasp. My vision blurred. The cafe, the noise, the people around us, it all faded into a distant hum. All I could see was Alex's face, his kind eyes, his gentle smile, now utterly terrifying. The oak, tree, my backyard. 7 years old, a broken arm, a specific, painful, intensely private memory that only my parents, my sister, and Emily knew about. It was not on IU2B. It was not in my LinkedIn profile. It was not something I had ever spoken about to anyone outside my inner circle. This was not just a detail. It was a deep cut, a precise surgical strike into my most guarded memories. How do you know that? I stammered, my voice barely audible. My hands were trembling, my heart hammering so hard I thought it might burst through my chest. This was not paranoia. This was real. This was Mark. Alex's smile widened, a slow, unnerving stretch that did not reach his eyes. "Oh, that," he said, his voice still soft, almost soothing. "It is just one of those things. Is not it? Small world. Like I said," he paused, his gaze boring into mine. And then he added, his voice dropping to a near whisper, "Welcome home." The words, the exact words Mark had scrawled on the Polaroid, echoed in my ears, amplified by the sudden, deafening silence in my head. My blood ran cold, then hot, then icy again. It was not just Alex. It was Mark. Or Alex was working for Mark. Or Alex was Mark. The specifics did not matter. What mattered was that the wall between my private terror and my desperate attempt at normalcy had been utterly, brutally demolished. I stood up abruptly, knocking my chair back with a loud scrape that drew a few curious glances. "I have to go," I choked out, my voice raw with terror. Alex did not try to stop me. He just watched me, that unsettling smile still on his face. A silent predator observing its prey. His eyes, once kind, now seemed to hold a chilling depth, a knowing glint that promised absolute control. I stumbled out of the cafe, the cool evening air doing nothing to calm the frantic pounding of my heart. My legs felt like jelly, my mind a chaotic storm of fear and disbelief. I walked, then ran, not knowing where I was going, just needing to get away from Alex, away from the cafe, away from the horrifying realization that Mark was not just in my apartment, he was in my life, infecting every corner of it. When I finally made it back to my building, my lungs burned, my throat was raw, and tears streamed down my face. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so violently I could barely insert the key into the lock. Every shadow seemed to stretch, to morph into a menacing figure. Every sound was an approaching threat. Inside my apartment, I slammed the door shut, locking it, then engaging every deadbolt, every chain. I leaned against the door, gasping for breath, my eyes darting around a familiar space that now felt utterly alien, utterly compromised. The security camera blinked its useless red light. The tripwire lay undisturbed. They were mockeries, pathetic attempts to secure a life that Mark had already infiltrated beyond any physical barrier. I immediately went to my computer, my fingers flying across the keyboard, typing Alex's name into every search engine, every social media platform. I found his LinkedIn, his YouTube, his Instagram. They were all perfectly normal. Photos with friends, vacation pictures, updates about his work. Nothing suspicious. Nothing connecting him to Mark. No red flags, which, in a terrifying twist, made him even more menacing. He was a ghost, a perfect facade behind which Mark could operate. How had he known? How had Mark known about the rabbit, about the oak, tree, about the broken arm? These were not things you could find with a quick, gut-goose search. This was information that required deep, persistent digging. Or even worse, direct access to someone who knew me intimately. Had he somehow gotten to Emily? To my parents, the thought made my stomach churn. The idea that Mark could manipulate the people closest to me, that he could turn them into unwitting sources, was a new, horrifying layer of his obsession. I pulled out my phone, my fingers hovering over Emily's contact. I wanted to call her, to warn her, to ask if anyone had been asking strange questions about me. But what would I even say? Hey, my date knew about my childhood rabbit obsession, and I think it is because my stalker got the information from you. It sounded insane. It was insane. And what if she had not given him anything? What if Mark had other ways? Ways I could not even fathom. The music box sat on my nightstand, a silent, mocking reminder of Mark's reach. The lullaby my grandmother used to sing. How? How could he know that? It was a private memory, a sound etched into the very fabric of my childhood. Had he somehow bugged my home? Was he listening to my conversations with my family? The paranoia was a suffocating blanket, pressing down on me, stealing my air. I sank onto my bed, pulling my knees to my chest, my mind racing through every possible scenario. Alex was just a random guy, and Mark had somehow fed him the information, a twisted form of psychological torture. Or Alex was a willing participant, a pawn in Mark's elaborate game. Or, the most chilling thought of all, Alex was Mark, wearing a disguise, a mask of normalcy, just to get close to me, to deliver his latest message of terror in person. The thought made me physically ill. The idea that I had sat across from him, laughed with him, shared intimate details of my life, while he knew every dark secret of my past, every hidden fear, was a violation beyond anything I had ever experienced. He had played me, expertly, cruelly, and I had walked right into his trap, desperate for a moment of peace. I huddled on my bed, the darkness of my room pressing in on me. The city sounds outside were distant, muffled, like a world I no longer belonged to. My apartment, once my refuge, was now just another stage for Mark's twisted performance. The police would not help. My friends could not understand. I was utterly, terrifyingly alone. Then, my eyes fell on my pillow. Tucked neatly under the edge, almost hidden, was a small, white, fluffy object. My breath hitched. I reached out a trembling hand, my fingers brushing against soft, synthetic fur. It was a toy rabbit, a small, white, fluffy toy rabbit. It lay there, innocent and unassuming, a silent testament to Mark's omniscience, his terrifying omnipresence. He knew about my childhood desire for a rabbit, a desire he had now fulfilled. In the most chilling way imaginable, he had been here, again, while I was out on my date with Alex. He had been here, in my apartment, leaving another gift, another message, the welcome home from Alex. The toy rabbit on my pillow had all clicked into place with sickening clarity. This was not just about breaking in anymore. This was about psychological warfare. Mark was not just watching me, he was inside my head, inside my memories, inside my life. He was everywhere, and I was nowhere. I was just a puppet, dancing on his strings, trapped in a nightmare from which there was no waking, no escape. The world had become his personal playground, and I was the only toy, and he was never going to let me go. This is not a story about a ghost in a haunted house, or some creature lurking in the woods. This is about a monster in plain sight, a monster with a charming smile and eyes that could make you believe anything. It all started, as so many modern romances do, with a swipe, Tinder. Yeah, I know, It is not exactly the most romantic origin story, but hey, I was in my late 20s, working a decent but demanding job, and my social life had pretty much dwindled down to Netflix and the occasional brunch with friends. I was tired of being single, tired of the endless parade of awkward first dates, but still, I kept swiping. Hope springs eternal, right? One Tuesday night, probably around 11 p.m., I was curled up on my couch, half watching some terrible reality TV show, mindlessly flicking through profiles. Most of them were just meh. Generic bios, blurry, selfies, guys holding fish they would caught, you know the drill. And then I saw him, David. His profile picture was striking, not in an overly posed, trying too hard way, but just genuinely handsome. A warm, easy smile, kind eyes that crinkled at the corners, and a slight 5 of the clock shadow that just added to his rugged charm. His bio was short, witty, and actually said something about his interest hiking, classic rock, trying new restaurants, and a self-deprecating joke about his inability to keep a houseplant alive. It felt authentic. It felt real. My thumb hovered for a second. Then I swiped right. A split second later, as a match screen popped up. My heart did that stupid little flutter it does when you think maybe, just maybe, this could be different. Our initial conversations were effortless. He was quick to respond, funny, intelligent, and seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say. We talked about everything: our favorite books, our dream travel, destinations, the struggles of adulting, even our most embarrassing childhood memories. It felt like we would known each other for years, not just a few days of texting. He had this way of making me feel completely at ease, like I could tell him anything. He was a software engineer, he said, working for a small, innovative startup that was doing some cutting-edge stuff. It sounded impressive. It sounded perfect. After about a week of non-stop texting and a couple phone calls that stretched late into the night, he asked me out. Dinner. A quiet Italian place downtown that he knew. Apparently, had the best lasagna in the city. I was nervous, of course, but also incredibly excited. I spent way too long picking out an outfit, doing my hair, trying to look effortlessly chic. When I walked into the restaurant, he was already there, standing to greet me as I approached the table. He looked even better in person, taller than I expected, with a strong build and eyes that sparkled when he smiled. He pulled out my chair, a gesture that felt old-fashioned and charming, and complimented my dress. It was all so smooth, so perfect. The date was incredible. We talked for hours, the conversation flowing easily from one topic to the next. He asked thoughtful questions, listened intently, and laughed at all my jokes, even the bad ones. He told me stories about growing up in a small town in upstate New York, about his quirky family, about his passion for coding. He seemed so genuine, so open. I found myself completely captivated. By the end of the night, when he walked me to my car and gave me a gentle, lingering kiss that sent shivers down my spine, I was pretty much smitten. I had a really wonderful time. Sarah, he said, his voice a low rumble. I would love to do it again. Soon. Me too. David. I whispered, my heart still racing. Definitely. And we did. Soon became a whirlwind of dates. Dinners. Movies. Long walks in the park. Exploring little hidden cafes. He was attentive, romantic, and always made me feel like I was the most important person in the room. He remembered little details I would mention in passing, surprised me with my favorite coffee, and always made sure I got home safely. My friends were impressed, a little envious even. He sounded like a dream. Sarah, they would say, where did you find him? He really was a dream, almost too good to be true, if I am being honest. And that is where the first, faint whispers of unease started to creep in. They were so subtle at first, I barely registered them. Just little things, easily dismissed. For example, he was always the one to pick the locations for our dates. Never my apartment. Never a place I suggested unless it was a very public, well-known spot. He said he liked to surprise me, or that he knew the best hidden gems. Sweet, right? In retrospect, it was a way for him to control the environment. He also did not have much of a digital footprint. His social media profiles were sparse. Mostly just a few old photos. Nothing recent. Nothing that gave much insight into his current life or friends. When I asked him about it, he just shrugged. I am not really a big social media guy. He would said, a charming smile on his face. Too much noise. I prefer living in the moment. And I bought it. It even sounded kind of refreshing. In a world obsessed with likes and shares. Another thing, he was incredibly vague about his family. He would mention his parents lived upstate, but he rarely talked about them or any siblings. When I asked if I could meet them sometime, he would deflect. Oh, they are busy people, and a bit old-fashioned. We will get there, darling, when the time is right. He always had a smooth answer, a way to make me feel like I was being impatient, or that his reasons were perfectly valid. His job, too, was a bit of a mystery. He would talk about algorithms and data streams and secure networks, but never anything concrete. I knew he worked from home a lot, or from various working spaces. He would often be on a call or in a meeting at odd hours, sometimes disappearing for a few hours without much explanation, only to resurface with an apology and a charming excuse. Crisis averted at work. Thank goodness. You would not believe the fire drill we just had. I loved him, though. I really did. He made me feel seen, cherished, and excited about the future. We talked about moving in together, about adopting a dog, about weekend trips. He would even casually mention marriage once, making my heart leap. I was so caught up in the romance, in the idea of this perfect man, that I willingly overlooked these small inconsistencies. I rationalized them away. Maybe he was just a private person. Maybe his job was really secretive. Maybe his family was just old-fashioned. Love, or what I thought was love, has a way of blinding you. Then came the paranoia. Not mine, at first, but his. It started subtly. When we were out in public, I would notice his eyes constantly scanning the room, never quite settling. He would often choose a table with his back to the wall, facing the entrance, as if he needed to see everyone who came and went. He would sometimes flinch at sudden noises, or tense up if a police car drove past. One evening, we were walking hand in hand through a busy street fair. A group of teenagers, goofing around, accidentally bumped into him, nearly knocking his phone out of his hand. His reaction was instant and shockingly intense. He whirled around, his face contorted in a snarl I would never seen before, his eyes blazing with a cold fury. He did not yell, but his voice was a low, dangerous growl. Watch where you are going. You idiots. The teenagers, startled, mumbled apologies and quickly scurried away. I was stunned. David, what was that? They did not mean anything by it. He took a deep breath, visibly trying to compose himself. The anger drained from his face, replaced by a strained smile. Sorry, Sarah, just a long day, and I can't afford to lose this phone. It has got sensitive work stuff on it. He squeezed my hand, trying to reassure me, but I could still feel the tension in his grip. The incident rattled me. It was a glimpse behind the curtain, a flash of something dark and unsettling. A few weeks later, something even stranger happened. We were driving back from a weekend getaway. He was driving, and I was half asleep, listening to the radio. A news report came on about a recent bank robbery in a neighboring state. David, who usually loved listening to news podcasts, reached over and abruptly switched the station to a classic rock channel, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. "Do not you want to hear about that?" I asked, a little surprised. "Nah," he said, forcing a cheerful tone. "Who wants to hear about all that gloom and doom? Let us just enjoy the drive." "Okay." He smiled at me, but it did not quite reach his eyes. His gaze was fixed on the road, almost aggressively so. I let it go, but a tiny seed of doubt had been planted. Why was he so averse to hearing about a news story? It just seemed odd. The biggest red flag, the one that truly started to unravel everything, appeared in the most mundane way. We were at his apartment asleep, modern place he would only recently let me visit. He said he was a minimalist, which explained the sparse decor. He would gone into the kitchen to grab us some wine, and I was casually browsing his bookshelf. Most of the books were typical tech bro fare, but then I spotted a small, leather-bound journal tucked away behind a row of coding manuals. My curiosity, always a dangerous thing, got the better of me. I pulled it out. It was not a journal in the traditional sense. It was more like a ledger, filled with neat, precise handwriting. It contained names, dates, and columns of numbers. Most of it was meaningless to me, but then I saw a name. I recognized Prescott Investments. I knew that name. It was a firm involved in that high-profile embezzlement scandal a few months back, the one where the CEO had gone missing after millions vanished. The news had been all over it. My heart gave a sickening lurch. What was David's connection to Prescott Investments? He was a software engineer, not an investment banker. I quickly flipped through more pages, feeling a cold dread creep up my spine. There were dates that coincided with the news reports of the scandal. And then I saw a name that made the blood drain from my face. Arthur Vance. That was the missing CO, right next to his name. A series of numbers and an address. Just then, I heard David's footsteps approaching. Panic seized me. I shoved the ledger back onto the shelf, trying to make it look undisturbed, my hands trembling. He walked in, 2 glasses of wine in hand, smiling. "Found anything interesting?" "Oh, just admiring your book collection," I said, trying to sound casual, but my voice came out a little too high-pitched. "You have a lot of tech books." He chuckled. "Comes with the territory. Here, drink up." He handed me a glass, and I took a long gulp, trying to calm my racing heart. I felt like I was going to throw up. That night, I could not sleep. The image of that ledger, the name Arthur Vance, the numbers, it all swirled in my mind. The next morning, I woke up with a gnawing sense of dread. I knew, deep down, that something was terribly wrong. My perfect boyfriend was hiding something potentially very serious. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe he was just a consultant for Prescott, helping them with their systems after the scandal. But then why the secrecy? Why the ledger? Why the sudden aversion to news reports about bank robberies? I knew I needed answers, but I could not confront him directly. Not yet. I had to be smart. I had to be careful. That day, during my lunch break, I did something I never thought I would do. I went to a public library. logged onto one of their computers, and started digging. I typed Prescott Investments embezzlement, Arthur Vance into the search bar. The results flooded in. News articles, police reports, even a few true crime blogs. I devoured every word, my stomach tightening with each new detail. The story was even worse than I remembered. Arthur Vance, the CO, had not just embezzled millions. He had been implicated in a wider scheme of fraud and money laundering. And when the authorities closed in, he had vanished. But the most chilling detail was a security guard who had witnessed some of the suspicious activities had also disappeared and was later found dead. An apparent accident that the police now believed was a murder to silence him. The FBI was involved. There was a nationwide manhunt. And then I saw it, tucked away in an old news article from a local paper. A grainy, black and white surveillance photo from a gas station near where the security guard's body was found. The caption read person of interest in Vance's disappearance. The image was blurry, but to face the profile, my blood ran cold. It was David, my David, the man I was dating, the man I loved, the man who had charmed his way into my life, was a wanted fugitive, not just for embezzlement, but for something far worse, potentially involved in a murder. My entire world shattered in that instant. Everything clicked into place: the secrecy, the paranoia, the lack of digital footprint, the evasiveness about his past, the way he always paid in cash, the controlled environments for our dates. It was not charming eccentricity, it was calculated deception. Every perfect gesture, every sweet word, every shared laugh, it was all performance. A lie. I stumbled out of the library. The fluorescent lights suddenly too bright. The sound of the city too loud. My head was spinning. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought it would burst out of my chest. I felt sick, violated, terrified. The man I had let into my life, into my bed, was a dangerous criminal. What do you do when the person you love turns out to be a monster? Do you run? Do you go to the police? Do you confront him? My mind raced, trying to process the enormity of it all. I was living with a killer, or at least someone involved in a killing, and he had no idea I knew. I called in sick to work, telling my boss I had a sudden migraine. I went home, locked my doors, and just sat there, staring blankly at the wall. Every shadow seemed to move. Every creak of the floorboards sounded like his footsteps. I was paralyzed by fear. I had to act. But how? If I just disappeared, he would know something was up. If I went to the police, what if he found out before they could act? What if he came for me? He knew where I lived. He knew my routine. He knew everything about me. And I knew nothing about him. Not really. I spent the next few hours in a haze of terror, trying to formulate a plan. I remembered something from a true crime podcast I would listen to once. If you suspect someone you are close to, do not let them know you. No, act normal. Gather evidence. Then, when the time is right, make your move. That night, David called. My phone vibrated, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my voice. "Hey," I answered, trying to sound cheerful. "Hey, beautiful," he said, his voice warm and familiar. It sent shivers down my spine now. "Everything okay? You sounded a little off earlier." "Yeah, just a nasty headache." I lied, forcing a laugh, feeling better now. "What is up?" "Just checking in. Thinking about you. Want to grab dinner tomorrow night." "My treat." "Sounds great," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "I would love that." I hung up, my hand shaking. I was going to dinner with a wanted fugitive. I had to play along. I had to pretend everything was normal. But inside, I was screaming. The next day was a blur of anxiety. I went to work, trying to focus, but my mind was constantly replaying every interaction with David, looking for clues I would miss, for signs of the monster beneath, the charming facade. I felt sick to my stomach. That evening, when he picked me up, I plastered on a smile. He looked handsome as ever, wearing a crisp shirt and smelling faintly of his cologne. He kissed me, and I had to fight the urge to recoil. It felt like kissing a stranger, a dangerous predator disguised as a lover. We went to a new restaurant, one I would never been to. Again, his choice. He was attentive, charming, making jokes, holding my hand across the table. He asked about my day, listened patiently to my mundane stories. All the while, I was observing him, really seeing him for the first time. I noticed the way his eyes still scanned the room, the slight tension around his jaw even when he smiled, the way he subtly angled his body to always have a clear view of the exit. He was not just charming, he was calculating. He was always aware. I tried to subtly bring up the ledger. You know, I was looking at your bookshelf the other day. I said, trying to sound casual, and I saw that old-fashioned looking journal. What is that about? He paused. A tiny flicker in his eyes that I almost missed. His smile did not waver, but it felt a little tighter. Oh, that old thing. Just some notes from an old project. Nothing interesting. Really, more boring code stuff. He quickly changed the subject, asking me about my upcoming vacation plans. The deflection was smooth, practiced. My heart sank. He was not going to give me anything. I was on my own. After dinner, he drove me home. As we pulled up to my apartment building, I knew this was my chance. I had to do something. I could not let him leave, not without getting help. Hey, I said, turning to him, trying to keep my voice steady. Would you want to come up for a bit? I have some really good coffee I could make. He looked at me, a slight surprise in his eyes. Usually, I was the one who was hesitant to invite him up, preferring to keep my space separate. He paused for a moment. Then his charming smile returned. Sure, why not? A nightcap sounds good. My heart hammered against my ribs. This was it. As we walked into my apartment, I tried to keep up the facade. Make yourself comfortable, I said, gesturing to the living room. I will just get the coffee started. He sat down on my couch, looking perfectly at ease, like he owned the place. I walked into the kitchen, my mind racing. My phone. I needed my phone. It was in my purse, which I would left on the kitchen counter. I needed to call the police. But how? He was right there. I glanced over my shoulder. He was looking at a book on my coffee table, a casual smile on his face. I grabbed my phone, my fingers fumbling. I unlocked it, went to my contacts, and found the number for the local police department. I knew I could not just dial and talk. He would hear me. I had an idea, a risky one. I opened my text messages, found my best friend, Lisa's, contact. I started typing, my thumbs flying, trying to be as quiet as possible. Call 911. Now, he is here. David, he is a fugitive. FBI, wanted. Murder. Tell them I am in danger. My apartment. Tell them to send police. Do not call me. Just call them. Pretend I am fine. Love you. I hit send. My heart was in my throat. Had she seen it, would she understand? Everything all right in there. Sarah, David's voice came from the living room, startling me. Just fine. I called back, my voice wavering slightly. Just trying to figure out this new coffee maker. I fumbled with the machine, making some clattering noises to buy myself time. A minute later, my phone vibrated. It was a text from Lisa, OMG. On it, stay safe. Relief, hot and shaky, washed over me. She got it. She was calling. Now I just had to wait and pretend. I walked back into the living room, carrying 2 mugs of coffee, trying to look calm. Here you go, I said, handing him a mug. He took a sip, his eyes on me. You know, he said, a strange intensity in his gaze. You've been a little off tonight. Something bothering. You. My breath hitched. Had he sensed something? Was he suspicious? No, just tired, I said, forcing a smile. Long week. He leaned forward, his eyes boring into mine. Are you sure? Sarah, because you seemed distant, like you were holding something back. My heart pounded. This was it. He knew. What are you talking about? David, I am fine. He slowly put his mug down on the coffee table. His charming smile was gone, replaced by a cold, hard look I would only seen a glimpse of before. Do not lie to me. Sarah, I can always tell when someone's lying. He stood up, slowly, deliberately. He was much taller than me, and the sudden shift in his demeanor made him seem even more menacing. You know, do not you. My throat was dry. I could not speak. I just stared at him, terror gripping me. He took a step closer. The ledger was not it. You saw it. You looked. Did not you? His voice was low, dangerous, completely devoid of the warmth I had grown to love. It was the voice of a predator. I stumbled, backward, bumping into the wall. I do not know what you are talking about. I stammered, a pathetic attempt at denial. He laughed, a chilling, humorless sound. Do not insult my intelligence. Sarah, you are smart. Too smart for your own good. Sometimes, I should have been more careful. He took another step, closing the distance between us. So, what are you going to do now? Darling, go to the police. Tell them about your perfect boyfriend, the one who has been on the run for months, the one who knows every single thing about you. My mind screamed. He was going to hurt me. He was going to silence me, just like he had silenced that security guard. Just then, a faint siren wailed in the distance. My heart leaped. Lisa, the police. David's head snapped up, his eyes narrowed. Listening, the siren grew louder, closer. His gaze flickered to the window, then back to me, a furious realization dawning on his face. You called them, he snarled, his voice laced with venom. You betrayed me. He lunged. Instinct took over. I screamed, a raw, terrified sound, and ducked, scrambling away from him. I grabbed the nearest thing I could find, a heavy ceramic vase sitting on my entryway table, and swung it, blindly. It connected with his arm with a sickening thud. He grunted in pain, momentarily distracted. That was all I needed. I bolted for the front door, fumbling with the lock. My hands were shaking so violently I could barely turn the deadbolt. Sari roared. Right behind me, his footsteps were heavy. Urgent. I finally got the lock to turn, yanked the door open, and burst out into the hallway, screaming at the top of my lungs. Help! Police! He is a fugitive. The hallway was empty, but the sirens were deafening now. Right outside my building, I heard shouting, heavy footsteps on the stairs. David was right behind me. lunging again, his hand grabbing my arm. His grip was like iron, pulling me back. You are not going anywhere. But just as he pulled me back into the apartment, the door to the stairwell burst open. 2 uniformed police officers, guns drawn, were there, followed by several more. Police, freeze, hands where I can see them. David froze, his eyes wide with shock and fury. He still had my arm, but his grip loosened. He looked from the officers to me, his face a mask of disbelief and rage. For a split second, I saw a flicker of the charming man I thought I knew, mixed with the cold killer I now knew he was. "Let her go," sir, one of the officers commanded. He slowly released my arm. My legs gave out, and I sank to the floor, shaking uncontrollably, tears streaming down my face. The officers moved in swiftly, tackling David to ground, cuffing him. He did not resist. Not really. He just lay there, staring at me, his eyes filled with a chilling emptiness. It was over. The aftermath was a blur. Questions from the police. Then the FBI. My statement. Lisa rushing to my side, hugging me, crying. The surreal experience of seeing David, the man who had shared my bed and my life, being led away in handcuffs, his face grim, avoiding my gaze. They told me he was indeed David Miller, but that was not his real name. His real name was Daniel Harding, and he was indeed wanted for conspiracy to commit fraud, money laundering, and as a person of interest in the disappearance and suspected murder of Arthur Vance's security guard. He had been living under a false identity, moving from city to city, always one step ahead, always looking for new targets, new ways to blend in. I was just another part of his elaborate cover story, another piece in his carefully constructed lie. It has been a few years now since that night. Daniel Harding is in prison, serving a long sentence, but the scars, they remain. I deleted Tinder. Of course, I have not dated much since. Every new person I meet, every charming smile, every kind gesture is met with a wall of suspicion. I scrutinize everything, looking for the cracks, for the hidden monster beneath the surface. I see red flags everywhere, even when they are not there. Trust is a fragile thing, easily shattered, and incredibly difficult to rebuild. I still sometimes wake up in the middle of the night, convinced I hear his voice, or see his face in the shadows. The memory of his cold, enraged eyes, the way he looked at me when he knew I had betrayed him, it is burned into my mind. It is a terrifying thing to realize that the person you open your heart to, the person you thought was your perfect match, was nothing more than a carefully crafted illusion, a dangerous predator in disguise. It taught me that sometimes the scariest monsters are not hiding under your bed or in the dark woods. Sometimes they are the ones who look you in the eye, smile, and tell you they love you, and you might not even know it until it is almost too late. So, be careful out there. Everyone, be vigilant, because you never truly know who is behind that perfect profile picture. You know, that feeling when you wake up from a nightmare, heart pounding, drenched in sweat, but then you open your eyes and realize it was just a dream, and a wave of relief washes over you. Yeah, I used to know that feeling. Now, my nightmares are just a prequel to my waking life. They are the warm-up act for the main event, which is the constant, suffocating terror that has become my reality. It had been bad enough when Mark started leaving things in my apartment photos of my cat. A single rose, a Polaroid of me entering my building with "Welcome Home" scrawled on it. The police, bless their useless hearts, told me there was not much they could do unless he actually did something. Like, I do not know, skin me alive and wear my face. Apparently, Property invasion and psychological torture do not quite cut it in their book. Then the gifts got personal, truly chilling a black feather. My favorite childhood book opened to a highlighted passage about a lonely girl and her imaginary friend, and a music box playing my grandmother's private lullaby. This was not just a random stalker anymore. This was someone who had burrowed deep into my past. Someone who knew secrets I had not thought anyone else remembered. My best friend, Sarah, bless her well-meaning but ultimately disastrous advice, urged me to find some normalcy. Get back out there, she said. Meet someone new. Distract yourself. Desperate, I downloaded an app. That is how I met Alex. He was wonderfully normal kind. Witty, easy to talk to. Our coffee date was a brief, precious reprieve. A tiny bubble of calm in the storm of my life. For an hour, I felt almost like myself again. Almost, but that fragile piece shattered into a million sharp pieces, cutting me deep when Alex started casually dropping details about my childhood. The abandoned mill near my hometown, the one only locals really knew about. My secret desire for a pet rabbit, a wish I would only ever share with my mom and Sarah. And then, the kicker breaking my arm falling from an oak tree at age 7. An accident I would mostly try to forget. A humiliating memory that had left me with a tiny, almost invisible scar. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. My breath hitched. I tried to play it cool, to laugh it off, asking how he could possibly know these things. He just shrugged, his smile unwavering, a little too wide, a little too fixed. And then he leaned in, his voice a low, chilling whisper that scraped against my eardrums. Welcome home. The exact words Mark had scrawled on that Polaroid. The exact words that started this entire living nightmare. I do not remember much of leaving that cafe. Only the desperate, frantic need to escape. The horror crashed down on me. A suffocating wave Alex was connected to Mark. Or, worse, Alex was Mark. Back home, my hand shaking. I would frantically search for any trace of Alex online. His profiles were pristine, almost sterile. A perfectly normal guy would know. Digital footprint beyond what he wanted you to see. That made him even more terrifying. The thought that Mark had accessed my deepest memories, perhaps through my loved ones, through my family, was a new level of violation. A sickening, gut-wrenching realization that made my stomach churn. I remember stumbling through my apartment, feeling every shadow, every creak of the floorboards, as if Mark himself were hiding just out of sight. I checked the locks again, triple-checked them, even though I knew they were useless. He would been in before. He could get in again. I tried to call Sarah, but my hands were shaking too much to dial. I just needed to lie down for a second, just breathe. And that is when I saw it. On my pillow, a small, white toy rabbit. It was not a fluffy, innocent-looking thing. Its eyes were black beads, unblinking, staring up at me. Its synthetic fur was slightly matted, as if it had been handled a lot. It was so small, so utterly out of place. Yet it screamed, Mark, louder than any written threat. He had been here, while I was out with Alex, the man who might be him, while I was trying to escape the terror. He was in my sanctuary, leaving another chilling reminder that there was no escaping him. My blood ran cold. My throat tightened, squeezing off in the air. I could not scream. I could not even whimper. I just stood there, paralyzed, staring at the rabbit. It was a physical manifestation of my worst fears. A silent declaration that he was always one step ahead, always watching, always in control. He did not just know my secrets, he owned them. He was using them as weapons. The air in my apartment felt heavy, thick with a presence that was not mine. Every shadow seemed to stretch and twist. Every mundane object in my room seemed to take on a sinister quality. The rabbit was not just a toy, it was an extension of Mark, a symbol of his insidious reach. He was not just breaking into my home, he was breaking into my mind, my soul, stripping away every layer of privacy and safety until I felt utterly exposed, utterly vulnerable. I did not sleep that night, not a wink. I sat huddled on my couch, a kitchen knife clutched in my hand, staring at the door. Every creak of the building, every distant siren, every rustle of the wind outside my window sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. My cat, Mittens, usually a comforting presence, seemed to sense my fear. She was curled up in a tight ball on the far end of the couch, her eyes wide, occasionally flicking toward the bedroom door as if she, too, expected Mark to materialize from the darkness. The rabbit remained on my pillow, a stark white beacon of terror against the dark fabric. I could not bring myself to touch it, let alone throw it away. It felt like a trap, a poison object. What if it was bugged? What if it was a test? My mind raced, spiraling into a vortex of paranoia. Was he watching me right now? Could he see me? Huddled and terrified, clutching a knife like a madwoman, the thought sent shivers down my spine, making me pull my knees tighter to my chest. The sun eventually rose, painting the sky with a sickly, bruised purple. It offered no comfort. The light just illuminated the dust motes dancing in the air, making my apartment feel even more grimy and unsettling. The exhaustion was bone deep, but sleep felt like a luxury I could not afford. How could I close my eyes when I knew he could be anywhere, doing anything? I called Sarah again, my voice hoarse from disuse and terror. She answered on the first ring, her voice laced with concern. "Are you okay? I have been so worried since you called last night. You sounded frantic. He was here." "Sarah," I whispered, the words barely audible. "While I was out with Alex, he left a toy rabbit on my pillow. The one I wanted when I was a kid. He knows everything." "Sarah, everything." There was a pause on the other end, then a sharp intake of breath. "Oh my God, narrator's name," she said, using my actual name, which she rarely did unless she was truly serious. "Are you sure? A rabbit, the one from the storybook, with the little blue jacket?" "No, not exactly." I clarified, my voice still a shaky whisper, "Just a plain white one. But it is about the desire. The secret desire only you and Mom knew about." Okay, calm down," she tried, though her own voice was now tinged with panic. "This is insane. You have to call the police again. Tell them about Alex. Tell them everything." "I did that yesterday." "Sarah, they basically told me to get a restraining order, which means nothing if I can't even prove who he is. And they certainly do not care about a toy rabbit." I snapped, the frustration and fear boiling over. "They said there is no evidence of a direct threat, no forced entry, no actual harm. Just gifts. This is not just gifts anymore." Sarah insisted, her voice firming. "This is psychological warfare. We need to figure this out. I am coming over. Do not touch anything. Do not leave your apartment." She hung up before I could object, which was fine. I did not want to leave anyway. The thought of stepping outside, of being exposed to a world where Mark could be anyone, anywhere, was paralyzing. My apartment, despite the violations, was still my cage, and at least in a cage, you know where the bars are. Sarah arrived about an hour later, looking pale and determined. She took one look at the rabbit on my pillow, then at my gaunt face, and her eyes welled up. "Oh, honey," she whispered, pulling me into a tight hug. "This is so much worse than I thought." We spent the next few hours meticulously going over every detail, every gift, every subtle comment from Alex. Every memory Mark had somehow unearthed. We tried to find a common thread, a link, anything that could explain how he knew so much. The lullaby, Sarah mused, pacing my small living room. "Your grandma June, she only sang it to you, right? And your mom, and she wrote it herself." I added, remembering my grandmother's beautiful, shaky handwriting in the old leather-bound songbook. It was never published, never even written down anywhere else, only in her book and in our memories. So, Mark would have to have known your grandmother, or your mother, very intimately, Sarah concluded, rubbing her temples, or had access to their things. Did Grandma June have a lot of visitors? Anyone knew around her in her later years? I shook my head. She was pretty reclusive after Grandpa died. Just family, close, friends, and she passed away 5 years ago. Sarah, how could someone from her life suddenly show up now? What about the childhood book? Sarah pressed, the one about the lonely girl and the imaginary friend. You love that book. We used to read it together. Yes, but it was just a library book. Sarah, I said, my voice heavy with despair. Or one my mom bought me. It was not some family heirloom. And that specific passage, about wishing for a rabbit to fill the emptiness, that was just a personal connection I made. It was not highlighted in the book when I had it. He highlighted it for you. Sarah said, her voice barely a whisper. He is reading your mind. Narrator's name. He is inside your head. The thought made me gag. It was worse than any physical violation. He was not just stealing my memories, he was twisting them, using them against me, making them feel tainted and dark. We went through photos, old yearbooks, anything that might spark a memory of someone who could be Mark or Alex, childhood friends, distant relatives, anyone who might have moved away and then returned. Nothing. Alex's face was a blank slate, a perfectly generic handsome man with no discernible past that connected to mine. What if he is not someone from your past, but someone who stole your past? Sarah suggested, her eyes wide with a new, horrifying thought. What if he got access to your family's personal things? Your mom's house, old letters, diaries, photo albums. My mother lived in the small town where I grew up, a few hours' drive away. She was a meticulous keeper of memories, a hoarder of family history, old photo albums, my baby teeth, report cards, the songbook, even the specific bookmark had left me if it was indeed my copy, which I doubted, but the thought was there. The idea that someone could have broken into her home, rummaging through my childhood, felt like another punch to the gut. I need to call Mom, I said, grabbing my phone. Ask her if anything's been missing, anything at all. My mom, bless her heart, was a worrier. The moment she heard the tremor in my voice, her own voice tightened with concern. I tried to downplay it, just asking about old things, old books, if she would notice anything out of place. No, honey, everything's fine here, she said, sounding genuinely puzzled. Why? Is everything all right with you? I could not bring myself to tell her the full truth. Not yet. She would panic. Yeah, Mom. Just feeling nostalgic. Thinking about Grandma's lullaby. You still have that old songbook, right? Of course. Sweetie, she replied, her voice softening. It is in the old cedar chest in the attic, where it always is. Have not looked at it in ages. Why? Just wondering. I mumbled, my heart sinking. If the songbook was in the attic, untouched, then how did Mark get the lullaby? Did he hear it from my mother? Did he record her singing it? Or did he somehow get it from me, from my own unconscious mind? The thought was absurd. But in my current state, no theory was too outlandish. The conversation with my mom did not help. It only deepened the mystery, making Mark's knowledge seem even more supernatural, more impossible. It was not about physical access to objects, it was about access to me. Days blurred into a terrifying monotony. I barely ate, barely slept. Every shadow was a potential hiding place, every noise a potential threat. I installed cheap, stick-on security cameras that connected to my phone, pointing them at the front door and the windows. They were more for my peace of mind than actual security. But even that peace was fleeting. I would spend hours staring at the live feed, convinced I would see something. Someone, Mark, or Alex, or whatever his real name was, seemed to go quiet for a few days. The silence was almost worse than the gifts. It was the calm before the storm. The predator patiently waiting for its prey to drop its guard. My nerves were frayed, stretched to their breaking point. I jumped at every sound, my heart constantly racing. Sarah tried to get me to leave, to stay with her, but I could not. I could not abandon my apartment, my last bastion. However compromised it was. And what if he knew where Sarah lived too? What if I put her in danger? Then the messages started. Not physical gifts this time, but digital, an anonymous email with no subject line, just a single image attached. It was a photo of a small, white rabbit, identical to the one on my pillow, sitting on a bed of dried roses. The caption beneath it, in a stark, black font, simply reads, "Still waiting for your happy ending." My blood ran cold. He was escalating. He was moving from objects to direct communication, albeit anonymous. He was toying with me, savoring my fear. I showed it to Sarah. Her face crumpled. "Okay, this is it," she said, her voice trembling. "We have to do something. We can't just wait for him to make his next move. We need to set a trap. A trap, the idea, while terrifying, also sparked a flicker of desperate hope. Maybe, just maybe, we could catch him. What kind of trap? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. He is always one step ahead. Sarah's eyes narrowed. He is obsessed with your past, right? With your childhood. What if we use that against him? Lure him out. We spent hours brainstorming, discarding one idea after another. A fake social media post. Too obvious. A staged event. Too risky. Then Sarah hit on something. The old mill. The one near your hometown. The one Alex mentioned. What if we use that? It is remote, abandoned, a place you would never go back to. But he knows you remember it. The abandoned mill. It was a dark, decaying memory from my childhood. A place of whispered legends and forbidden dares. A place where kids want to prove their bravery, or to disappear. It was a perfect symbol of my past. A place that held no real sentimental value, but was deeply ingrained in my memory. How would we lure him there? I asked, my voice filled with trepidation. He is not stupid. He won't just show up if we post something online. No. Sarah agreed, her eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. We make him think you are finally breaking, that you are running away, and you are running to the one place he knows holds a dark significance for you, a place where you will be vulnerable. The plan, though terrifying, began to take shape. I would post a series of cryptic, emotionally charged messages on a burner social media account, hinting at my desperation, my need to escape, my intention to revisit old places, to finally confront my past. It was a performance, a carefully crafted descent into despair designed to draw Mark out. The final message would be specific enough to pique his interest, but vague enough to avoid immediate suspicion. Something like the past calls. Time to face the shadows where it all began. One last look at the turning gears of memory. The mill. Sarah would be with me, hidden, ready to call the police the moment Mark showed his face. We would have my phone recording, ready to capture his image, his voice, anything that could finally prove his identity and his harassment. It was a long shot, a desperate gamble, but I was out of options. The thought of living like this, perpetually hunted, was worse than any risk. The day we set the trap was overcast, a fitting backdrop for the dread churning in my stomach. Sarah drove us to my hometown, the familiar landscape now feeling alien and menacing. We parked her car a good distance from the mill, hidden behind a thick clump of trees. My heart was a drum in my chest, a frantic rhythm of fear and anticipation. "Are you sure about this?" Sarah whispered, her hand squeezing mine. Her face was pale, but her resolve was unwavering. I took a deep breath. "I have to. Sarah, I can't live like this anymore. It is him or me." The old mill stood silent and imposing against the gray sky, its broken windows like empty eyes staring out the world. The air was heavy with the smell of damp earth and decay. It was exactly as I remembered it, a place of forgotten industry, a monument to a past that had long since crumbled. Following our plan, I walked toward the mill alone, my phone recording in my pocket, Sarah hidden behind a cluster of overgrown bushes, her own phone ready. Every step felt heavy, like I was walking into a nightmare. The gravel crunched under my boots, the only sound breaking the oppressive silence. I reached the dilapidated entrance, the heavy wooden doors hanging precariously on rusted hinges. I pushed one open, the groan echoing eerily through the cavernous space. Inside, it was even darker, the air thick with dust and metallic tang. Shafts of weak light pierced through holes in the roof and broken windows, illuminating dancing dust motes and casting long, grotesque shadows. The machinery, rusted and still, stood like skeletal giants, their gears frozen in time. "Mark," I called out, my voice trembling, barely a whisper in the vast space. "Are you here? Is this what you wanted?" Silence. Only the drip, drip, drip of water somewhere in the darkness. I walked deeper into the mill, my eyes straining to adjust, my senses on high alert. Every shadow seemed to shift. Every creak of metal made me jump. I felt a profound sense of vulnerability, a terrifying echo of my childhood fears of this place. "I know you are here," I said, trying to inject some confidence into my voice, though my knees were knocking. "You wanted me to come here, so show yourself." Still nothing. Was he not coming? Had our plan failed? A wave of disappointment, quickly followed by a fresh surge of terror, washed over me. What if he was watching from somewhere else, laughing at my pathetic attempt? Suddenly, a sound, a faint, almost imperceptible clink from deeper within the mill, down a rickety set of stairs leading to the basement. My heart leaped into my throat. The basement, of course, the darkest part, the most hidden. I hesitated. This was not part of the plan. Sarah was expecting him to show up here, on the main floor. Going into the basement felt like walking into a grave. But something compelled me. The sick curiosity, the desperate need for answers. The terrifying pull of the unknown. Mark. I called again, my voice a little stronger this time, fueled by a surge of desperate anger. If you want to play games, let us play, but I am tired of your rules. I descended the creaking wooden stairs, each step groaning under my weight, threatening to give way. The air grew colder, heavier, the smell of damp earth and something else, something metallic and faintly sweet, grew stronger. My phone, still recording, felt like a lead weight in my pocket. The basement was a labyrinth of crumbling brick walls and low, arched ceilings. It was almost pitch black, save for a single, flickering bare bulb hanging from a frayed wire in the center of a large, open area. As my eyes adjusted, the scene before me came into horrifying focus. It was not empty. In the center of the room, arranged in a rough circle, were several figures. They were cloaked, their faces hidden by deep hoods, making them appear like dark, ancient statues. In the very middle of their circle, laid out on what looked like an old, stained wooden table, was a person. Oh my God, I whispered, the words catching in my throat. My blood turned to ice. It was not Mark, and it was not a trap for Mark. It was a trap by Mark, and I had walked right into it. One of the cloaked figures turned. It stood still, obscuring its face, but I could feel its gaze on me, cold and predatory. Then, a voice, low and resonant, echoed through the basement. It was not Mark's voice, not Alex's. It was deeper, older, filled with an unsettling authority. Welcome home, child, the voice said, and a ripple of chilling recognition went through me. It was the same voice that had sung the lullaby on the music box. It was the voice of my grandmother. But it could not be. She was dead. My mind reeled, struggling to comprehend the impossible. The figures began to move, slowly, deliberately, their cloaks rustling like dry leaves. They were surrounding the table, surrounding the person on it. And then, the single bare bulb flickered, and for a brief, horrifying second, I saw the face of the person on the table. It was Sarah. Her eyes were wide open, staring blankly at the ceiling, unseeing. Her mouth was slightly agape, and on her chest, meticulously placed, was a single black feather, the same kind Mark had left in my apartment. A choked gasp escaped my lips. This was not about me anymore. This was about us. This was about Sarah, and I had led her here. I had led her to her death. The cloaked figures began to chant, a low, guttural murmur that resonated through the ancient stone walls of the basement. The metallic, sweet smell grew stronger, sickly sweet, like old blood and something else, something I could not place. The flickering light cast grotesque shadows, making the figures seem to writhe and dance in a macabre ballet. I stumbled backward, my mind screaming, my body refusing to obey. I wanted to run, to scream, to warn Sarah, but it was too late. She was already gone, and I was trapped when the cloaked figures stepped forward, moving with an unnerving grace. Its hood remained down, but as it raised its hand, a glint of metal caught the light, a long, thin blade, and then it pulled back its hood. My breath hitched, my vision blurred. It was not Mark. It was not Alex. It was my mother. Her eyes, usually so warm and full of love, were cold, empty, almost glazed over. A faint, unsettling smile played on her lips. A smile I would never seen before. A smile that sent a spike of pure, unadulterated terror straight through my heart. Mom, I whispered, my voice barely audible. A raw, desperate plea. What? What is this? She did not answer. Her gaze was fixed on me, unblinking, devoid of any recognition. She raised the blade, not towards Sarah, but towards me. "Welcome home," she whispered, her voice chillingly calm. An echo of Alex's words, an echo of Mark's Polaroid. But this time, it was not a threat. It was an invitation. The other figures in the circle turned their hooded heads towards me. The chanting grew louder, more insistent, a terrifying symphony of whispered words that seemed to seep into my very bones. The sweet, metallic smell was overwhelming now, making my head spin. I realized with a sickening lurch that the person on the table was not just Sarah, it was the offering. And I was next. My phone, still recording in my pocket, felt like a useless toy. No one would believe this. No one would understand. My mother, my best friend, the lullaby, the rabbit, the mill, the stalker, the ritual, it all coalesced into a single, horrifying truth. Mark was not just a stalker. He was a conductor, and I had been dancing to his tune all along, right into the heart of his twisted, family-bound nightmare. The last thing I saw before the world dissolved into a dizzying kaleidoscope of fear and pain was my mother's blank eyes, the glint of the blade, and the chilling, triumphant smile that finally, irrevocably, broke me. The chanting swirled around me, pulling me down into the darkness, into a horror far deeper and more ancient than I could have ever imagined. And somewhere, in the depths of that abyss, I knew Mark was still watching, always watching. Hey guys, I am about to tell you a story that still makes my skin crawl, even just thinking about it. It is not your typical ghost or monster tale. This one is about people, or at least things that look like people. It is the kind of fear that completely shatters your understanding of reality, makes you question who or what can truly help, and exposes the darkest corners of human desperation. You know that feeling, right? When you are absolutely backed into a corner, every escape route blocked, and the walls feel like they are closing in on you. That is exactly where I was. My life had become a waking nightmare, a phrase people throw around, but I was living it. I was in a truly desperate place, feeling utterly trapped and overwhelmed. And that is when things started to get truly terrifying. It was about a year and a half ago. My job was a dead end. My bank account was perpetually in the red. And my last serious relationship had imploded spectacularly, leaving me feeling hollowed out and utterly alone. I would stop going out, stop calling friends, just sort of existed. My apartment, a small, two-bedroom place in an older part of town, felt less like a home and more like a tomb. The only thing that offered any kind of visual interest, any kind of aesthetic anchor in my otherwise bleak existence, was a large, antique portrait hanging in my living room. I would bought it years ago at a flea market, back when I still had a bit of disposable income and a penchant for unique finds. It was a beautiful piece, a detailed oil painting of a woman, probably from the late 19th or early 20th century. She was striking, with long, dark hair pulled back in a severe bun, piercing blue eyes that seemed to follow you, and a faint, enigmatic smile playing on her lips. Her dress was dark, high-necked, and elegant, almost somber. There was a certain intensity to her gaze, a depth that always made me wonder about her story. I would never bother to get it appraised or researched, just loved the way it looked, a touch of old-world mystery amidst my modern, mundane life. It had become a silent companion, a fixture I barely notice anymore, like the couch or the bookshelf. My buddy, Mark, was the only one who still consistently tried to drag me out of my self-imposed exile. He would call, text, show up at my door with takeout. One night, after I would probably stood him up for the third time that month, he just let himself in. He had a spare key. Bless his persistent soul. He found me on the couch, staring blankly at the TV, which was not even on. Dude, this is not healthy, he said, plopping down beside me. You look like you are auditioning for a zombie movie. I grunted, not really having the energy to argue. All right, new plan, he announced, pulling out his phone. I am setting you up. Blind date. My girlfriend's coworker. She is nice. Funny. Totally your type. No excuses. You need to get out there. Man, my first instinct was to refuse. The thought of small talk, of pretending to be interesting, felt exhausting. But Mark was relentless. He knew I was at rock bottom. And maybe, just maybe, he was right. A distraction. A chance to feel something else. Plus, I did not want to disappoint him. He was trying so hard. Fine. I sighed, defeated. But if she is a serial killer, it is on you. Mark grinned, a flash of genuine hope in his eyes. She is not. Her name's Sarah. She is great. I will send you the details. The next few days were a blur of nervous anticipation and dread. I actually shaved, put on a decent shirt, and even tried to style my hair, which felt like a monumental effort. The date was set for a Friday night at a casual Italian place downtown. I arrived a few minutes early, heart pounding a little too fast, and found a table. I checked my phone, rereading Mark's text Sarah. Brunette, usually wears her hair down. Really friendly smile. Standard stuff. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my nerves. This was just a date. A normal, mundane date. Exactly what I needed. Then I looked up. She was standing just inside the entrance, scanning the room. My breath hitched in my throat. My blood ran cold, then hot, then cold again. It was not just that she was a brunette with a friendly smile. It was everything. Her hair, long and dark, fell in soft waves around her shoulders. But I could picture it pulled back in a severe bun, exactly like the woman in the portrait. Her eyes, a startling, vivid blue, met Mina, and it was like looking into the eyes of the painted woman. The same intensity, the same depth, the same knowingness, even the faint, enigmatic smile on her lips. The way her head was tilted ever so slightly. It was uncanny. It was beyond uncanny. It was impossible. She looked identical to the portrait hanging in my living room. My mind reeled. For a split second, I thought it was a joke. Mark, playing some elaborate prank. But Mark was not that cruel. And this felt too specific. Too unsettling. She started walking towards me. Her smile widening. You must be narrator's name, she said, her voice soft, melodic. I am Sarah. I managed to stand, my legs feeling like jelly. Yeah. Hi, Sarah. Nice to meet you. My voice sounded strained, distant, even to my own ears. I tried to compose myself, to act normal, but my brain was screaming. This is not real. This can't be real. We sat down, and the small talk began. My mind, however, was miles away, frantically trying to process what I was seeing. Every gesture she made, every tilt of her head, every time she laughed, it was like watching the portrait come to life. The way her dark hair caught the light, the subtle arch of her eyebrows, the delicate curve of her neck. It was a perfect match. Is everything all right? She asked, her blue eyes fixed on me, a hint of concern in her voice. You seem a little distracted. I forced a laugh. A hollow sound. Oh, no, no. I am fine. Just a long week. You know, I tried to change the subject, to focus on her, but every fiber of my being was screaming. This was wrong. This was so wrong. I started asking questions, trying to subtly dig for information. So, where are you from, originally? Oh, I have moved around a lot. She replied, taking a sip of water. My parents were well. They were travelers. You could say, never really stayed in one place too long. Vague, perfectly vague. Any siblings? She smiled. That same enigmatic smile. Just me. No family. No roots. A transient past. It only fueled my unease. I tried to rationalize it. A remarkable coincidence. A doppelganger. It happens, right? People have lookalikes. But this was not just a lookalike. This was a mirror image, down to the subtle nuances of expression that only someone who had lived with that portrait for years would notice. The date continued. A bizarre, surreal experience. Sarah was charming, intelligent, and witty. On any other night, I would have been captivated. But all I could think about was the painting. I could almost feel its presence, even miles away in my living room. I excused myself to the restroom at one point, splashing cold water on my face, trying to shake the feeling that I was hallucinating. When I looked in the mirror, I almost expected to see the painted woman staring back at me. When I got back to the table, Sarah was looking at me, her head tilted slightly, those piercing blue eyes seeming to bore right into me. You know, she said, her voice a little lower now, a little more resonant. You have a very interesting apartment. Mark mentioned you have some really unique art. My stomach dropped. How did she know Mark mentioned my art? It was not a common topic of conversation. Had Mark told her about the portrait? No, he would not. He barely even noticed it half the time. And even if he had, he would not have described it in enough detail for her to know it was her. Oh, yeah, just a few things I have picked up over the years. I stammered, trying to sound casual. Nothing too exciting. She just smiled, a knowing glint in her eyes. I am sure it is very exciting. I would love to see it sometime. My throat was suddenly dry. The thought of her standing in my living room, next to the portrait, was terrifying. It felt like an invitation to something I did not understand. Something I absolutely did not want to understand. Yet, I could not say no. I was caught in a strange current, unable to resist. Sure, I heard myself say, yeah, sometime. The first date ended, and I barely remembered how I got home. I walked into my apartment, heart pounding, and immediately turned on every light. My gaze went straight to the living room wall. There she was, the woman in the portrait. Her eyes seemed to follow me even more intently now, her faint smile more pronounced, almost mocking. I stood there for a long time, just staring, comparing, feeling a cold dread creep into my bones. It was not a coincidence. It could not be. Over the next few days, I became obsessed. I tried to research the portrait. I took high-resolution photos, ran image searches, scoured online forums for antique art. Nothing, no artist's signature, no unique identifiers. It was a ghost, just like Sarah. I tried looking her up online too. Nothing, no social media, no linkage, no old school records. It was like she did not exist before this week. Mark called, asking how the date went. I mumbled something about it being fine. Interesting. He seemed happy. I could not bring myself to tell him the truth. How do you tell your friend that his girlfriend's coworker looks exactly like a century-old painting you own, and you suspect she might be some kind of supernatural entity? He would think I would finally lost my mind, which, to be honest, I was starting to believe myself. A week later, Sarah texted. She wanted to know if I was free to grab coffee. I hesitated, my thumb hovering over the delete button. But a strange compulsion, a morbid curiosity, would not let me. I agreed. The coffee date was even more unsettling. She seemed to know things about me that I had not told her. Small details about my habits, my preferences, even a passing comment I would made to Mark weeks ago. When I mentioned my old college roommate, she said, "Oh, the one who always left his dirty dishes in the sink." I would only ever told Mark about that. No one else. I laughed it off, pretending it was a funny coincidence. But inside, I was shaking. "You know," she said, stirring her coffee, her blue eyes glinting, "I really would love to see your apartment. You mentioned you had some interesting art. I am quite a fan of classical portraiture." It felt less like a suggestion and more like an inevitability, like she already knew she was coming over, like she was just waiting for me to give in. And I did. I could not help myself. I was terrified, yes, but also utterly fascinated, like a rabbit caught in a snake's gaze. I wanted to know. I needed to know. "Okay," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "How about Saturday?" Saturday arrived, and I spent the entire day cleaning my apartment, not because I wanted to impress her, but because I felt like I was preparing for an inspection. I even moved the portrait, taking it down from its usual spot and leaning it against the wall, facing away. I did not want her to see it immediately. I wanted to control the reveal, to gauge her reaction. She arrived precisely on time, a bottle of wine in hand. She looked stunning, dressed simply but elegantly. Her presence filled the small apartment, and suddenly, my home felt smaller, colder. We talked. We drank the wine. I tried to steer the conversation away from the portrait, away from anything personal. I felt like I was walking on eggshells, constantly aware of her gaze, those piercing blue eyes that seemed to see right through me. Eventually, she stood up and started to wander around the living room, looking at my books, my few other pieces of art. My heart hammered against my ribs when she paused where the portrait usually hung. "Something's missing here," she said, her voice soft, almost a purr. I had a feeling there was a painting here, a very specific one. My blood ran cold. I swallowed hard. Uh, yeah, I moved it. Just thought I would change things up." She turned, her eyes fixed on the spot where I would lean the portrait against the wall, face to the plaster. "May I?" she asked, gesturing towards it. I could not speak. I just nodded, a pathetic little gesture. She walked over, slowly, gracefully. My eyes were glued to her, waiting for some sign of surprise, of recognition, of anything that would prove she was a normal human being experiencing an extraordinary coincidence. She reached out, her delicate fingers brushing the edge of the frame. And then, with a fluid motion, she turned the portrait around. And there it was, the painted woman, staring out at us, her enigmatic smile in full view. And standing beside her, perfectly still, was Sarah. They were identical, not just similar, identical. The same dark hair, the same piercing blue eyes, the same faint, knowing smile. It was like looking at a reflection, but one was canvas, the other flesh and blood. I braced myself for her reaction. A gasp. A laugh, a look of shock. But there was nothing. Sarah simply stood there, looking at the portrait, and then at me, and then back at the portrait. Her smile did not falter. In fact, it seemed to deepen, to become more possessive. "There you are," she whispered, not to me, but to the painting. It was a tone, a voice I would never heard before. A strange blend of familiarity and triumph. My mind finally snapped. What the hell is going on? "Sarah," I demanded, my voice trembling. "You look exactly like that painting. How is that possible?" She turned to me, her blue eyes unblinking. The smile remained, but now it felt less enigmatic and more predatory. "Possible," she repeated, her voice still soft, but with an underlying current that sent shivers down my spine. "It has always been possible. It has always been." Waiting, I felt a primal fear grip me. This was not a human. Not entirely. "Who are you?" I whispered, backing away slowly. She took a step towards me. Then another. She was not moving like a normal person. It was too smooth, too deliberate, like a predator stalking its prey. Her eyes never left mine. And in their depths, I saw something ancient, something cold and utterly devoid of human emotion. "I am the keeper," she said, her voice dropping to a whisper that echoed in the suddenly silent room. "The one who watches, the one who waits, and now the one who lives." I stumbled backward, knocking over a lamp. The sudden crash made her pause, but only for a moment. Her gaze was intense, unwavering. "You found me, did not you?" she continued, her voice gaining strength, a strange resonance that seemed to vibrate through the very air. "You brought me into your home. You hung me on your wall. You invited me in." I felt a cold sweat break out all over my body. "No, I bought the painting. It was just a painting." She laughed then, a low, chilling sound that did not reach her eyes. "Just a painting." "Oh, no, my dear, it was never just a painting. It was a doorway, a vessel, a promise." She took another step, and I could smell something faint, something like old oil paint and dust, but also something sweet and cloying, like wilting flowers. It was the smell of the portrait, but intensified, made sickeningly real. "I have been watching you," she said, her eyes flickering, toward the portrait and then back to me. "Through the canvas, through the years, I have seen your desperation, your loneliness, your yearning for connection." My mind raced, trying to make sense of this impossible nightmare. She was telling me the painting was alive, that she was a painting, or at least something that had emerged from it. It was insane. I was insane. "You are crazy." I choked out, my voice weak. Her smile widened, revealing teeth that seemed a little too sharp, a little too white. "Am I? Or are you finally seeing what was always there?" She gestured to the portrait. "She captures the essence. Does not she? The patience, the hunger." I felt a surge of adrenaline, a desperate need to escape. "Get out of my apartment," I demanded, trying to sound firm, but my voice cracked. She took another step, closing the distance between us. Her eyes were no longer merely blue. They seemed to swirl with darker depths, like ink in water. "Oh, I am not going anywhere," she said, her voice now a low growl. "This is my home now, and you are my companion." I turned and bolted toward the front door. I fumbled with the lock, my fingers numb with terror. I could hear her behind me, her footsteps unnaturally silent on the hardwood floor. "You can't escape," she whispered, right behind my ear, Her breath was cold, smelling faintly of that sweet, cloying scent. Not from me, not from yourself. I finally got the deadbolt open, yanked the door open, and stumbled out into the hallway, screaming. I did not care who heard me. I just ran, down the stairs, two at a time, my heart pounding like a drum against my ribs. I could hear nothing behind me. No footsteps, no voice. But I did not stop. I burst out of the building and into the cool night air, running down the street without a destination, without a thought beyond putting as much distance as possible between myself and that apartment, that woman, that living nightmare. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs gave out, collapsing on a park bench miles from my apartment. I sat there, gasping for air, shaking uncontrollably, trying to convince myself it was a dream, a hallucination brought on by stress and sleep deprivation. But the memory of her eyes, her smile, her voice was too vivid, too real. I never went back to that apartment, not directly. Anyway, I called Mark from a payphone. My cell phone was still in the apartment, along with everything else. He was confused, worried, but eventually he came and picked me up. I tried to explain, to tell him what happened, but the words would not come out right. It sounded insane. Even to me, he listened patiently, then gently suggested I needed help, that I was under a lot of stress. He tried to get me to go to a doctor, a therapist. I just nodded, too exhausted to argue. He offered to go to my apartment, to get my things. I begged him not to. Just do not go in there alone. Mark, please, just do not. I cannot explain why, but I had a horrifying premonition. He agreed, though he clearly thought I was being irrational. A few days later, Mark called me. His voice was tight, strained. Hey, man, I went to your place with a couple of the guys, just like you asked. Everything's gone. What do you mean, gone? I asked, my blood running cold again. Everything. Your furniture, your clothes, your books, the TV, even the kitchen stuff. The apartment's completely empty, like you never lived there. And the landlady said the apartment's been vacant for months. She said she has not seen you in over a year. My jaw dropped. That was impossible. I would been living there. I would paid rent. I would seen the landlady. And the painting. I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Was the portrait there? Mark was quiet for a moment. No, man, no painting. Nothing, just bare walls. It is like you just vanished. And everything with you, that is, when I truly broke. The walls closing in that I felt before. That was just a metaphor. This was real. My entire life, my entire existence had been erased, not just from the apartment, but from the memory of the landlady. It was like I was never there, like I was the ghost. I am living with Mark now, sleeping on his couch. He has been incredibly kind, but I can see the worry in his eyes. He still thinks I had some kind of breakdown, that I hallucinated everything. He tries to help me remember details, to piece things together. But my memories of that apartment, of the last year and a half, are fractured, hazy, except for one thing, the portrait. And Sarah, I see her everywhere, in the faces of strangers on the street, in the reflection of shop windows. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and I am staring at the ceiling, I swear I can hear her voice, a faint, melodic whisper, just at the edge of hearing. You invited me in. I check the locks multiple times a night. I jump at every shadow. I can't look at portraits anymore, especially not old ones. The fear has not gone away. It is burrowed deep inside me, a constant, gnawing dread. Was she truly the painting? Or was she something else? Something that fed on desperation, that manifested from the forgotten corners of the world, using an old portrait as a front. I do not know. I do not think I ever will. But here's the kicker. The thing that truly keeps me awake at night. The thought that makes my skin crawl even now as I tell you this story. What if she did not just erase my apartment, my past? What if she replaced it? What if she is out there, living my life, or someone else's, wearing a new face, waiting for another desperate soul to invite her in? And what if, just what if, a part of me, a part of my identity, is still trapped in that canvas, watching, waiting for the next unsuspecting victim to hang her on their wall? I do not know what is real anymore. I just know that sometimes, when I look into the mirror, for just a split second, I think I see a faint, enigmatic smile on my own lips. And my eyes, they seem a little too blue, a little too knowing. And that, guys, is the most terrifying thought of all.